Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the energy track of the Warsaw Security Forum. For the first time ever, we will be debating together defense and energy issues. And so I'm very glad to have all of you here gathered in Warsaw, but also persons following us on internet. And we are opening this exciting journey starting with energy. My name is Michał Kurtyka. I was COP24 President, Chair of International Energy Agency Ministerial Meeting in 2019, but also Minister of Climate and Environment of Poland, Vice Minister of Energy, Vice Minister of Environment. So I know well issues that we are going to debate. And maybe just let me start with one following remark. When 1 year ago, Kasia Pisarska, the spirit and organizer of this conference, said to me, well, it would be good to discuss together energy with defense, I said, yes, of course, what a perfectly nice idea. We will have a nice discussions and we will have a lot of time to combine the two together. But then, 24th of February, Russian aggression to Ukraine, and then very recently, 27th of September, sabotage of Nord Stream 2 pipeline and opening of Baltic pipe the same day opens a completely new perspective for discussing together energy and defense issues. Even if we Europeans are not at military war with Russia, Russia is at proxy war with Europe related with resources and energy. And stakes are rising. Economic survival, social cohesion, political disorder, these are the stakes ahead of Europe this winter. And we will have to find common answers both for our energy systems and for our defense and sovereignty. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad and very happy to start with the first panel with my colleagues, ministers, and it will be a great pleasure to start with a panel starting with 3D, diversification, derussification, and we will have the pleasure to see 3 of ministers from the region. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start. So, my great pleasure to host with me my distinguished colleagues, and first Mr. Rinat from Estonia. You served previously as minister also in the Estonian government, but right now, very recently, you took this hot portfolio. So how it is to be minister in this time? This is the first question that I will ask you. And of course, having with me Dainius, my long-term friend from Lithuania. And George, thank you very much for joining us from Romania. It's a great pleasure to have all of you. And so, Rinat, how is it to be minister during such a difficult time?
I'm a very risk-averse person, so I want to take a portfolio that I know what it's about, and everyone knows that what energy is about this year, and it is a difficult portfolio. So, but I prefer portfolio without surprises. So it was an easy decision for me.
Yes. So you mean no surprises? I mean, you know what you have to do.
Yes, I know what I have to do.
And that's perfect, because that's precisely the challenge that we have. So how do you see the long-term and short-term challenges ahead of us during this time? Because on one side, we need to increase the provision of hydrocarbons. We need to find gas, coal, oil. And at the same time, we need somehow to get rid of hydrocarbons. How to combine such a paranoid situation, these both challenges?
Actually, I think we're on track. And the things we had to do, move away from Russian energy sources, anti-carbonize, it's happening, and it's happening even quicker than we would have done it otherwise. So Europe is moving away from Russian energy in a pace that no one would have expected. And at the same time, we all realize that this oil shale or coal, it's a temporary solution. We do it to survive this 1 or 2 difficult winters, but at the same time, invest into renewables, to have local production with very small carbon footprint, and a reasonable price, affordability for the people as well. So I see this as a hiccup that doesn't move us away from a long-term track. In the contrary, it moves us there in a faster pace than we would have expected. So, and we talk about challenges. I think for governments, it's security of supply. That's why when we debate the gas price cap or something, I would say that, oh, let's be careful. The security of supply is essential. This is what we are responsible for. If the price is high, we can compensate. The benefits, this is an easy thing to do for every politician, but the security of supply is a much difficult, challenge for us, and this is something that we together should ensure in Europe.
We have a new track during the Warsaw Security Forum solely devoted to energy. I don't need to tell you how important it is, as we are standing in front of one of the most serious energy crises in Europe. Before I give the floor to our next very special speaker, I want to remind again to all of us that despite the gravest challenge to the security of Europe and the biggest threat to Polish national security since the end of the Cold War, I'm certain that the current situation can be overcome and Russia will be defeated. It is not only my optimism talking, but rather a deep faith in strength of cooperation, close integration and West unity. I hope that this message will be reaffirmed by the debates happening here today and tomorrow. Last but certainly not least, I would like to thank our strategic partners and sponsors for making this conference possible. Thank you to our co-organizers, the German Marshall Fund, as well as the National Security Bureau of President of Poland and NATO's Public Diplomacy Division. We will have an opportunity to hear important Polish voices from Prime Minister of Poland, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense, who is already with us here, Head of National Security Bureau. But we will also have numerous distinguished guests from abroad, including President of Republic of Latvia, Prime Minister of Lithuania, Deputy Prime Minister of Luxembourg, who is here with us, and Minister of Defense of Estonia, Secretary of Defense of the United Kingdom. But we will have also a special guest from Ukraine. It was announced before that we'll have online presence of First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelensky, but I would like to inform you that she will be here in presence. I would like to thank our strategic sponsor. As American says, there is no such thing as free lunch. Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Palantir, Raytheon Technologies and Siemens Energy, without whom this forum would not be possible. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Kazimierz Pułaski Foundation and German Marshall Fund, I welcome you in Warsaw and hope you will enjoy your time here. Let's start the Warsaw Security Forum. Prime Minister Błaszczak, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have prepared a long speech, so be patient, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all in Warsaw. The last months has fundamentally changed the European security environment. February 24th became a reminder for us that horrors of a full-scale war in Europe do not necessarily belong to the past. Undoubtedly, this brings many questions on how to enhance our common security. I truly believe that here in Warsaw, we have a great venue to discuss and share our perspectives on those issues, and that the outcome will serve us as solid ground on how to effectively face Russian aggressive neo-imperialism and the multidimensional consequences of this war. As a result of Russia's brutal invasion in Ukraine, we face a security crisis. We have hoped we would never face again a full-scale armed conflict in Europe. Russia's aggression has proven Moscow's neo-imperial ambitions into general disregard for the European security architecture and rules-based international order, as well as readiness to use military force against its neighbors. There are no doubts that the attack has been planned from the very beginning of the Russian military buildup. Before the invasion, Moscow had cynically played for time, continuing its apparent engagement with the West. All that to complete the necessary military preparations with no goodwill to find a diplomatic solution. These lessons should be considered while reassessing further approaches to Russia. From the very beginning of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the Belarusian regime has sided with Moscow, directly supporting the aggression. Therefore, just as Russia, Belarus should face the same level of our pressure on them. Poland is committed to the 360-degree approach. Therefore, we continue participation in efforts aimed at tackling challenges related to NATO's southern flank and the EU's southern neighborhood. They are usually associated with countering and preventing terrorism and illegal migration, as well as stabilization of the region. But one should admit that Russia's footprint on the 360-degree approach is growing. Moscow strives to influence the security situation from the Arctic through Eastern Europe, the Black Sea region, the South Caucasus, to the Middle East and North Africa, not only by military but also hybrid instruments, including the Belarusian hybrid attack on Poland and Baltic states, orchestrated by Moscow as a prelude to the aggression in Ukraine. In fact, it continues to this day. We still face the migration pressure on our Belarusian border, similarly to the countries that have recently been impacted again by the migration through the Balkans route. Currently, Ukraine remains the main objective of Russia's aggressive policy, but the threat it poses has been observed for many years. Let me remind you what the late President of Poland, Lech Kaczyński, said in Tbilisi during the Russian invasion in 2008. Today Georgia, tomorrow Ukraine, the day after the Baltic states, and later perhaps also my country can become the objective of Russia's attack. I admit that we hear more and more frequently reflections that the assessment of Russia and Belarus formulated by Poland and many like-minded allies in our region a long time ago is realistic. I hope that today allies and partners will consider the assessment regarding ensuring our and Ukraine's security. No country can fully address the entire spectrum of threats and challenges alone. Therefore, the entire Euro-Atlantic community must take a proactive stance to counter Russia's efforts to undermine the rules-based international order and to threaten our security. That highlights the importance of an effective deterrence and defense strategy. Therefore, we welcome NATO Madrid Summit decisions, enhancement of NATO's battle groups on the eastern flank, scalable to the brigade level. Also, significant extension of NATO force structure, including through gradual increase of the high readiness forces. coupled by decisions on prepositioned equipment and stockpiles of military supplies, as well as robust NATO command and control arrangements. It demonstrates the unified perception of all allies on the need of long-term NATO adaptation and an increase of Allied presence on NATO's eastern flank. The adaptation, which should transform NATO assurances from forward presence endorsed during NATO Warsaw Summit in 2016 to forward defense, able to ensure the deterrence by the nail of every inch of NATO's territory. There is no alternative to such approach. We cannot afford the risk of regaining territories which potentially would be occupied by Russia. Also, taking into account atrocities and war crimes committed by its army in Ukraine, nor can we afford the devastation that is always the price of pushing Russia back. We welcome President Biden's strong message in Warsaw and Madrid on keeping or further enhancing US engagement in deterrence and defense against Russia. Now it is time to implement it on the ground. The US leadership is of paramount importance in this process. NATO is essential to provide deterrence for those who are particularly engaged in support for Ukraine and are most exposed by its geography or commitment to the Russian and Belarusian threat. It is the most important mission of the alliance in the framework of the common effort to support Ukraine's self-defense. But it will be essential also in the future, after this war ends. It seems unlikely that Russia will reevaluate its anti-Western paradigm as well as its attitude towards the current international order. Planning the defense of the eastern flank, we cannot underestimate Russian military potential, even if it will be weakened by the current campaign. Mistakes made by the Kremlin in the planning and decision-making process before the invasion prove that Russia has a problem with the self-awareness of its own weaknesses. The risk of inaccurate assessment of its military might versus NATO allies is growing and may potentially lead to the decision of a military attack in the future. We also welcome the US readiness to support Europe in diversifying energy supplies, also declared by President Biden in Warsaw. It is crucial to tackle the problem of growing energy prices, which requires the synergy of EU and US efforts in this regard. The availability of larger volumes to be supplied is of crucial importance for Europe, including our region. Damage to European economies related, inter alia, to the situation around East-West energy resources transit routes proves that there is an urgent need to increase our resilience in this area. Abandonment of Russian energy supplies should be of permanent character to avoid dependence. Until Russia is ready to accept a political solution of this conflict, guaranteeing the long-lasting security of Ukraine, there is a need to continue sufficient, comprehensive support to Ukrainians. We need to remember that they are paying the highest price fighting for their and our freedom. What Kiev can achieve at the negotiating table is very closely linked to the situation on the battlefield. We are committed to ensure that the Ukrainian position during negotiations will be as strong as possible. To stop the onslaught, it is of crucial importance to enable Ukraine to push Russians back from captured territories. To make that gain, we should maximize a comprehensive pressure on Russia to limit its capacity for action and finish the conflict as soon as possible. The EU, together with NATO, should find synergetic efforts to improve infrastructure that will expand access of our region to crude oil and fuel from other directions. It is of crucial importance to ensure that we are united and at the same time effective in this effort. We welcome the unprecedented Euro-Atlantic unity that has been built after February 24th. We need to keep this unity, remembering, though, that is valuable only when underpinned by effectiveness. Our support must be decisive, ensuring that we are not only able to contain Russia, but also create conditions to empower Ukraine to defend itself, which will get us as soon as possible to the ending phase of this war. Instead, the Kremlin has de facto announced its readiness for further escalation. Kremlin's recent activities, especially Putin's irresponsible nuclear rhetoric, the announced mobilization and sham referendums leading to the annexation of Russian-occupied parts of Ukraine, are deeply concerning. It is also a signal that the Kremlin is still not ready for a political solution. And it will not be ready until Russian leadership understands that aggressive policy is counterproductive. Instead of abandoning Ukraine, as Moscow expected, we continue to provide Ukraine with further multidimensional support, including military assistance. We have also opened the door to Europe for Ukraine. Instead of weakening NATO, allies keep united, strong, and ready for defense and deterrence. Also open for new members if they apply to join, as it has happened in the case of Sweden and Finland. In such circumstances, there is a need to deepen the comprehensive pressure on Russia to revert its strategy, including through political, economic, and technological isolation, including maximized sanctions policy, imposed not only by Euro-Atlantic community, but all like-minded partners across the globe. We need to convince a broader spectrum of countries that still keep their relations with Russia, that Moscow's irresponsible behavior is not in their interest. Sanctions must not only be extended, but also sealed. There is also a need to reinforce the message directed to the Russian society to stop this brutal aggression. At the same time, there is a need to continue the military support related to the supplying Ukrainian armed forces with armaments, munitions, equipment servicing, and trainings. Especially facing the Russian mobilization, it is of utmost importance to keep the appropriate potential of defenders. We are also committed to ensure the humanitarian support for Ukraine, including hosting refugees. Poland is in a leading group of those undertaking such efforts, using all opportunities, including donations as well as expanding production capacities of defense industry. Our support in relation to the GDP is remarkable. We also actively encourage other countries to enhance their support. We remain committed to stay on this course. There is a need for synergetic efforts on both sides of the Atlantic in this regard, including coordination between EU and NATO countries. The establishment of the Ukrainian Defense Consultative Group during the April meeting in Ramstein allowed like-minded countries to better coordinate support in the long term. The solidarity realized by financial contributions is also valuable, especially if donated by countries which, for some reasons, are not able to participate otherwise. Even though we cannot always assess that those reasons are justifiable. It can contribute to the backfilling, which might be essential for further donations or investments to increase the production capacity of decisive armaments and munitions. Through this effort, we can simultaneously reach the goal of increasing the security of the Euro-Atlantic community, investing more the defense industry, which also maintains our defense capabilities. Ukraine must win this war. And after that, it should win the post-conflict period when the Russian aggressiveness will continue to destabilize Ukraine and the wider region at the least. Rebuilding Ukraine after the conflict will also require our commitment. It must be undertaken simultaneously with the process of accession of Ukraine to the European Union. There is also a need to keep NATO's door open for new members with no exclusions, including Ukraine. The comprehensive integration of Ukraine with the European and Euro-Atlantic community will be the best investment for the stability and prosperity of all of us. The broad spectrum of threats and challenges, especially the need to increase the defense of our own territory, is the new security reality in Europe. It requires a comprehensive response. Therefore, Poland continues to invest in armed forces capabilities. It is critical not only to our security, but also remains a contribution to the security of the entire region and overall NATO defense and deterrence posture. It is a very limited time frame. We must rapidly extend armed forces quality and quantity, with a purpose to ensure greater and more powerful defense capabilities. This policy has unanimous support in Poland. It is underpinned by the Bill of Homeland Defense adopted in March of this year, supported by all parliamentary parties. The bill allows us to release additional significant funds for both purchasing new equipment and increasing the number of troops. Defense expenses of Poland will reach 2.2% of GDP this year and will reach the level of at least 3% from 2023 on. First and foremost, we have accelerated the process of modernization of the Polish armed forces. This means a faster development of key capabilities, taking into account inter alia observations from the Russia-Ukraine conflict. In the course of armaments procurement, we strive to ensure the participation of the Polish defense industry if deliveries can be offered in a reasonable time frame. As much as possible is in these demanding circumstances, we are working on long-term industrial and political military partnerships. Inviting partners that will be able to support the development of the Polish defense industry. To make that gain, we ensure in contracts the transfer of technologies, transfer of production, or adaptation of Polish platforms and components. Simultaneously, the modernization, we plan to increase the number of armed forces active duty military personnel. To make those gains, there have been introduced various types of military service on a voluntary basis, as well as improvements of the recruitment system. Once all of the above-mentioned undertakings will be implemented, Poland will have even more capacities to decisively contribute to regional security and stability, extending its share in overall NATO effort. Recent months have fundamentally changed Euro-Atlantic security. Russian aggression on sovereign Ukraine has brought back memories of the darkest times in our history when totalitarian regimes unilaterally decided about the future of states and the free nations. The priority of our defense policy remains efforts undertaken to increase the security of Poland in the broader context of ensuring the security of NATO's eastern flank and the EU's eastern frontier. The aim is to ensure a credible deterrence and defense, coherent with the collective defense principle, however, based on effective national capabilities provided by the Polish armed forces. At the same time, we are committed to support our Ukrainian neighbors in defending their sovereignty threatened by the Russian aggression and hostilities. Ukrainian soldiers, as well as civilians, are paying the highest price for the security of Europe as a whole. and deserve all our support. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you fruitful debates at the Warsaw Security Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Wasztak, and of course, thank you, Minister, for these enlightening opening remarks. I think they set a fantastic tone for today's conversation, and of course, thank you again to Zbigniew for bringing us together. It gives me enormous pleasure to now introduce the first panel discussion of today. Our distinguished guests will be addressing the topic of a new Lend-Lease Act as a way of enhancing NATO's frontline states. And the moderator of this first panel discussion will be Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, former commander of the United States Army Europe, and one of the foremost experts in transatlantic security. It gives me enormous pleasure to give General Hodges to the stage, so please let's give him a warm welcome.
Okay, if my panel members would come on up. Otherwise, it'll be a pretty boring panel. Minister of Defense of Luxembourg, Francois Bausch. The Deputy Chair of the Committee on National Security and Defense of the Ukrainian Rada, Mariana Betsula. And Minister of Defense of Estonia, Hanno Pevkur. Okay, so we've got 30 minutes, and the topic is about how do we prepare NATO's frontline states. But I think it's important that we provide a context for that discussion, and so I'm going to mention just a couple of things, and then we're going to jump right into a direct question to each of our three panelists so we can move through this and touch as many points as possible. First, obviously, we have to talk about the conflict. What is NATO? What do we have to defend against? And what we're seeing in Ukraine right now, of course, as Minister Blachik just described very clearly, is a terribly lethal, violent battles touching every aspect of warfare. So the alliance, of course, will have to be prepared for that. We'll have to continue to prepare for that. I do believe that Ukrainian forces are going to push Russian forces back to the 23 February line by the end of this year, and that Ukrainian forces will be occupying Crimea by the middle of next year. I also think we're looking at the front end of the beginning of the collapse of the Russian Federation. So what this means, if I'm even half correct, is that it's going to be very violent on the other side of NATO's border. A lot of uncertainty, a lot of risk, and so we won't be able to start having victory parades. We're going to have to be prepared for how does Russia react to being defeated in Ukraine and the potential breakup of the Russian Federation. So it's a nice, easy set of circumstances, Minister. What is Luxembourg's main contribution right now to support for Ukraine? And how much longer can the people of Luxembourg continue to support that?
Thank you again for inviting me, because I think I can make an interesting contribution from a small country in Europe, which has suffered very much during the last century because we were a small country being squeezed between two big countries, France and Germany, who very often were in war, one against another, and we were squeezed between these two countries. And that's why Luxembourg, after the Second World War, was immediately a founding member of Europe, because we believed that with this creation of the European Union, we would have at least peace, because the two big neighbors would work in harmony together and in peace. And we would never imagined that after we could live inside of Europe, a conflict like we live it now today in Ukraine. And it's really unprecedented because after Second World War, in Luxembourg, my population, my country really is shocked what Putin and what Russia is doing, this aggression against a free country in the middle of Europe. And from the beginning on, it was not acceptable for us. We were very upset about this. And that's also why Luxembourg, from the beginning on, not only supported by solidarity Ukraine, but also military. It's in history of my country the first time that we really spent money to support a country in Europe to give them military material, for example. We spent 72 million euros as a small country from March to now to really provide Ukraine with military and lethal weapons, because we believe that Ukraine not only can win this war, but must win this war, because this example that Putin wants to, that put in place that by really aggressing and taking territory by an aggression inside in the middle of Europe is not acceptable. And I can say that the acceptance in my country was very large, even in the parliament. The opposition supported me from the beginning on, supported the government from the beginning on to do it, and will continue to do it. Ukraine must win this war, it's clear.
Thank you. I love when I hear a politician or a political leader talk about winning something versus avoiding defeat or hoping that the other side loses, so I think that's important. So, Ms. Bazula, you are the front line. What is the illegal annexation by the Kremlin of 4 Ukrainian oblasts? How does that affect the counteroffensive going forward?
Actually, speaking about the effect, it's just additional going forward. So, as previously speaker from Luxembourg, and I'm happy that everybody is here said about the help, and we are very thankful to each country, but I will make the example. So, just now, in just 1 month, we liberated about 4 Luxembourg territories. So, it's not to demonstrate the different scale. It's to demonstrate the scale of war and that request that we have to defend the Europe. So, and now all that panic declarations, chaotic declarations, what we have now from Russia, it only demonstrates that they understand the force. And what I'm dare to say was a principal mistake, and we know, everybody knows this, during the last at least 20 years, it's trying to calm down aggressor. Trying to calm down Russia caused more and more aggressive systemic work from them. And you see, even different events in Crimea, liberation of our territories, everything, they cannot react adequately. So they react just with more and more chaotic declarations, more and more chaotic work. For example, they tried to make some kind of legend of a republic before. But now they just made the annexation of region. With what borders? Annexation of region, not republic. So even their terminology is more and more chaotic. So what is the moment, how can we go forward, and what should we do? It's more and more important, our consolidation. Out of the any doubts, this consolidation will provoke more panic, but it's not about panic and fear that Russia will for example, use nuclear weapon. We should not fear, because every moment we fear, and during the last 10 and 20 years, we only enforced aggressor. Not we, not Ukrainians. I'm sorry, world. Because Ukrainians is fighting, and you see, despite all different additional red lines that Russia closed, opened, went forward, we are liberating our territories. But what I don't, need to say, we are liberating with defensive weapon. So we need more and more for offensive operations. Because what we are doing now is some kind of miracle. And you can observe that this multidimensional operation on the south, I just, 1 day ago, I was on South Plattsdam while working with military. On the south, on the east of Ukraine, it's operations with limited resources. And if we received this offensive weapon in this summer, we would be far more and liberated far more. Sorry, it's some kind of 8 Luxembourgs. Because it's the scale of war. It's the scale of war and the scale of those requests and challenges that Europe has.
Okay. Let me ask a question to help understand the scale. I'm going to ask you to give an estimate. Inside the territories that are still occupied, okay, what percentage of the Ukrainians that live in those occupied territories, this is, I know, I'm asking to make an estimate, what percentage of them would you say are probably actually pro-Russian? In other words, can Ukrainian forces count on help as they continue to advance? Do the Russians have to worry about every single Ukrainian that's around them in the occupied, the so-called pro-Russian separatists? What percentage of population would you think is actually pro-Russian?
You see, to answer your question, we need to keep in mind that they are making genocide with different techniques. So they are making everything to force Ukrainians to leave, and they were making it starting 2014 from occupied territories to press, to kill, to make the deportation to Russian region. And so it's the proportions that, of Ukrainians which are still living there, it's artificially changed. And even I will make the example of our children. More than 600,000 children were deported from occupied territories starting 24th of February. Could you imagine those children, when their parents were killed, they are given some kind of Russian document and deported into very far from Russian region. So they will not remember that they are Ukrainian children. And answering the question of the percentage, mostly what we saw in Kharkiv region, which is eastern Ukraine, which was liberated, mostly all population, even which who remained on these territories, it's from neutral to positive. Okay. And may I say just one example? When there was the offensive operation, I worked with our special services. So, and just people, even when there were street fighting, they went with their flags. Right. To say and to welcome Ukrainian soldiers.
Thank you. You can see why the Russians do not have a chance. I wanted you to mention that about how many hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have been deported, especially children, but not only. So that when I hear people talk about negotiations and, you know, we got to hurry up and bring the fighting to a conclusion, we can never forget about this 1 million+ Ukrainians that have been kidnapped and deported. Minister, Estonia, you have zero margin for error in Estonia, given your geography. What can you share with allies and neighbors about how Estonia has developed a rapid mobilization program? Why that's necessary, obviously, but also societal resilience. What is Estonia doing to make sure that the population is prepared?
Well, good morning, General. Thank you for this question. So, pity that I don't have the same time as Minister Blaszczak had. So, probably I have to stick in a couple of minutes. But nevertheless, I try to bring out the focus or the key points. So, first of all, yes, we did the SNAPEX. Just the second day or the next day when Russia declared the mobilization. But this was not linked to the mobilization what Russia did. So this was in our plans. I decided that before Putin's speech, so I am not looking at Putin's speech. So I'm doing my own decisions when we need to do it and when Estonia needs to do it. But nevertheless, what we have to understand that Estonian defense approach is a wide approach, which means that we try to engage all the people from the beginning. That we have the conscript service, and after the conscript service, people go to the reserve army. And what we do, that we do the SNAP exercises for the reservist. That is the first thing. That gives us the opportunity to say that many people are engaged to the defense policy and to defense approach from the very beginning, and they know what they have to do, and there are tens of thousands of people who know exactly what to do when there is a need for that. We will increase also our territorial defense by doubling it, and we will increase the level of our capabilities. But what I wanted to say here, and what is very important regarding that SNAPEX, the main focus of that was to test the government, how quickly we can make a decision, and to test the army, because I didn't let the army know that we will do that SNAPEX. And this is very important, that we don't have the pre-warning time anymore, because we have a very good collective intelligence in NATO, what is for sure, but the only thing we are lacking, or where the challenge is, that we don't see yet to Putin's head. So we cannot, and what we see from the last months and also from last week regarding the Nord Stream attack, that we will see probably more and more asymmetrical attacks to our infrastructure, to our different facilities, different cyber attacks, and we have to be prepared, and we don't have pre-warning, what is very important. And now for NATO and for our allies also, what is very important, that how quickly we can react, because around or behind the NATO's table, we have 30 countries at the moment, 32 in a very short time, and we all have in one moment elections. So we have to worry also from the political point of view, but Putin doesn't have to worry because he doesn't have elections. So he has no worries about re-election. We have. And that is my question to all of us, that how quickly we can make decisions when there is a need for that on the political level, and then also on practical level, that how quickly we can move the forces to different spots of eastern flank when there is a need for that. And this is exactly why we made this SNAPEX, to understand inside of Estonia how quickly we can make decisions on the political level, how quickly we can form our units in the military, and how quickly we can be on the battlefield. And we were measuring those minutes and hours very carefully.
I love this. I love the spirit there. The idea of doing exercises that are not scripted out, where the outcome is already known, and instead, obviously, there would have been multiple opportunities for failure or mistakes to do what you did. But I think that's how do you have to train to that point of failure.
Well, but this is exactly why we exercise, yes. So and at the moment, what we see, that Ukrainians didn't have much time for exercise. They need to start battling from day one. So yes, we had some indications that there could be a war, there could be an assault, but 24th of February, by the way, is Estonian Independence Day. So I woke up on 24th of February, opening the radio and understanding that we have a war in Europe. Without, like, okay, even when we had some pre-warning, but still, many people in Europe didn't believe that it will happen. So, and that means that we have to be ready. We have to rethink also our understanding of the pre-warning and of that the different asymmetrical attacks are still possible, as we saw from the Nord Stream attack or Nord Stream explosions. So this is the change of the mindset also in most of the Western countries.
Great. Okay, we've got 11.5 minutes, and I do want to take 2 or 3 questions from the audience. So this will be one last round through us quickly, so that if people in the audience have questions, we'll do that. Minister, you know, NATO has the concept of enabling SACEUR's area of responsibility. It's an all-encompassing thing about mobility, air defense, ammunition, logistics, all of those kind of things. How can Luxembourg contribute to enabling SACEUR's AOR?
You know, we have a small army because we are a small country, but we invest a lot in logistics. We invest a lot in cyber defense. We invest a lot in space. We are small on Earth, but big in space. We have satellite programs only for defense. And so we are trying to help with the possibilities that we have to really give NATO and our allies, and even Ukraine, the possibilities to really have a large overview. And I think that we are coming now in crucial months, because what is the Kremlin hoping? He's hoping that during winter, the solidarity in Europe will break down, and because the population, he tries that the population in Europe should also suffer because of the energy crisis. And what is important now is that the solidarity that we have inside of NATO, inside of Europe, that we keep this solidarity together. And I see really big chances that it will stay. Because if I look at the programs that had been put in place to help also the population in Europe to overcome this winter and to still give aid to the Ukraine and the acceptance that we have in Europe for this, I'm very hopeful that we can succeed. And NATO and the discussion inside of NATO should always be focused on to keep this solidarity together. We will have a meeting of the defense ministers of NATO in 2 weeks in Brussels. We will also have Minister of Defense of Ukraine with us in Brussels, I hope so. And I think that what also the US did by bringing together all this Ramstein process to really coordinating what the different member states in Europe can do was very important. So in 2 weeks in Brussels, it will be an important meeting, and that will really keep us on track to overcome this winter. And I'm sure that the next months will be crucial, and especially also regarding the bravest combats that the Ukrainian army is fighting actually now in Ukraine.
Thanks, sir. So, Ms. Bazula, shortly, what can Ukraine do to help convince those members of the alliance that are not yet committed to saying, yes, Ukraine should be in NATO? What is something that Ukraine can do to make it more appealing or acceptable for all 30 members of the alliance to say, yes, we will be better with Ukraine in NATO?
Now we are doing all our best. We are the shield of Europe. So it's about world and Europe to make decision against the moment of truth. We will not be some kind of more kindable to ask for support for the overall world order, because now we are the shield of world order. So we need help of every country, because this help is the future of this country, and you see this. And it's more and more obvious, and I just hope that all that approaches and mindsets of calm down aggressor will be eliminated totally.
Okay. Thank you. Minister, Finland, your neighbor, will become an ally here very quickly, we hope, expect. What's your advice to your Finnish counterpart as they begin to assimilate officially into NATO? What advice would you give them?
Solutions where gas turbines can be co-fired with green hydrogen if available at the right scale and the right economy. Third, and the most finally, is that we also see a great potential in managing the demand side. And I think Minister Rina talked about this, was her example about the price sensitivity of gas, especially when we look at industrial customers or energy-intensive customers. Just recently, in the G20 in Bali, we launched the Alliance for Industry Decarbonization, together with the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA. We have seen a lot of interest and growing number of partners that are going to implement voluntary decarbonization solutions for their industrial processes. And it's here worth to note that the second largest emitter of global CO2 emission is industry. We are already supporting industries in Central and Eastern Europe by optimizing their energy consumption, by electrifying their heat requirements, and by also introducing green hydrogen into their processes. And we are prepared, of course, to do more to strengthen their economic competitiveness. Finally, I want to say that Russia's war in Ukraine has most devastating consequences, of course, for the people of Ukraine. But it's also true that, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, we have to deal with these consequences and implications. Our challenge is to ensure the economic stability on one hand side and social cohesion on the other hand side, while dealing with this two-sided coin of energy security and climate policy in the same time. We at Siemens Energy are here to support you with our technology, with our capabilities, but most importantly, with the passion and commitment of our people to the security and prosperity of Europe. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karim. Thank you for these remarks. And right now, let me deepen into this dilemma that we have in the second panel, Europe's green future, security and climate perspective. So in the long run, going out of hydrocarbons, in the short run, doing everything possible in order to supply them in sufficient quantities. So a little bit like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, we are going to face a very exciting panel, and I would like to ask the moderator of this panel to introduce it, Brigham McCown from Hague Center for Strategic Studies. The floor is yours, Brigham.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm Brigham McCown. I'll be your moderator for today's panel. We've had a slight change in the lineup. Ms. Jorgensen from the EU Commission is not able to join us today. But we have a very capable fill-in who I will introduce momentarily. And then Prime Minister Bausch is running a couple minutes late, running from stage to stage. So he will be joining us here in just a moment. First, I'd like to introduce Tom Mindendorp, is the chair of the International Military Council on Climate and Security. Previously, he served as the Netherlands defense chief, 38 years in the military, and where he was the most, in his post, was the most senior advisor to the Minister of Defense. He's led operational and multinational units across the globe, including Afghanistan. General, welcome. Thank you. On the opposite end, we have Christian Zinglerson, who is the second director of the European Union Agency for the Cooperation of Energy Regulators. Since 2020, I believe, Christian. Yes, and before joining ACER, you were the first head of the Global Clean Energy Ministerial Secretariat hosted at the IEA. Thank you and welcome. Since the Deputy Prime Minister is not with us, I'm going to go ahead and introduce him in absentia, and then we will pick up with the panel. Francois Bausch currently serves as Luxembourg's Deputy Prime Minister, as well as the Minister of Defense. A member of the Green Party, Minister Bausch was first elected to Parliament in '89 and then joined the government in 2013 as the Minister of Sustainable Development and Infrastructure. Following the elections in 2018, he was named Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, and he also kept several of his other portfolios until rather recently. Gentlemen, pending his arrival, let me just mention to the audience, given the topic of Europe's green future, climate security and perspective, we thought it would be interesting to start with a broad sketch of geopolitical trends and developments, and then zoom in on specific opportunities that the energy transition offers, as well as the enormous challenges that we face during this transition. From there, I'll direct questions to the panel exploring various aspects of the energy transition. We'll go ahead and start with a question for each of you. What do you see as the most pressing and important geopolitical trends brought about by Russia's invasion of Ukraine? Tom, let me start with you.
If I look at the coming decades and what the defining trends are, I would like to mention 4 of them. First is the increasing scarcity of resources, which gives more competition over access to resources. And it's related to the second one, which is the booming demand for it. The world population is doubling in size this century. So there is an increasing gap between demand and supply globally. And the challenge of this century is how can we breach that gap? This gap is being influenced by a third trend, which is climate change. And climate change kind of aggravates the problem. It diminishes the capability of the Earth to provide resources. It reduces living spaces on Earth. So it makes it harder to bridge that gap. And a fourth defining trend related to Ukraine is that we are kind of moving from a world that was globalizing with a lot of economic dependencies towards a world that is more polarizing, which gives more friction. And these 4 trends together, they kind of shape the world ahead of us.
Thank you. And Christian, what do you see as the most pressing geopolitical trends?
I would find a lot of agreement with what you just said. If I were to have a few headlines myself, hi, welcome. I would say there is certainly a need for diversification as a way to protect your interests. I had the pleasure of visiting the Baltic republics last week, and I recall one interesting chart which showed gas prices in Lithuania before and after the arrival of the Klaipėda floating LNG terminal back in, I think, 2014, 2015, something like that. And at that time, you had Gazprom setting the price as the only deliverer of gas in Lithuania, and lo and behold, the gas price was pretty high because they had no other alternatives. And then they got the LNG terminal, and irrespective of the actual flow from that terminal, Gazprom lowered the price. So that was this textbook example of how to deal with a monopolist, as it were. Now, of course, much more than that in current times. But I think it speaks to the need to diversify so that you can protect your interests, but also to some extent protect exorbitant price pressures, as it were. So I think that would be one. I would definitely agree with decarbonization, as you were also mentioning. Decarbonization will be a key driver for a vast transformation, and that transformation will, of course, have winners and losers. And then finally, maybe I would also point to, I don't know if it's a trend, but I definitely think it's a need to be relatively realistic and pragmatic about the trajectory up ahead, because I think this current situation shows how very sudden and unexpected shifts can create huge pressures, not only in the system, for the broader economy. So having a realistic, pragmatic approach to necessary decisions up ahead and monitoring progress towards the targets made, I think is, if not a trend, then certainly good advice we can heed from the current situation.
Thank you. And Deputy Prime Minister, thank you so much for joining us this morning. And you were introduced in absentia, but we are on our very first question, and we understand, I explained that you were running from stage to stage. We were talking about, what do you see as the most pressing and important geopolitical trends facing the EU right now and your country?
The biggest threat is coming from the energy crisis, because if you look at what is happening today in Ukraine, the background of this conflict is somehow also the energy dependence, our dependence on fossil fuels. Because otherwise Putin would not have been this pressure and these possibilities to influence, for example, Europe, without Europe being so dependent, for example, from gas, which is a fossil fuel. So the Ukraine crisis in some way demonstrated us how dependent we are from these fossil fuels, and also how critical the situation is for security for the security situation in the world. And there you find also then a direct link to the climate issue, because energy crisis and the energy that we are using is the basis of climate change that we are producing after. So I think we must really at least learn now the lesson that we have to decarbonize the world, that we have to get rid of these fossil fuels and not being so dependent anymore. If you are looking what is happening now in Europe, many countries trying to get rid of Russian gas, for example, but they're replacing it by gas from countries where you can also ask you some questions. Are these countries the model countries that we should really sustain at the end? If you look at what is happening, or the shift where we will take our fossil fuels, it's again critical. So really, when I started my job as a Minister of Defense in 2018, and when for the first time inside of NATO, I put the question of climate change and security issues regarding to climate change on the table, many people, even my diplomats, looked at me and said, yeah, what is he talking about? Is that really an issue? And now I'm happy that inside of NATO, inside of Europe, that has become one of the first issues that we have to consider if you're looking out on our security in Europe and in the world in general. So really, I think the energy crisis in which we are living now, and the Ukraine war, it's only the peak of the iceberg. It's really what demonstrates is where we have to change our system, where we have to change and invest also in the next years.
And I love that. And keeping with that topic, Tom, let me come back to you for a second. How do you think these events have changed policy thinking, or how should they change policy thinking? Maybe the better question.
Yeah, that's a bit the hard part, right? We are facing global problems, and global problems demand global answers. And in a polarizing world, it's harder to give those answers. But also on a national level, we see that these topics are very politicized. If you look at climate change, it's kind of a left-wing Green Party topic in many countries. Luckily, in an increasing number of countries, it's becoming a more broader political topic. And I think when we want to address this, when we all recognize this as a game changer for the future, we need to depoliticize this. We need to get this out of the political realms and the political dogfights in a country and make this a more common topic. Like our security is a common topic, climate change is also a common topic. And that would make us, would give us an enormous step forward.
Christian, let me pass the baton down to you. Do you agree, or what have we missed so far? Anything else we should be adding?
Thanks. I think there are a lot of lessons to be learned from the current situation that Europe finds itself in. I would agree with the depoliticizing point that you just made. I would argue that goes both ways, though. So I think one lesson arguably is for policymakers around Europe that if you are very supply-side restrictive in your approach without tackling, shall we say, those main demand drivers of that which you wish to restrict, you either need to get alternative supplies in time or you will face a supply crunch. That will have high price impact and it will have inflationary impacts as well. So put in more plain language perhaps, I think there is a need for less ideological and more pragmatic approaches to policy. And if I can call one out there, I think this keep it in the ground movement is not the right way to go, because if you're restricting supply without restricting demand or making other alternative supplies available, you'll create price spikes inevitably. So I think sort of a more balanced approach, keeping the ambitious targets, absolutely, but then a balanced approach and monitor progress towards those targets. I think that is one lesson we can take from the current situation.
Let me follow up on that for just a second with you. So advocates of a quicker transition will say if you don't set the aggressive targets you've mentioned, it won't happen, right? So sometimes the targets are set where current technology may not be able to meet them, but the thought has always been that the technology will continue to be developed and that these goals will be met. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it reminds me of the bon mot in commodity economics, whereby the best cure for high prices is high prices, as they say. And some will probably take offense currently with that. But no, I agree, absolutely. The targets are there to serve a high purpose and they must be kept, absolutely. I think it's more the approach on how to reach them and making sure that we are not just on track in meeting the targets, but that we have alternatives in time for that which we need to get more out of. I think that's the key. And if we look at the current situation, I think it's quite revealing in some ways. So obviously there will need to be done a quite significant demand reduction of that which is causing the high prices and alternative supplies coming online, because you have a fundamental mismatch of supply and demand, not just in gas, but also in electricity across Europe. So what is the best price signal ever for demand reductions? It's actually right now. What's the best price signal ever for the new supply sources to come online actually right now because of the high prices? And yet we're not seeing progress made fast enough, which would suggest that there are other barriers. And that's the ones: institutional, behavioral, grid access, permitting, and those types of things. So that's what I think we need to double down on in the very near term.
Okay, Minister?
Yeah, I completely agree what you said, that we have to become less ideological, but more look at the practice. But if you look at the market, for example, in the energy sector, the question is, should you only look at the demand or also more focus on the offer that you have? And if you look at the offer, you can see today that many technologies that we have today, that they are existing already for decades. If you look at, for example, the technology to the power to liquid technology, which will play a major role, especially also in the defense sector in the future, creating sustainable aviation fuels, for example, SAFs via hydrogen. That's a technology that exists already for 20, 30 years, in fact, to make this transformation. But the question was always, and that was ideological, not really pushing this technology and really creating an offer for these SAFs, for example. And there I think the research, the defense sector always in the past played a major role by innovating. And I think at the moment the defense sector, for example, in the energy sector can be again the innovator. If you look at the biggest demand in sustainable aviation fuels, we will produce them we have to produce them for the defense sector. And if the defense sector produces them and will push these technologies by public money, mainly by public money, then at the end of the day you create also a market and you create also a spillover effect for the civil sector in the society. So I think in the energy fields, all the technologies, the alternative technologies are there. We have only to implement them. And that's really, I completely agree, we must be technology open, not be closed against any technology, but really push on the alternatives because they are there for a long time already.
Tom?
I agree with that. But if you look at how to make it happen, I think it's a multiple-way street. It's bottom-up by building new business cases that make it profitable for businesses to invest in this. But it's also top-down by enforcing new regulations and policies that really drive the change. And it's inside-out. It's also a more intrinsic value of companies, of institutions like defense, that they are part of the solution. And they need to be part of the solution. And if I look at my own environment, which is the defense environment, I think they can play a lot of roles in dealing with this. As the minister rightly said, they can be a platform for many innovations. The whole internet, GPS, all these innovations came from the defense sector. Now, why not embrace green technologies? And why not be a driver of change for green technologies within the military? I think they can make that happen and can be a very good help in enabling that change. It's all dual-use technology, so you can use it any way you want. But it does require cooperation with companies that you mentioned. It does require also defense organizations to open the doors for these kind of cooperations. And not all defense cooperation organizations are very good in that.
You know, and if I may follow up with you on this theme, as we were talking backstage, you've recently written a book, Climate General. You're known as the Climate General. And in your role in the military, cooperation amongst allied countries is very important. How do you see this going then for cooperation, whether it's on technology or whether it's in securing the resources that are necessary? Will it be cooperation or competition?
Yeah, well, first of all, the book is only written in Dutch. So if you know a good English publisher, please let him come to me. And in that book, I explain how this nexus between climate change and security, how that unfolds, built on all kinds of practical cases. And I think cooperation is a key, but it's very hard to achieve in a polarizing world. So we see increasing cooperation, for instance, in the EU and in NATO, and also the Ukraine crisis kind of stimulates that cooperation. It brings more cohesion. It drives the energy transition, as mentioned before. So those are impulses that we can use towards more cooperation. But between these power blocks, like China, Russia, and the West, cooperation is becoming harder now that we are polarizing. So also there are grounds for friction, but there are also grounds where we need to find common grounds for solutions. If you want to deal with climate change, it's a global issue. You need these countries on the table as well. And that's kind of the struggle that I'm looking at. And I think the military can be a bridging party in there. I lead a global network of security experts, senior experts from more than 40 countries all over the world. Not all Western countries, they come from all kinds of continents in the world. But they all recognize that climate change is a common ground where we can join forces. And I think that's the way to go.
Well, in keeping with that theme, then, what are the prospects for climate security beyond Europe's borders, especially in the developing world? Who'd like to take that one first? Minister?
Yeah, we have, you know, Luxembourg has put a large focus on the Sahel zone in the last years, not only from the security point of view, but also for development. So we invested a lot in this zone. And if you look at the conflicts at the moment in the Sahel zone, what is it? It's mainly, a very high growth of the population. You have countries that they had 5 times more population today than they had 20 years ago, so it's really growth of the population. But on the other hand, it's mainly access to fertile land. And the Sahel zone is a zone which is hard hit by climate change because the drought and the access to fertile land it's more difficult today than it was 20 years ago. And the main basis of the conflict is access to fertile land. So if you want to look at how to improve and how to resolve this conflict, you must really try to look at it from a point of view also of climate and security, because the question is, how can you keep this fertile land, and how can everybody that lives in this zone have access to this fertile land? So only by military and by training, for example, the Malaysian soldiers, you will not resolve the conflict, because that's not what makes the conflict. What is making the conflict is access to land.
Okay. Christian, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't think our credibility on the world stage right now is sky high in terms of this energy climate nexus. I think there are some developing countries who are looking at Europe, posing themselves the questions, A, you put yourselves in a situation of severe vulnerability. B, you're mitigating it via sucking up all flexible LNG cargoes on the planet. So it's gas for you, but not for us, at least not at any affordable prices. And so I think there is, a bit of a need perhaps to draw some lessons from the current situation and translate that into something which can, shall we say, remotely accommodate what some of the developing countries face in terms of their challenges. So that's just where we are. We are trying to deal with the card that we have, given past decisions. But certainly, I think we need to accommodate the need for some developing countries for, you know, how are we looking at our near-term needs and how are we supplying them? How are we looking at a credible, pragmatic green transition pathway going forward? And what are the lessons we are drawing so that we can also share them with some developing countries? Because I don't think they're super impressed currently by how we're doing things.
If I may, I think a large part of the solution is about innovation. This gap between demand and supply, we can all fight about the scarce resources, and we can have a lot of competition to secure access, but that doesn't solve the problem. We have to solve the problem in a different way, and that's by changing our production, the way we consume, etc., by moving towards more circularity, which is an innovation question. And the West can drive that innovation and can bring those innovation practices to these developing countries. If you look at Africa, they kind of skipped the whole telephone era. They moved right into the smartphone era, and now the whole country is driving on smartphones. So we can do that on energy as well and on other areas as well, help them to make that jump towards the future and make them more resilient against these kind of changes. But it does require also all our companies to focus innovation on how to achieve circularity, because then we can reduce our dependence upon all these resources.
Speaking of developing countries and the need for materials, rare earth materials, critical minerals, most of them not found here. Do we run the risk of changing from one form of dependency into another form of dependency? China is responsible for production of a lot of the materials that go into renewables. How do we address that challenge?
Well, I think that's what I just mentioned is also about these kind of materials. So if we really focus innovation like we are doing now on the energy transition, in energy transition we are now producing energy in a way that we don't need to deploy or to exploit resources from the ground, from the earth. Indirectly we do still. But we don't need fossil fuels anymore. We can produce our own energy, which kind of decreases the problem. But we have to do that on other areas as well. If we can focus innovation on developing materials that we can reuse, then we don't need to exploit these scarce resources as much as we do now.
Is that something that's, what's your time horizon on that for?
That's longer scale innovation.
Yeah.
That's long-term innovation.
Okay.
So for the short term, of course, energy transition, we have certain technologies existing, but we see an enormous acceleration on this area because we are now focusing innovation on it. And if we focus that innovation also on these scarce minerals, on how to find alternatives for them or how to reuse them, I'm certainly this will start moving as well.
Okay, Minister.
Yeah, I'm completely agree that research and trying to develop alternative materials is very important. And there again, the defense sector can play a big part on it. We, in our defense in Luxembourg, we spend 2% of our defense budget is going to in research. And we launched now calls to find the private-public partnership with the defense ministry to really do research on materials, on alternative materials. So that's again a good example where we can see that in the defense sector especially you can do a lot of things. But the second point is also, it's not only materials, it's also production. Isn't it crazy that Europe invented the solar panels, but they are produced now in China? Why are they produced in China? Because many companies of Europe, they went to China because they thought that it would be much more interesting from a point of view also of salaries of people that are working in these fabrics, etc. So we must bring back certain industries also to Europe. Solar panels is one example. Another example is batteries. The European Commission decided now to build up 2 or 3 battery plants in Europe. Today we are completely depending in the electromobility sector from batteries from China. So again, the next dependence on an economic basis. So it's not only a question about materials, but also trying to build up this industry inside of Europe. If you look at what happened during the pandemic, we were dependent mostly from medicine materials from China because we have no more industry in Europe of this. And that's all what we have to rethink. But like I said, for research and development, the defense sector can be really a first mover to go in the direction of new materials.
And Christian, I'm interested in your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on this. The interesting thing about rare earths is that they're actually unusually non-rare. They're quite abundant, but the extraction costs vary, but processing capacity is very highly concentrated, particularly in China. So it's maybe the processing part which is something to be looked at. I would say that there are lessons to be learned from this country, which is hosting the forum here in the, shall we say, the traditional energy department, as it were. So a while ago, this country invested in LNG facilities on the Baltic coast and contracted Qatari-sourced gas, LNG. That came at a price premium, very significant price premium to Russian pipeline flows, and I call that sort of a security of supply premium paid, which this country chose to pay and some other countries chose not to pay. I would see something similar here. Security of supply premiums perhaps being more prevalent in the future in these critical industries. I think it speaks to this balancing act between efficiency and resilience, which Tom also spoke to in the beginning, and we'll probably tilt a bit more towards resilience at the small expense of efficiency. That's just how it goes. But I would caution very strongly against, shall we say, opting for self-sufficiency as opposed to greater autonomy. Greater autonomy can go hand in hand with increased trade as long as you have multiple options and you're not heavily reliant on one dominant supplier. And I would take the solar PV case, I take your point about the industrialization aspects of it. But as I sometimes say, if you were to wake a random group of people up in the middle of the night and say, what is the main reason where they're less pessimistic about the energy transition being remotely affordable for the last 10, 15 years, what would that one example be? And I suspect many would see the very significant price decrease in solar PV. Not all, but some would. Okay, what's the main driver of that? In my humble opinion, it's the mass manufacturing capacity of Asia. Whether we like it or not, it's commoditizing an industry to the extent that you have costs which are 1/10 or less than they were 10, 15 years ago. So how can we, in an energy transition pathway, which will involve enormous investment, how can we afford not to rely on trade? Not haphazardly, not learning the lessons of vulnerability, diversification, etc. But let's not let go of that. Let's not equate autonomy with self-sufficiency. I think the price impacts for Europe would be very significant. I'm not saying you are saying it, but it's just sometimes the political debates, they don't distinguish that clearly between autonomy and self-sufficiency. I think self-sufficiency sounds very costly to me, to be very honest.
I don't want to abolish the world market. It's not a question of self-sufficiency in Europe. But if you look at what we did in the last decades, that has nothing to do with an autonomous industrial strategy of Europe. The whole European industry had been really we put it in China or in Asia. Now we have the problem that with the uprising of China as an economic power, the United States, inside of NATO, we have the biggest discussions beside of Russia we have it with China. But what would we do today? The Germans, for example, if today they would, they should have to do a boycott against China, for example, it would be completely impossible because 50% of their cars are not even sold in China, but are even produced in China. And that has nothing to do with self-sufficiency. That has something to do to look at how your industrial base is built up.
Gentlemen, as we start to head toward the end of the conference, a note to everyone in attendance. If you wish to ask a question, we're going to save the last 10 minutes. Please go ahead and go back to the back of the room where they have microphones. And as part of this, we really want to hear what's on your mind. In the interim, is there anything, though, that we're missing here that, you know, when you talk about the energy transition, we're talking about the availability of product, the reliability of product, and to some extent the affordability. Price has to come in, right? So is the answer technology, innovation, and what are the prospects in the short term, not necessarily the long term, but this winter and next winter? Are we going to have a tougher go?
I suspect yes. Unfortunately, I think it'll be a tough winter. A lot will depend, I guess, on how mild or cold it is, because that actually has quite significant implication for gas demand, and gas is the scarce resource this time round. But if we were to assume for next year that there will be limited or no Russian gas flows, either because of our decisions or their decisions, whatever the case may be, then we'll face a very tight market next year. There's not much new LNG supply coming online. We are already grabbing most of the flexible LNG available on the planet to the detriment of some developing country economies, actually. And we have unusually low Chinese demand for a number of different reasons. So if that were to increase, you'd have a very significant, shall we say, price competitor for very scarce supply. And let's face it, gas is stubbornly resilient, not because of diabolic decisions, but because of certain molecular attributes vis-a-vis our energy service needs. So it's not going to go away immediately. It can be supplemented by other things, and a lot of people are working hard at that. So I suspect next year will be very tough, and I think we need to dig in and get in emergency mode next year, the only silver lining being that we draw some lessons this year, and hopefully we can make good decisions next year with the benefit of experiences this year. That's my sober reflection.
Okay. General?
I agree, and I see countries and also companies now reassessing their whole risk management. So they're trying to diversify supply lines, to spread the risk over multiple strategic supply lines. We are building stocks again, so we are moving from just-in-time management towards just-in-case management, which is a wise decision. So we are reinventing stocks. I think we are also learning how important it is to protect these supply lines, to protect this access security through, for instance, defense efforts. So it's a combined effort, and it's another impulse to integrate our efforts more from defense, economy, etc., and not approach this in a stovepiped way.
Yeah, I completely agree with the analysis that have been done, because the energy transition, unfortunately, it takes time. So we waited too long to start the energy transition, but now we are in a complete chaotic situation with the war in Ukraine, with the stop of the delivery of Russian gas. And I'm also convinced that if this conflict will go over the next year, or continue the next year, then it will be very tough, not this winter, but next winter, because refilling the gas reservoirs next year will be much tougher than this year, because we now have no more gas at all. And the alternatives, for example, the liquid gas from Qatar, from where it comes, that will be an alternative, but only partly. That cannot replace completely, especially in a country like Germany, of what they need next year. So next year, if the war continues over the next whole year, next winter will be very tough, I think.
Do we have any questions from the back of the room? It's a little hard to see with the lights up here. Yes, we do. Yes, sir, go right ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Stephen London, Diplomacy Academy graduate, editor-in-chief, New York City Daily Post. Don't worry, I'm not here for media, just as myself. First, I'd like to say thank you for the insights on energy security. It's something that's not a topic of mine, but it's very fascinating. My question is, when we talk about meeting energy needs, what do you foresee as the better approach? Do we want to improve on current technology to meet those needs? Do we research new novel technologies, or is it some kind of combination of these to meet those current and future needs? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your question. Who would like to start with that one?
Yeah, I think a very pragmatic way of doing this is start with what we have. So we have existing technologies that we can use. And let's start with the low-hanging fruits and adopt these technologies into companies, but also in the, for instance, in my sector, the defense sector. For the longer term, especially on more high-powered equipment on ships and airplanes, etc. The technology is not yet available to make this transition. So here, it's very important that we focus innovation. And I'm always looking for the combinations. How can we create synergy? In the Netherlands, we are, for instance, creating a living lab surrounding aimed at building a fully self-supporting compound, village or however you call it, bringing together all kinds of companies, universities, tech centers to come to common solutions. And that's, I think, what is needed to really create that synergy, that innovative synergy that we all have, bring that together and find new solutions. So it's about using what we have, but developing what we don't have.
Minister?
Yeah, I think that the future of energy will not be replacing one form of energy, for example, fossil fuels by solar power, whatever, but it's also a question of being more energy efficient in general as a society. So the most low-hanging fruit is regarding how the society is functioning and making the society in its total more efficient. If you take an example, the transport sector, which today is the most important part regarding energy and climate change, for example. You must make the transport system more efficient than it is today. So, for example, being multimodal and trying to combine more every kinds of transport that you have, or how we build our houses. Most of the buildings could provide energy instead of consuming energies. So being more energy efficient is the best part of our future energy strategy. And then comes only the other alternative energies that you have really to implement. And there you have to be very technology open, it's clear, not being really focused only on one energy form, because in the future maybe we will invent energy forms that we even don't know anymore. But in general, on our planet, in our space, we have unlimited energy. We have to capture it. That's the most important thing. So the question is not being. We will never have a shortage. We should never have a shortage of energy. It's a question how we really capture the energy.
Christian?
Yeah, I'd also agree. Let's work with what we have and then innovate the new. If I were to point to two specific areas, the moonshot I see in the near term is how to take care of seasonal flexibility needs. We live in a part of the world where the seasonal swings are quite significant, and it's difficult currently to find cost-efficient solutions to tackle that. That's one of the reasons why gas is pervasive. It is eminently well placed to serve those seasonal flexibility needs, and we'll need to find something which is affordable, which can replace it, and currently we don't have it. The second innovation is less technology, and it's more political. I think there is broad agreement in Europe to get out of dependency on Russia. So far, so good. But that independence is probably going to be more affordable and efficient if we agree to become more interdependent. That's a great headline and anyone can sign up to it. But what it actually means is that we put ourselves in each other's hands, as it were, and we create new dependencies internally. We are in the EU, so we have governance and rules and sanctions. We can make it work better than some other places. But it still requires a lot of political investment, because basically, sometimes domestic politics go the other way, and as a gentleman sitting next to me will well know much better than me. So this sort of mutual reliance, while it sounds great, is actually a different way of saying, can we agree that some are more structural importers for the future, others are more structural exporters? Can we make that work over decades? That's actually not a given, to be honest, and I think where you will see the immediate test case in the next 4 or 5 months, I agree completely with the Estonian minister who was in the preceding panel. I completely agree with what she said, that she's an optimist about unity, but it also needs a bit of work. So we'll see. That's the political innovation up ahead, as I see it.
Okay. Any comments, or you?
No, I think when we look at energy transition, we should not just look at electrification, for instance. So we are moving towards a very hybrid system, which should make it possible to exchange forms of energy with each other, from electricity to hydrogen to maybe other forms of energy. And it will be a very decentralized system. So every citizen, every company is a producer of energy and is a consumer of energy. So this is not just a transition, this is a transformation of the whole energy system, becoming a system of systems and involving every citizen in the country. And how to make that work, that's the challenge that we are all looking at now. Also involving a lot of IT technology to regulate that, to finance that, and to do the costing flows of it. So that's the challenge that's now in our hands, and I see good living lab environments where this is being developed at this moment, where companies and tech institutions really know to find each other and are building more integrated new concepts of energy. And then you can produce it locally, and then you don't need to transport it all over the globe to find energy.
Okay, so you're talking about microgrids, you're talking about decentralized forms, and is there added resiliency to having a decentralized system then as well?
Yeah, because it makes you more independent. It doesn't solve the whole problem, but it can solve maybe 80% of the problem. So most of the villages and cities can be produce their own energy. It's just the high intensity industries and those areas, they need some extra help. And here you need, for instance, these big windmill parks in the oceans, etc., to produce energy. So it's a combination of the two of them, but to a large extent, we can become quite self-supporting.
Okay. I'm scanning the back of the room real quickly. Do we have, yes, we have a question. Sir, can you make your way over to the microphone at the back, right over there, and please tell us your name and who you're with.
Hello everyone, I'm Iverson from Hong Kong. I'm a columnist at the Estonian newspaper Postimees. So in the panel discussion, you mentioned quite a lot of times about China. To me, it is quite concerning and alarming when you talk about the approaches, between pragmatism and the ideology. So I think this is something the moderator already asked about the question of dependency. So now, China is a country where it is dominating in the renewable sector. And we know for a fact that China is a partner where there's no credibility in terms of cooperation, in other sectors, for example, human rights, the rule of law, and the case of Hong Kong in violating the international agreement in the technical issues like, trade, custom territories, and so on. And so let's take the pragmatic approach, in the case of China, let's say that at some point we have to work with China in terms of energy cooperation. So how can we make sure that taking a pragmatic approach can ensure our energy safety while not creating dependency with China? So I want the whole panel to clarify the position because this is so alarming. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to start?
Very short, because I think at the moment it's very difficult and complicated to see how China will evaluate in the next years, because nobody knows. If you look at how they manage at the moment their pandemic, and if you look at the political interior situation with the Congress will now taking place of the Communist Party in October, with President Xi, nobody knows will he have a third mandate, and then go back in a tradition that we all thought that would be not anymore present in China. Nobody knows at the moment where China will move in the next months. I think that to giving really a precise answer to this, we must wait until spring next year to see in which direction China really will evolve.
Okay. Tom?
Yeah, I think we also need to realize that dependency is a two-way street. We are not just dependent upon China, they are also dependent upon us. We are their market. So we can use that. And instead of just protecting and becoming more autonomous, we can also use that dependency towards China to make them move in the right direction. And China is different from Russia. China really needs stability in the world around them because they have their economies is completely intertwined with Africa, with Europe, with Americas. So they depend upon these relations. And that makes them vulnerable as well. So we can use that in making that change that we would like to see.
Okay, and that's despite their Belt and Road, China Silk Road initiative, the decoupling. They're still largely dependent upon the West for their goods and services.
Yeah, of course, their income comes from the markets they have. Their resources also come to a large extent from African countries, American countries, and they want to secure that. So they depend upon those kind of strategic supply lines as well.
Okay. Christian, last word is yours.
Yeah, I think we all care about decarbonization, and we have very ambitious targets in Europe for decarbonization. I would argue that the most important decisions for where the world goes in terms of global decarbonization are made in China and subsequently in India, perhaps also Indonesia and a few other emerging markets around the world. So for that reason alone, I see no other path than some sort of engagement and collaboration if we care about global decarbonization as opposed to regional one. Secondly, I would say, as we said before, I don't know if it was the call for pragmatism which got you a bit worried as the questioner, but I think we would need to avoid levels of reliance which make us strategically vulnerable. Arguably, some countries' reliance on Russian pipeline gas, perhaps also other enemy commodities, became a strategic vulnerability, not just for them, but also because of their economic size for the entire continent. And that we need to avoid with China. Are we currently in a situation where we can rule out vulnerability vis-a-vis China? Certainly not. In some areas we are. So that we need to rectify, but certainly not throwing the full trade and relationship baby out with the bathwater. That I would find unfortunate for the global goals we're pursuing.
Okay. Well, that will do it for our panel. I'd like to thank the audience for attending, and Deputy Prime Minister, thank you so much for your time today. General, it's a pleasure. Mr. Director, thank you very much. And we stand adjourned.
Join me in welcoming to the stage Ms. Hadley Gamble, anchor and senior international correspondent, CNBC, and her guests for their panel on energetically insecure Europe, oil and gas trap.
Good early afternoon, everybody. If you want to just take your seats, we'll get started with our next panel. We're going to be talking about energy insecurity in Europe. It's a topic that I've been covering now for the last year or so. I was the last Western journalist to interview Vladimir Putin. That was last October during Russia Energy Week. And I'll be headed back to Russia next week, hopefully to press a little harder this time on those main topics. My name is Hadley Gamble. I am CNBC's senior international correspondent covering energy markets and geopolitics, as well as their anchor in the Middle East. And I'm very pleased to welcome our panelists here today. I just want to get a sense from you each how you see this playing out, because there are real questions at this point about whether we are going to see a fracture in NATO allies' unity as a direct result of energy insecurity.
Good afternoon, or good morning, actually, everyone. And yeah, it's a good question, and I think it's a question that is critical not just for the future of Europe and NATO from the perspective of the next winter, but actually we are looking at long-term perspective, whether Europe and NATO allies can stand united against the threat that is coming and is happening when it comes to Russia using its energy as the weapon against democratic world. So I think there is no other way for Europe and NATO to survive but stay united and show the example of unity and make sure that it's not just about surviving but about thriving together.
Alexander.
Well, I believe that actually what we've seen is a display of unity inside the alliance, not via the instruments of the alliance, but when Russia weaponized gas against Germany and other Central European nations, what we've seen is Norway, the Netherlands, and the United States actually, coming to the help of these countries. We in Germany now get most of our gas from Norway. The Dutch have been great in providing more gas, and LNG imports from the United States have grown significantly. So I wouldn't think of this as a fractious issue, but an issue that needs management, obviously, so that it doesn't turn into a fractious issue. But for now, I am quite satisfied at the level of solidarity inside the alliance.
Yeah, I think Europe has shown actually a remarkable unity and solidarity with Ukraine and with each other, like European countries. And I think that's a really good sign for the future. Although I must say that I am a bit worried because of the energy crisis unfolding and putting so much stress on households, on industries in Europe, and winter is only, starting to come, so we don't know yet what will happen. But so that's probably something to be cautious about, and we truly need to be resolved, like not really waiting for things to happen, but having predictable strategies and saying, yes, whatever it takes, we will stand united.
It's been interesting to watch various leaders' approach to this because some of them have explained their energy policies to their various citizens by saying, we're on a war footing at this point with Russia, and others have been a bit more nuanced about it. Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, recently coming out with this 200 billion euro package. Now, this is something that has proved, as you say, fractious at this point because we have a lot of pushback. I'm hearing it from Hungary, Lithuania, Italy, Mario Draghi even weighing in and saying this is not necessarily the best approach. Walk us through that, Alexander.
Well, I believe the 200 billion euro package is supposed to send a very strong signal that Putin's weaponization of energy is not going to work in Europe's largest economy. The government has been very resolute about answering it. It's actually been termed, the 200 billion euro, as a defense shield against the weaponization of energy. And I think the fractiousness comes when you read what Thierry Breton and Paolo Gentiloni wrote in the Frankfurter Allgemeine this morning, comes from a certain apprehension, of the fact that Germany is actually capable of drawing on capital markets for 200 billion euros, while other countries with higher debt levels are not. And I think that's an EU issue, a single market issue that affects sort of the level of competitiveness inside the union and the issue of the level playing field. And as we speak, the ECOFIN is meeting, And I'm sure they're going to have a very intense discussion about this. But I believe what one should also keep in mind is that much of what comes into Germany serves to help households, SMEs, smaller companies, but it also helps to provide our Speicher, our storage facilities that other European nations can draw on. And so therefore, I think the jury is still out on whether it's going to be a fractious move or one that will actually enhance Europe's energy security.
Are we in danger of leaving other European nations with smaller budgets behind?
No, the issue is not whether you have a smaller budget or not. The issue is how high your debt level is. If you are already head over heels in debt, you have a problem drawing on capital markets for additional funds. And I think that's the issue. And this is, I think, the issue that's being discussed right now in, I think it's Luxembourg or Brussels. And when you read Breton and Gentiloni very closely, what you read is an appeal for a European mechanism, a European solidarity mechanism, which is fine by me personally. But of course, the suggestion is to do it via mutualization of debt. And the mutualization of debt is something that we've done in SURE, but which has been considered very exceptional, extremely exceptional. Next Generation also a portion. And so I don't see a willingness in the German government or other governments to go down that road in the energy situation.
Monica, I'd like you to weigh on this one, because obviously Poland is in a different dynamic. They are trying desperately to wean themselves off of coal and move into new energies, into cleaner forms of energy, but at the same point, ensure that you don't have energy insecurity. Where are you today?
Well, I probably wouldn't frame it as desperately trying, because this has not been a fully consensual issue among Polish politicians, getting off coal, especially now that, in fact, coal, the domestic coal that goes to power plants does provide energy security and does provide actually for the fact that Poland has lower power prices than the rest of Europe currently. So the picture is now more mixed, but I think going forward, I think there is a big understanding that to build resilience against any future shocks, we need to do two things. Invest heavily in energy efficiency and in renewable energy. And these two things, they will not help for the coming winter, maybe not even for the next winter, because there is a longer lead time to some of the investments, but this is the only two things that we can do, that we will be more resilient against any future crisis. And actually there are very good signs in Poland this year and last year. Heat pumps were growing at the fastest rate among all European countries in Poland. Photovoltaic, PV, rooftop solar has been growing very fast over the last 2 years. So there are very positive signs. Offshore wind will come along in just a few years. So I think, within a matter of 8 to 10 years, we'll see more than 50% of power coming from renewable energy sources in Poland, which is a very good way forward. And if we can tackle the issue of having firm capacities still there, instead of the coal capacities, which is not that obvious, what should replace them with, because normally we were saying gas is the transitional fuel away from coal. Well, now it's kind of tricky to treat gas as transitional fuel. What I'm saying always, let's treat gas as transitional capacities, because we will have some gas plants, but they will not be running all the time. They will be using less gas because they will be just for balancing the peaks.
You were mentioning the prospect of a long, cold winter. We've seen the weather reports, at least so far. God forbid that is the case, but where is Poland in that mix in terms of your situation? Because at this point, I understand that the government is looking to tax the windfall profits on energy companies to make up for that deficit for folks at home. But at the same point, you could run into serious problems.
Well, again, so the issue of power prices is not as acute in Poland as elsewhere. That's the first point. Of course, it's still very, very worrying, and any government would have a really big problem allowing these costs to be passed on to the households and industries. So windfall profit tax is one of the ways to deal with that, of course, and it will be used. I'm sure of that, and that's understandable and sensible in the situation that we are in. The second point would be again, government debt or raising other taxes. There's no other possibility. We have really very few instruments available to us. The good thing is that Polish economy has been growing very fast, and the recovery, post-COVID recovery, was also one of the, if not the biggest or the strongest in Europe. So there is, there is some leeway in public finances, in the general economy, that allows this shock to be absorbed, hopefully, if it does not go on and on for 5 years.
Victoria, speaking of shocks being absorbed, when you look at the energy mix in Ukraine today, one of the things that I've spoken to with the CEO of Naftogaz, for example, as well as the CEO of DTEC, is the move beyond gas to nuclear, for example. There's been an ability in Ukraine over the last several years to really lean into that. Do you see that as continuing?
Well, the discussion on the energy mix, the perfect energy mix for Ukraine and for specific countries in Europe in general, I think it is a discussion that we need to have right now and have strategies to implement our visions. And it should be our common vision, because we see ourselves to be part of European Union, and we can start, and we have already started to be part of the energy system of European Union ENTSO-E already prior to the full-scale invasion. It was one of the first major steps. And we see ourselves to be one of the key players in European energy market, having, for example, quite substantial capacity of our nuclear power plants, although with them, as you're all aware, we right now have, with the specific ones, quite a challenge, which is not just a challenge for Ukraine, by the way. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant situation, the terrorist occupation of Russian Federation of this particular plant, first in history of humankind, which is completely outrageous. But coming back to your question, nuclear having a great, actually, not just the capacity, the human power, the technologies, they already built a relationship with our Western allies. For example, we were on the way to completely switch from using Russian nuclear fuel to the American from Westinghouse. It's one of the examples of our cooperation. Also, small modular reactors is also on our pipeline as part of the vision for Ukraine. But we also need to remember that having one of the biggest gas transportation pipelines that is still used for transit of Russian gas to Europe, it can be, and we hope it will be, one of the key assets for nitrogen, for green nitrogen, and our storage capacities could be used for that purpose as well. And this is when we have discussions with our colleagues from Germany. I think this is where we share our common vision that this is the way to go forward. So indeed, to sum up to your question, nuclear is the future. Peaceful nuclear, secured nuclear, because we haven't even touched on that issue yet. And I believe that the whole world should start thinking how to protect nuclear power stations from any attempts of being attacked or used by terrorists, like Russia in our case, or any other terrorists. So nuclear is the
invasion of Ukraine essentially shown you that you can't protect them?
The situation in Ukraine is the situation of full-scale war against our country. And indeed, it shows that the measures of protection that we had and were the ones that met all the regulatory requirements, not just set up by Ukraine, but by international institutions, including IAEA, International Atomic Agency. They are not enough. And by the way, let's not forget, when it comes to Atomic Agency, they don't have an instruction what to do in case if nuclear power station is attacked by terrorists. What to do, whether there should be like a common task force formed at the UN level or any other level to act not as a mean to release the nuclear power station from the terrorists capturing it, but actually moving forward beforehand to protect the nuclear power plant, to protect the area around it? What sort of other measures should be installed around nuclear power plants in order not to be a target of shelling? And this is what is happening right now on Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and not just that one, but
What
the
is
other
the
one too.
response then to those who would say, and sorry to interrupt you, but what is the response to those who would say in the EU and beyond that these are essentially insurmountable problems at the end of the day? I mean, you're never going to be able to foolproof a nuclear plant, so why invest in them?
I don't buy it, I'm sorry, but I think protecting critical infrastructure, and critical infrastructure has become a mean of attack by Russia, and Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2, for example, is one of the examples. And the cyber attacks, by the way, we should remember about them, that Russia used against power generating plants in Ukraine in the past and in some other countries. It's just, it's a chain of examples that actually have to make the politicians and people responsible for making decisions about the security of energy infrastructure really come together and come up with a comprehensive plan how to secure our infrastructure, energy infrastructure, critical infrastructure, because we are all at risk. That's most important.
Alexander, weigh in on this in the sense that never more so, perhaps certainly in the 20th century, but in the 21st century, have we ever seen a situation where energy security literally equals national security? And Germany's heard that and learned that the hard way.
Well, absolutely. I mean, in Germany has pursued and I'm putting this nicely, naive energy policy over the last 20 years. Victoria and I just spoke about it. I mean, the idea of using Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 were increasing our dependence on Russia for many years, for 15, 20 years, even after 2014. Even after the annexation of Crimea, our gas imports from Russia even increased. This naivete is completely gone. I mean, it's gone out the window. It's been a shock to our system.
Well, when Donald Trump can say, "I told you so."
Well, we don't listen to Donald Trump as much as we listen to the Poles and the Balts now, which I think is a very good development, because Poland has been right about this, Ukraine has been right about this, the Baltic nations have all been right about this. I mean, diplomatically, looking at it diplomatically, looking back for a minute now, bear with me just 1 minute. Diplomatically, Germany has not been isolated on any issue as pervasively as on the energy issue. I mean, the Scandinavians, the French, the European Parliament, the US Congress, mind you, both parties in the US Congress, they don't agree on anything, but they agreed on the idea that Nord Stream was a stupid idea. And it was. And now this is something that we have recognized, that we did not have energy sovereignty, we did not have energy security, and that means we didn't have national sovereignty or national security. And we are now scrambling in what the Chancellor has termed the Zeitenwende. The Zeitenwende, the turning of the times, has been understood as a military term, which is true. I mean, we are investing in our armed forces in an unprecedented manner. We are supplying arms to Ukraine and to a war zone, which has been completely anathema to the German body politic. But it's also a Zeitenwende in terms of European solidarity when it comes to energy. And it's been a Zeitenwende in terms of, going back, for example, to nuclear now. We have a very, interesting government coalition containing the Green Party, which has been created on the idea of getting out of nuclear. And now we're keeping 3 nuclear plants, at least 2 for the moment, but most likely 3, online. We're reusing our coal plants just to secure the situation for the winter. And the perspective, the longer term perspective, is where Monica has been. It's of course renewables. My question as someone who's looking at the landscape is, will renewables be alone in and of themselves? Will nuclear continue to play a role? Possibly not inside Germany, because our society is still mostly skeptical about nuclear. But of course we'll be buying electricity from France.
But how much is that the fault of policymakers in not explaining to people what the realities of the situation are, whether it be green energy, or whether it be fossil fuels, and the fact that within a transition, which is not going to happen tomorrow, you need to have both?
Well, that's what's happening now. I mean, for gas,
but it's late,
the German debate
right?
Gas has been the transition fossil fuel, that it's been termed as a transition fossil fuel. If you look at the numbers, that's not been the case, really. Germany is far ahead on renewables. We're very good on renewables, but whether we will be able to sustain our industrial base with renewables alone, I think, is an open question. And that's something that policymakers need to explain, but we have to rely on the media to get the message across. And socially and in the media. Of course, we always rely on you, Ellie. And there the message has been very clear. Nuclear is dangerous, let's get out of nuclear. Coal is dirty, let's get out of coal. And so the result has been a naive dependency on Russia that is now really, has experienced a massive shock. And that shock is felt in the body politic throughout, and changes are coming, new explanations are coming, and we have now a Green Minister of Economic Affairs who's keeping nuclear power plants online, which is remarkably not easy for him, in all fairness.
Truth. And I mean, when you have 20 to 30 years of a certain policy narrative, it's very hard to put the brakes on that, no doubt, and change the messaging. Monica, you have a not quite similar issue here in Poland. We talked a little bit about the coal dynamic, but when you take a step back and think about the level of investment that it's going to need for Poland's energy diversification, and where you think you're going to get those investments, whether they be from international organizations, from other countries, where do you see the availability or the opportunity for investors?
Well, the beauty of investing in energy efficiency solutions and renewables is that these investments tend to be distributed and more financed by the private sector, and easier to do, basically. With the exception of offshore wind, which is a very big capex outlays needed, and these investments need big investors. All the rest is really up to the private sector. And we did not have a shortage of willing investors in the past few years. There was more investors willing and more capital inflows to Poland willing to invest in renewables than there were projects available, because the permitting was the issue, because of the famous law on limiting onshore wind expansion was in place. So we had a limit on eligible projects and not a limit of willing investors. So there's I have absolutely no issue with we will not be able to attract capital for these investments. We will. And the second point is that these investments will not cause energy prices to rise. We are way past the point in time when Germany started to invest heavily in renewables in 2010, 11, 12, that was the biggest growth of photovoltaics in Germany. These were really, really expensive sources back then, 10 years ago. But since then, the cost dropped by 90%. So it's now, I've been saying for a few years now, Poland used to always say in the European debate, we cannot afford, we Polish people, we cannot afford to invest in renewables. They're too expensive. We are still, in a fairly, poorer country than the rest of the Europe. So these are your toys, and we will stick to our coal because it's the cheapest. And it completely changed in the past few years. And now we can no longer say we cannot afford to invest in renewables. Instead, we have to say we cannot afford not to invest in renewables, because this is our future. And maybe coming back to the nuclear issue, of course, and I sympathize with what Victoria has said about the Ukraine energy mix. In Poland, there is a big discussion, of course, as well, and actually a decision by the government to go the nuclear path, and it's easier said than done, of course. And that's the biggest problem. I think the biggest problem with new nuclear projects, is how long it takes to build them. Because I absolutely think, I have a very strong opinion that it was not a very good decision to close the perfectly stable running power plants in Germany. And now it's a tragedy that we have now that Germany is, putting online coal plants that were mothballed before, instead of keeping more nuclear open. That's, from the climate perspective, is just a terrible idea, really. Of course, I understand the societal view might be different, but it's shifting, and quite rapidly, I think, this year. We've seen opinion polls that show that maybe the majority of Germans actually now support nuclear power.
Even the majority of
Greens,
supporters
probably.
of the Green Party
exactly, yes.
support
Right.
keeping nuclear plants online. And that's really quite remarkable.
Yeah, because as much as it's difficult to invest in new nuclear, once you already have it, And by the way, you will have it for the next how many years? You will have the spent fuel there. Even if you close them down, it's not like you are out of nuclear power system, because you still have the spent fuel at these sites. Before you build the long-term storage, it will take another 20 years at least. Maybe more. There's not even a location chosen in Germany.
And you can also reuse this used nuclear waste in the future, because the technologies are developing.
Yeah, but they will be also probably in the next 10 to 20 years developed, not sooner. It's just a very long lead times. That's the longest, technology with the longest lead times for investment, for operation, and for decommissioning that we can.
And it's a tough one when you have short-term election cycles. With every new leadership coming in, having a different vision and a plan. It's something, of course, that we see in the United States. Most recently, the difference between the Trump administration versus the Biden administration in terms of their outlook for energy. But I want to take a step back and just ask you to weigh in on this one, which is how fascinating that this conflict has brought into very sharp focus, as I say, energy security equaling national security. And we're sitting here at a military and defense conference essentially talking about the elephant that's been in the room and is now at the very forefront of everything, which is that if you don't have energy, you cannot make your economy run, which means you cannot make your industry run, which means people lose their jobs, and there is no fight for liberalism, freedom, and democracy. So when you think about that more broadly, how do you believe that energy is going to have to now factor into defense strategies? Because you've got to remember that Lloyd Austin, the Defense Secretary of the United States, said as one of his initial pillars that climate change was one of the things he was most worried about, and he felt that renewables and green energy were the way to go. But now we're back on the back foot, if you will, in a sense, because as though we know that renewables have to be a big part of the energy dynamic going forward, we know that there's a transition to getting there. If you want to weigh in on that, Victoria.
It's definitely a very general question, and I believe that energy should be just the first pillar on which any democracy builds its security, development, and policies around it. But I also want to tell you that while discussing those bigger issues, right now in Ukraine we're facing situations where Russia is targeting specifically power plants, heating power plants, other objects of critical infrastructure. And they're trying to achieve one simple objective, is to make as many Ukrainians, as many towns and cities uninhabitable as possible. So when Western countries, developed countries, think about their vision and when they're prioritizing what is most important for securing democracy, I think you need to look at the example of what is happening right now in Ukraine to realize the importance of energy and critical infrastructure being the core of viability and the core of any society, of any country being able to live. And it's so important, I think, for all of us to finally make the conclusion, to learn the lesson that democratic world cannot afford feeding the autocracies, cannot afford giving their own money to the countries that are aggressors, that have proven to be aggressors. That in case of Russia, come on, haven't we learned our lesson from 2008 invasion of Georgia? Why haven't we learned that lesson then? Why we haven't reacted, or you as a developed world, I would say, to annexation of Crimea, to Syria? You kept on increasing your dependence from Russia when it comes to energy resources. You haven't even thought about cutting it significantly and moving from the aggressor, moving from the regime that was actually exploiting your weakness, which is your strength. It's the market economy, it's the democratic institutions, it's everything, the foundations that you've built, but you've built it on the notion of using all of those instruments for the benefit of all. And Russia was exploiting it for benefiting itself and making itself stronger, to be actually I would say, cynical towards the developed world, European countries, Germany also in particular, right? You remember when the whole idea of Nord Stream 1 and then Nord Stream 2 came up, when Russia was saying, well, you see, Ukraine is an unreliable partner. Guess what? Now Scholz is saying that Russia is an unreliable partner, and we will not use those Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 pipelines to supply the gas to Europe and to Germany.
Secure energy has to be a part of a defense strategy for every country.
Secure should be number one, because I'm sorry, but in the modern world, you cannot have cities, towns, countries without electricity and heat and gas in certain cases in their own homes, right? It's just impossible. So it's the foundation on which all modern societies and countries build.
Alexander, what happens next from an EU level, in your opinion?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know what the EU's bodies will decide. We'll have the ECOFIN, we have the European Council coming days. But I think there's a number of issues that I think should be decided. One is, of course, the issue of supply security. We should be able to secure enough energy to get through the winter with warm apartments and with a functioning economy. That's number one. Number two, supply expansion. We need to expand the supply of electricity in particular in order to get the price down. That's absolutely crucial, because right now prices are so high that many people are panicking. I just come from a conference with a number of German SMEs, trading people, who say, listen, I mean, the mayor of Berlin is talking about the fact that possibly, 2 to 3 hours of blackout every day aren't a big problem. And they would go like, are we crazy? Are we going mad? I mean, what does it mean? It means no payment systems. It means no cooling. It means, I mean, it's crazy. It's something that really we need to expand the supply to get prices down, because many companies are in a really significantly difficult situation. And the third element when it comes to supply is supply solidarity. So inside the European Union, what we have done now, because the French nuclear power plants are underperforming right now massively, and so Germany has used the little gas that we bought to generate electricity to send it to France. And I think that's the way we need to continue to work together. So it's really security, expansion and solidarity, and then moving to the demand side, demand reduction. So don't heat your apartments to the same level that you heated last winter, just carelessly because gas was simply there. It no longer is. It's a scarce resource. And I think that's a message that we are getting across to the population right now. In Germany, I can say companies have really made an effort to save energy, really made an effort. For households, it's a bit more difficult, and we're still trying to get that message across.
I spoke to the CEO of Uniper just a month ago in Milan, and this was after his second bailout by the German government. Now we have nationalization. Do you see that we're going to see more power companies and smaller size companies being bailed out by the German government, or perhaps nationalized? I mean, what does this look like in your view in the realistic terms? I mean, if we're talking about potential blackouts in Berlin.
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't have a realistic scenario. My hopeful scenario is that we will have enough gas to get through the winter. We will have enough gas for utilities to send to households and companies, possibly at higher, well, certainly at higher prices than before. The price is coming down slowly. It's still high, but it's coming down slowly. And so I don't want to see blackouts. I don't think that's a realistic scenario. I don't think it's a scenario that an industrialized nation like Germany can afford. We have too many processes that demand on a continuous supply of energy, be it heat or electricity. And therefore, I think what we will see is a European effort, supported, of course, obviously by Germany, to ensure the security of supply. And I think that's what we're aiming for. And then come March, April next year, with milder temperatures, we'll be in a better situation to prepare for the next winter.
I'm just weighing on this for me, Monica, because I think about this from the perspective of the United States. And we're talking about the U.S. having spent billions already in terms of helping the Ukrainian war effort, in terms of propping up various European nations. Poland's been a recipient of U.S. dollars. Does the U.S. have to expect to do more, considering the energy crisis Europe is in today?
I always have a faith in the U.S. U.S. people are very savvy businessmen. So it's not, it's not charity work. to be honest. So I think it's, helping Europe is now basically good business for America, so it will continue and it will be more. For sure, I have no doubt of that. And but I would like to come back maybe for a little bit on your point on energy security being an element of defense or strategy or country security, because this is a really crucial point, and I'm not a defense expert. I would really love to hear from people around this conference about that, but I suspect that the defense sector will now be turning a more watchful eye on the energy sector and maybe thinking that, yes, we need to move out of these centralized energy systems because they, as you pointed out, are vulnerable to attacks and to disruption. So if we, it's much easier to attack 1,000 megawatt big power plant than 1,000 power plants that are 1 megawatt each, right? So if we're going to this distributed generation more and more, energy communities, homes being almost self-sufficient with the rooftop panel and things like that. So I think, and this will be building more resilience in the whole defense system and the whole economy. And also I think, this year is really a perfect storm when it comes to energy security in all dimensions, because we have historically in Europe, I think we have not talked enough and done enough about energy security. So the climate agenda was always at the forefront, rightly so, but the energy security was a little bit like taken for granted. We will have it always, we don't have to worry about it. And now, when you have the biggest European economy discussing possible rolling blackouts, that tells you something went wrong in Europe, because we now have a perfect storm in all dimensions. In the short term, with the grid operators struggling to balance the grid day to day, minute to minute. In the midterm, when we are thinking, okay, so what we will replace our coal capacities, nuclear capacities once we close them with. In the fuel supply security, in the physical security, and last but not least, economic security, because security dimension of energy is also the economic security. If we cannot afford to pay for this energy, that means we are not energy secure.
So I have a few minutes left, and I just want to get your sense in terms of that holistic approach. Where should we put in the concentration? And I'm talking about concentration of investment. Is it in securing the grid? Is it in creating more dialogue between various nations when it comes to your energy dynamics in terms of the mix? Where does the challenge lie that has to be dealt with immediately? Victoria.
I think when it comes to European Union, the challenge lies in forming the common vision of the energy mix, and therefore which also will include the solutions for not just where to get the sources of energy, where they will be used, how they will be used. It's also the grids. It's also about developing green projects. It's also about going into new technologies. It's also about developing the prosumer segment, where you have the one who generates the energy is also is a consumer of energy. So it's all together, and it's a big task. And unless European Union sits together and comes up with this whole joint vision, then we will see more and more challenges coming to different parts of European Union, and it can pose a threat to unanimity of the countries within the EU.
So a common vision from the EU.
It's the common vision.
Well, in the short term, as a politician, I would say it's very simple. Keep the apartments warm during winter for people to be able to actually, stay healthy. And keep our businesses running to generate the jobs and the tax revenue that we need to, have a satisfied population. That's I think, the very immediate short-term need. And that's why, for example, you have the Zeitenwende discussion with coal plants that had been mothballed coming back online, nuclear power plants, staying online. That's the immediate and short-term thing, managing this winter. The medium term is to have a very honest discussion. Where is our vision? Where does the vision, in terms of the energy mix, will actually lead us? I can speak for the German body politic there. It's very much renewables. Everybody is now behind renewables in a sense that had not been there because we took energy for granted. It's absolutely true. There was the climate agenda, but nobody talked about energy security, not in a relevant manner, at least. And in the longer term, then it will be, of course, to manage the transition to a CO2-free energy generation landscape. And that is going to be interesting, particularly from the German perspective, because our country is strongly committed to the renewable agenda, but we're still extremely ambivalent, to put it mildly, when it comes to nuclear. And we hear from Monica that there's a renaissance about to come in Poland. Ukraine is using nuclear energy. The French are nearly using nuclear energy nearly exclusively. So we're a little bit an island in the middle. And for me, it's going to be interesting to see how we will actually, continue to live on that island, because frankly speaking, I think we will have a new debate on this very issue of nuclear energy in the future.
Monica.
Yeah, I think both in short and mid-term, what Europe needs to be doing much more than has been doing so far is investing in energy efficiency and in saving energy, basically. Right now, many European countries have these informational campaign how you can save energy. But looking at the policies and the measures introduced, most of the measures introduced, the relief packages, deal with the prices only. So it's like treating a patient for the symptoms, but not treating the real cause of the disease. So we are using too much energy, and we have too little coming in. So there is this imbalance between demand and supply, and we need to, as quickly as possible, rebalance this demand-supply situation. So both in very short term, immediate term, in this winter, saving energy wherever we can, and midterm, really investing in a more systemic approach to energy efficiency, so insulating homes and things like that. I've been asked recently about somebody that whether I think that Poland should be doubling down on coal mining, because there's a shortage of coal in Poland and elsewhere. So we should be, scrambling to get some investments into mines as quickly as possible to get more coal. And I said, no. What you need to be doing, you should be investing, yes, but in ways how to need less coal for heating homes, for producing electricity. So this is where you should be investing, not in new coal supply, but rather thinking how to reduce the demand. And especially in Poland, we are before the winter yet. If we were here 2 months from now, you would probably go outside of this nice hotel and smell the air, which would be really dirty. Because of homes being heated by individual coal boilers, and it's just not acceptable anymore. And this is the priority all around Europe. The priority should be definitely energy efficiency, energy savings as much as possible. I
like the analogy with the patient. Right now, my impression is that it's really a very good image. Our energy systems are like in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, and the doctors are desperately trying to keep them alive, for them to arrive in the hospital. That's what I mean by the short term. The very short term is really keep the system going, keep people in warm apartments, and keep our energy, keep our businesses working. This is not a beautiful sight. It's not something that is perfect or a long-term thing. It's really getting our systems through the winter in that ambulance, and then we can discuss about a thorough cure and rehabilitation afterwards.
Just one comment. Since I had many discussions with your colleagues about the coming winter and this whole notion that everyone is afraid that people in Germany will freeze, every time when they hear such a statement, I could just tell a very short story. During the first days of full-scale invasion, Russians shelled a city called Chernihiv. It's up north from Kiev, and over 700 people died there. 300 of them, they basically froze to death because they were in shelters where there was no electricity, no heat, nothing. So while for Germany it's hypothetical, for anyone in Europe, issue of freezing to death, for Ukrainians it's the reality. So please remember about that.
Tomorrow I'm going to be in Vienna, where OPEC Plus is widely expected to cut as much as 1 million barrels per day of oil production. Does this, in your mind, hurt the cause of democracy in Europe? And by that I mean Ukraine's fight against Russia. Yes or no?
Who's going to cut? We didn't get that.
In your mind, is it a mistake for OPEC Plus to cut 1 million barrels per day?
Well, I mean, anything that limits the supply right now and has a tendency to increase prices is going to hurt the system. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And so I would consider it a mistake, yes, from the European perspective, certainly.
Monica.
As I said, we have a shortage of energy in Europe. We have more demand than we have supply. So anything that helps to rebalance the situation is good. And I think that exacerbates the problem is clearly not favorable to Europe. And but again, our response so far has been not that bad in terms of reducing demand during this year. And actually, for example, for gas, we have been able to rebalance the market, meaning we still have enough gas in Europe because we reduced the demand, and of course we diversified via LNG terminals, and we are waiting for new ones to come online very shortly.
Victoria.
For me, it seems like OPEC is just playing the play according to the script written in Kremlin. In December, the full embargo on oil is coming to in force in Europe. So it's, of course, for the benefit of Kremlin. And it's a direct hello from those who make decisions what is the future and security in Europe when it comes to energy sector.
Panelists, we have to leave it there. Energy and security in Europe. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us for this last panel of the discussion. And we talk a lot about traps, difficulties, challenges. So maybe there is some light at the end of the tunnel, and we will be talking about nuclear energy. And it was interesting to hear in the last panel and previous panels also, many expressing hopes that nuclear could be part of the solution, again part of the solution for European energy security and our climate equation. It's a new discussion, a relatively new discussion, as we hear also voices from biggest opponent country, Germany. Mr. Lambsdorff expressed himself in favor. So it's interesting to see that there is a discussion ongoing, there is a revival of interest around nuclear energy. So let me right now turn to the last panel of this Warsaw Security Forum Energy and Climate Track, where we will exactly talk about nuclear as part of our strategic autonomy, or is it the source of new dependencies? And I warmly welcome Wojciech Jakubik, well-known Polish author, journalist, and also somebody who has spent a lot of time discussing and talking and convincing for nuclear in Poland. Wojtek, the floor is yours for running this exceptional panel.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a seat. Let's have another interesting discussion on energy security, this time nuclear power, especially in the context of security autonomy on one hand and supply dependence on the other, as it is written here. So that should be true about the topic of our discussion. My name is Wojciech Jakubik. I'm writing on energy for a decade, and I'm especially devoted to energy security approach when it comes to journalism works, and I'm really interested about our discussion about nuclear energy, especially in the specific context of what's happening in Ukraine, in Zaporizhia occupied nuclear power plant on the one hand, but on the other hand in Poland, because we are on the verge of decision with whom will we build the nuclear power plant. I hope we will, and we'll make this decision. So I would like to introduce Mr. Mateusz Berger, who is the government plenipotentiary for strategic energy infrastructure in Poland. Big applause, of course. We have a distinguished guest from Canada, Mr. Stephen Dion, who is the Prime Minister's Special Envoy in EU and Europe. He was also the Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2015 to 17 and chair of COP11. Great to have you here, sir. And we have Agnieszka Kaźmierczak, who is the Director General inside Euratom, which is energy supply, a nuclear supply agency in Europe, as we all know. So, as I spoke, great to have you here. Let's start with our Canadian guest. I would ask about this tension that we've heard about in previous panel between the climate and security. There are multiple questions about nuclear energy, especially right now. We are looking for security autonomy in Europe, but there are fears. So what's the Canadian take on it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Jakubik. Thank you, everyone. So the question is, what is the view of Canada about nuclear? There's military and civil. And Canada think we need to dissociate the two completely to be sure we'll not have a proliferation. That's very key. On military, we all want a world without nuclear weapons. But the issue is, should it be done unilaterally by NATO or in a concerted way through the existing agreements and treaties? Of course, Canada is of the view that it cannot be done unilaterally, but it's clear that we should never use weapons of this kind anymore. It should be done in a concerted way through our treaties, and Canada is pushing for a fissile cutoff treaty for years. We hope everybody will support us for that. It would be a great help. We should condemn, the whole world should condemn the threat of President Putin to use nuclear weapons. That's something I think should not be even under discussion, should be a universal commitment to fight it. About civil nuclear, Canada think is part of the energy mix. We need to do it properly. We need to do it with a lot of security. It's 10%, 15% of our electricity mix in Canada, and it's very safe. And we are ready to offer to the world the possibility to be less dependent on Russian source of nuclear energy. We are a top producer of uranium. We have a strong technology, the CANDU reactor. SMRs will be a leader of the world. We had a mission in Poland only last week to see what we can do in Poland to support Poland in your nuclear ambitions, and it's something in which we believe. About climate change, we think nuclear should be part of the solution, is the view of the IPCC, is the view of the International Energy Agency. If we try to do it without nuclear and only with renewables, it's technically possible, but it will be awfully more costly, very much more complicated to cope with the intermittency of these sources of energy. So I have the numbers to discuss with you, but I think it's very clear that nuclear should be part of a solution if we want to be carbon neutral for 2050, which is a very demanding goal.
Thank you. I have just one supplementary question about the Polish-Canadian cooperation in IAEA when it comes to Zaporizhia blackmailing with nuclear energy by Russia. What's your take on this?
Well, the take of it is that Canada and Poland led a resolution in order to be sure that this would be condemned. And I'm very pleased of this partnership with Poland. It has been accepted. So we need to support all the efforts that are done to be sure that this war will not create a nuclear catastrophe.
And I think we all sign under this appeal. So let's move to European Commission, to Euratom, and to Ms. Kaźmierczak, who could speak some more about this supply issue, because we have an obvious supply issue when it comes to natural gas. We see that there is one dominant supplier which is not providing the supply as it was to provide, and it brings us to a conclusion: we need to change something. Is the nuclear energy a part of solution in the context of nuclear fuel supply, which is a concern of Euratom?
Perhaps I'll start by a small disclaimer, because I am speaking here on behalf of the Euratom Supply Agency and not on behalf of the European Commission.
Euratom is inside.
Euratom is sort of satellite to the European Union, so the same member states are as members of the EU. However, the agency is independent. It is under the political supervision of the Commission, but it acts fully independently, and in that sense I'm not speaking for the European Commission. But indeed, it is our mission. It has been for 62 years now to ensure security of supply of nuclear materials and nuclear fuel in Europe. So far successful, as the market has been changing over 60 years. But what we can see now is really a change of the paradigm in the market. And we can already now see that we have seen it for many years, that the nuclear fuel cycle in the EU, but also outside the EU, is very much dependent on Russians. Uranium is abundant. There is a lot of uranium that could be mined outside of Russia. Russia is currently providing 25% of uranium for Euratom. But it is abundant. We have already started talking to Canada to see the possibility of opening the mines that are put in current maintenance there, but that could really be reopened. And so this is not the bottleneck. Mm-hmm. The bottleneck happens later. In order to produce nuclear fuel, you have to go through a process of conversion, then enriching uranium, and then fuel fabrication.
So who is converting that?
And this is exactly the good question. Currently in the EU, 25% of uranium is converted by Russia. And that is now looking into future, that doesn't look a lot. 25% is not a lot. But if we were to replace Russian and possibly even Chinese conversion services, that would take at least 7 years from the decision to invest. Because there is no capacity in the West. Why? Because since 1990s, the Russians have been dumping conversion services. And it didn't make economical sense to invest in conversion capacity in Europe, but also in the US. The conversion capacity is actually only now being put back to reach the nameplate capacity. So this has been a bit of a conscious hybrid attack to ensure that Russia keeps the stake in the conversion.
So what you say is that they did it on purpose. They were not looking at market, but they were looking at their foreign and security agenda goals, and they used the nuclear dependence.
That has been very clear to us. I mean, I'm referring you to the reports of the Euratom Supply Agency that has been repeating that year over year. Further, enrichment is not such a problem. The problem is also the last stage, which is the fuel fabrication. And it is a problem for a small group of reactors that are Russian-designed reactors, so-called VVR reactors. And this is where it is also another example where Russians were preventing alternative fuel from being used in those reactors through multiple measures that were again very low pricing, but also changing technology of the nuclear fuel. Nuclear fuel is engineered product. I mean, it's something that is not like aviation fuel. And they were changing the technology in order to prevent the new entrants. And the new entrants are only now trying to make it. Westinghouse from the US or Framatome from France. But this has been this is a story that will continue in the coming years.
Especially during the discussion about the nuclear sanctions on Russia, because Rosatom was one of the options as a target for EU sanctions, and it is not targeted yet. So this dependence might have an impact on this discussion, right?
I mean, the sanctions. Sanctions are a political decision, but sanction on Rosatom that would have immediate effect would very much undermine the security of supply of nuclear electricity. And it's nuclear electricity that will really be defining what the speakers in the previous panel called the geopolitical winter, and then the next geopolitical winter. So there is perhaps a space to build strong alternative supply, to have the capacity to fully replace, but to do it in a staged way, because otherwise we could be creating a crisis on our own.
So Poland is not having this issue because it is not having the nuclear power plant yet. It's not good that we don't have it, but we are willing to have it in 2033. The first reactor should be ready in line with our program in 2033, and the government is in front of this decision with whom to build the nuclear power plant. Mr. Berger, could you elaborate a bit on this, what we've just heard about this importance of nuclear energy from our Polish perspective? Why do we need it for?
Thank you very much. As European Union, we have set the ambition to becoming the first climate-neutral continent. So we know how much important it is to search through all the solutions that can help us with this ambition. We are, as government, we are in front of making a very huge decision, and I think in a few weeks we can make it public, and I'm really cross my fingers to do it as soon as is possible, because there are many aspects of the moment of this decision. First of all, I think there would be never that much understandable in the society to make this decision, because as we know, as we can see in Germany, some other countries, nuclear is still sometimes it occurs fear. But I think now, due to the situation of the cruelty of Russia, I think this fear can be a little bit less than what we can see every day in television. So I think also due to all the regulatory obligations, but I mean also some public aid aspects, this is a very good time for Poland to negotiate the terms, how much we can need European help, because without a system of support, we will not have never nuclear power in Poland.
Okay, so you need to have some agreement inside with EC on how to finance the nuclear program in Poland, and they need to agree on some financing scheme, right?
I think financing is always the key issue, because when it's not a business issue, because this kind of investments without public aid, it's not a business case. The business case comes later, but when you start it, when you have to have this kind of capex, when you have to go to the bank, you have to show something. And when your capex is planned for like 15 years, it's not like typical business issue. So I think there is now, after our decision with the Ministry of Energy, we have to discuss about the system of support. And I think it's a great opportunity to also discuss the system of support, not only for this huge investment, but also for SMRs, because I think we can treat it in common. Because I think after Polish decision about establishing, the first site of nuclear, we need to develop surrounding for nuclear energy, but I mean also nuclear resources, nuclear knowledge, academics, and so on, to transform all the aspects that we need, also supply chain. Yeah, we need a decision first.
Okay, so what about the cooperation with Canada? Could we cooperate, for example, on nuclear fuel together?
I think it's maybe here a place for you, but I know that some of the Polish state-held companies already start joint cooperation, so I think there is a lot of surface.
Mr. Dion?
I think the world will not be less dependent to Russia without Canada. We are not the only solution, but we are a key one. I have some numbers of the 31 reactors that begin construction since 2017. All but 4 are of Russian or Chinese design. So that's the situation now. Russia controls, as you said, 43% of the world enrichment capacity. So we don't want to be dependent of the Russian regime for very valid reasons. We have this challenge. And Canada needs to be part of the solution. We're fully aware of that. It's why we came in Poland last week with a delegation, and we discussed not only nuclear plants with the CANDU reactors that we have around the world, not only the SMRs, where Canada needs to be a leader of the world, but also other services we may offer, like development and training in nuclear skills, robotics will be very key, nano filters, nuclear-grade pipes, cables, and so on. So Poland is interested to have MOU with us. We'll work on that, and we'll do it with a lot of countries around the world. But we don't want to overcommit. We cannot be a solution overnight.
Yeah.
This will take time. SMRs will not be ready before 2028 about. Yeah. But at this very moment, we'll be very strong.
So Ms. Kazimierczak was speaking about 7 years of getting rid of this dependence. What's your take on it? 7 years in Europe or more?
Well, it's about the same for LNGs. It's about the same for hydrogen. Canada will be the solution for all of that. But don't ask us to deliver for this winter. That's something we cannot.
And the winter, geopolitical winter is coming.
And one of the reasons is because as long as Europe was buying cheap Russian gas, it was very difficult for Canada to compete.
Yeah, because it was cheap then, and now we see how cheap it really is. Ms. Kazimierczak, you wanted to add something on that?
In the EU, in Euratom, we are dependent 31% on enrichment from Russia, so it's slightly lower, but we also are, a lot of European industry that could actually make it up. But if we are talking about a solution that should be open for the supply chain of nuclear fuel for the open world, meaning excluding Russia and China, the first thing we should be doing is to sit together and analyze the situation and have the shared assessment of what would be the needs and what is the capacity of the open world to in the nuclear fuel cycle. And this sort of shared analysis is advocated by Euratom Supply Agency and the European Commission. We have already had very satisfactory talks to Canada's government about that, but it would also need to include other big players, which is the US, the UK, South Korea, Japan, Australia. Right? So that would be the that sort of assessment, I think, is necessary so that we do not start planning using the capacity and stealing it between ourselves, so that we actually that could be the signal that could be given to the industry. This is how much will be needed in the years to come, in 7 years, in 10 years, so that they can also take their investment decisions based.
They need to be sure.
Based on that, they need
Yep.
to be sure. And there is currently the prices went up prices for conversion and for enrichment went up. Quite understandably. So there is a lot of hesitance in the market currently. And we think that sort of shared assessment and a harmonized solution would be the way to go forward.
So is getting rid of dependence on Russia making the countries realize that they need nuclear energy? Mr. Berger, Mr. Dion?
Well, about the countries would think they don't want to use nuclear energy. It's their choice. The only point Canada would like to make is it will make the world very unsafe regarding climate change if nuclear is not accepted as part of a solution. I will give you some numbers. Today, according to the International Energy Agency, nuclear energy provides 10% of global electricity supply, 10%. The whole clean electricity sources, so that means not coal, not natural gas, renewables and nuclear. Nuclear 10 plus 26 the other sources of clean energy. So 36% today of the electricity of the world is not emitting, 36%. If we want to be carbon neutral, the developed countries for 2050, which is our goal, the goal of the EU, the goal of Canada, the goal of the US, everyone. Well, according to the International Energy Agency, it's not 36% of the electricity that should be non-emitting for 2040, 20 years from now, 18 years from now. It is 85. From 36 to 85 in 20 years, electricity should be not emitting. That means, according to them, we need to increase the global nuclear power generation by 80% between now and 2040. That's the numbers. If people think we may be carbon neutral for 2050 without nuclear, you need to do the maths.
So is Poland doing the math when it comes to climate neutrality, but also the dependence? Mr. Berger, what's your take on this issue of energy dependence and getting rid of it by entering the nuclear energy?
First of all, we've seen last time that stabilizing role of gas a little bit changed because of the prices.
A little bit, just a little bit, yeah.
So I think we have to redefine our standpoint in case also of nuclear, because in the case of gas, we've just opened a new connection, the Baltic pipe, due to engagement, my predecessor, Mr. Minister Piotr Naimski, and absolutely huge respect for the job that he's done. But just with the opening, we've seen the attack at the Nord Stream 1 and the second, and then we have to really redefine about all the sources of this stabilizing sources of energy, because now we can see that infrastructure that normally civil infrastructure in time of peace, but even on the war at your borders, nobody could even assume that something like that could happen in the civil infrastructure. So now we have to also look for the sources which can be independent. I mean, they are located inland with this very strong securitization of all the aspects of government. So absolutely, it's good time to make a decision and redefine. Generally, I'm a huge fan of renewables, and here also it's a very important role of nuclear for stabilizing.
Yeah, so we need to stabilize renewables, so we are meeting the climate goals. But I'd like to ask you a bit more about those unconvinced countries, because Mr. Dion said that, of course, it is their choice, but on the other hand, their choices impact whole Europe when it comes to supply of energy. And if they are not producing enough energy because they don't want to have nuclear energy, we all have less energy to be disposed among the member states. So, Mr. Berger, what's your take on countries which are not convinced? Do you try to convince them?
I'm not that much expert in this field, but I think on the political level, we have to, first of all, talk each other, and what I can see, and last days, also with our friends from Denmark, from Norway, from a lot of countries from Europe, there is a surface to talk about. And nowadays, really, like a few weeks ago, a few months ago, no one got these issues to underline, and now it's like top topic, the energy prices and all the energy securitization. So I think it's also our role to, first of all, trying to convince, but trying to clarify. And I think also the development of SMRs with some new technology solutions could convince people that we can have a cheap and safe energy sources.
Let's hope so, but how is it going from the point of view of Euratom? You have all the countries on board, so you see how it goes. Did Energy Crunch change something? Do we have a wind of change when it comes to nuclear energy?
Well, I would say that Poland's decision to enter nuclear energy is something that has certainly been seen, and that it shows that this choice is a rational choice. I mean, we could have long discussions on the level of emotions, on the level of orthodox thinking. But looking rationally, and this is looking at the scenarios even made by the European Commission about reaching the 2030, 2050 targets. This is the necessary base load. This is the cheapest energy that we have, even considering the end of the fuel cycle, meaning all the questions related with the decommissioning and then nuclear waste. Mm-hmm. That still is a very reliable source, and I think that is, it's very difficult to convince those that don't want to be convinced. And it is the principle that the energy mix, and in particular the inclusion of nuclear, is the choice of a member state. But I think that this decision will be one looking what nuclear could offer is something that will be looked into very carefully by a number of member states. And this is also connected with the development of SMRs. I mean, let me be very, very frank. SMRs are not a replacement for big nuclear reactors because of the scale, and however, they are an excellent choice as complementing the big nuclear power plants, and also excellent choice for smaller member states who wouldn't need to go into the full-scale nuclear
the countries
power
like
plants.
Poland need the big conventional nuclear power plants.
Yeah, I believe that Poland, as a large member state, needs both, and they need both of them should be complementary, both in terms of the connection to the grid, location of industry, and many other elements.
Okay, gentlemen, could you elaborate on this distinction between small and big nuclear power plants?
You asked Mr. Jakovic just before, do we try to convince countries that are reluctant? Well, we are Canadian. We respect the other point of view. I was in Germany for the last 5 years as ambassador. I did not spend a lot of time to convince the Germans to use nuclear. We discussed much more about hydrogen and LNG and other solutions. They don't want nuclear, okay. But the world cannot be without nuclear. That's our view. I gave the numbers. If we want to be climate neutral on time to protect our planet, nuclear should be part of the solution. And every country willing to do so, Canada is ready to work with them, but we will be intransigent about security and non-proliferation. You want to work with us, accept these standards, because for us it's not something we're ready to negotiate and compromise about.
Okay, SMRs and big nuclear difference, your take, maybe in Canada there will be some breakthrough when it comes to small modular reactors soon, so what's your take? Are they complementary or there are alternatives?
SMRs will be very needed. There is no doubt in our mind, and we'll be ready to be a champion of it. But again, there are dangers of proliferation, and we're well aware of that, and we'll make sure the standards are ironclad, secure for the world. That's key. I understand countries saying it's too dangerous, we should not go there. Our view is that we need to go there. It's part of the solution, but it must be properly done, and Canada will make sure that the technology we'll offer to the world will be completely safe.
It should be. Of course it should be. And Mr. Berger, SMRs and big nuclear?
Of course, in the Polish nuclear power program, we would like to get to 6 nuclear units with 6 to 9 gigawatts of capacity, with the first reactor working under 2033. But talking about the SMRs, it's like completely, of course, like Mr. said, it's completely two different things. So in the field of SMRs, I think somebody has to be first. I mean, with all the certifications, with some regulations of the PPA agreements by SMRs, we've got a great solution for future medium entrepreneurs who would like to stabilize, especially in these unstable times, the price of energy. And by setting this PPA, I think even for medium businesses, by getting the SMRs real, but I think within really next early years we're gonna have it happen. I think it's also absolutely it's place for everybody here.
So just in the middle of our discussion about the nuclear renaissance that is happening all over the world, from the IAEA data we can see that. In general, we have this issue of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant that is being used by Russia to blackmail Europe, and some say that it is also a tool to make Europeans be again afraid of nuclear power plants. So how should we answer such instrumentalization of nuclear energy by Russia? What's your take on it? Wants to speak? Yeah, Mr. Berger, of course.
Here maybe I'm not that much proper person to talk about. I think it's all about this war is to make this fear and to have this loopholes in regular normal way of thinking. That's maybe not now because of the Nord Streams, but they are trying to reestablish the old order that I think could never have place. I think we need to educate people, because as I said, maybe I'm not proper person to say, but even if there is any kind of pollution, I don't want to even call it like in public, but nearby the nuclear plant, it's only very, very, very close area which is polluted. Even when you read something about the Chernobyl catastrophe, it's not like it can happen to like the whole continent. Of course, there are many aspects of this, but nuclear energy, nuclear plant is not nuclear weapon. What you mentioned. So I think we have to first of all educate people and get them the best knowledge to do not feel afraid.
Mr. Dion.
Today, I come back to climate. When we started to tackle climate change in 1990, the world, oil, gas and coal, fossil fuels, were 86% of the source of energy for the world. And today is still more than 80%. So we have a huge challenge facing us. And for Canada, our view is that everything should be part of a solution which is safe and non-emitting. And nuclear is part of it. So
about Zaporizhia, Canada and Poland asked to let the inspectors from IAEA to enter the nuclear power plant. They were inside, so is this assuring for you that nothing will happen in Zaporizhia, that this event shouldn't be an argument against nuclear energy in Europe?
But what is an argument is an argument against war.
Yeah, obviously.
If we say we cannot build nuclear plants because we want to be back to war, but then what can we do? What is safe in the world? That what Putin has done, it's awful for the world, awful for Ukraine, awful for Russia, but awful for the world for many reasons. And one of the reasons is that now we have doubts about everything. Yeah. Then I don't know, when at the time when we need to pool all our resources to make our relationship with the planet sustainable, we spend so much more money to fight against each other instead of being all together. This war is an absolute tragedy.
From this perspective, also from climate perspective, it is obviously a tragedy, but when it comes to Zaporizhia and Euratom, do you think that this event would influence our discussion? Is it influencing it? Is it fueling anti-nuclear movements?
Okay. Nuclear is powerful, and this is its beauty, but it comes with risks. So far, we have always been thinking how to prevent human error. And now we are somehow starting to think about a different type of risks. And in that sense, I think we all put a lot of support to the International Atomic Energy Agency and their group of observers and the efforts that they undertake in order to ensure that the situation in Zaporizhia is under international monitoring. Zaporizhia is a relatively modern power plant. It has nothing to do with the old Chernobyl type. It is now passively shut down. It is in the safe and stable condition. And of course, it does not say that the risks do not exist, not the risks of human error, but the risks that are based on a human decision. But it is not that easy to make a move that would endanger that would endanger Europe or further countries. That having said, yes, there is certain risk. It would probably be very much geographically focused in the area directly around Zaporizhia, but this is nothing to compare to any of the big crisis situations. Like 3 miles, like Chernobyl, like Fukushima.
Okay, so we see how serious this discussion is, and we hear that the situation around nuclear power in Europe is changing, that we need to have it to pursue the climate neutrality, to have this energy independence. There are solutions for fuel supply, for different kinds of cooperation in our Western family to be more secure and more climate friendly in the same time. But what's your take on it? What are your questions? We have several minutes for a question for audience. We have a mic somewhere over there. There is someone coming, so take your time and grab the mic. Please present yourself, and could you ask a question? Oh, okay, so there's a room for a question. I thought that someone is coming, so no one is coming, but the nuclear energy is coming in Poland, I hope. If someone is not wanting nuclear energy in their own borders, let us have it. That's my take, that's my opinion. I have just one more question to our distinguished guests about the nuclear power plant future from the economic point of view. We have an economic crisis on the way. We should face it in places like WSF. We should be frank about those issues. So nuclear energy is a part of solution of economic crisis. What is the economic gain from the nuclear power plant? Yep.
I mean, I will add something very, very small, because I will talk only about nuclear fuel. As I said, Russia was actually artificially decreasing prices in the market, which means we will have to be paying more at each stage of the nuclear fuel cycle, from uranium mining through conversion, enrichment, and then fuel fabrication. But does it mean that the prices of electricity will go up? Not so much, because nuclear fuel price contributes only 10% to the price of nuclear generated electricity. So even if, so here we are talking about the price increase that would be below 2%, and that is something that should not be the triggering the inflation of the energy prices. So from that point of view, nuclear energy is helping keeping the energy prices at a reasonable level.
And we see how important is that, Mr. Dion?
Well, it's because nothing is cheap. Nothing is free. If we want to not use any more natural gas and coal and oil, well, the other solutions are solar, wind, geothermal, biomass, clean hydrogen, and CO2 carbon capture and storage using, again, coal and oil, but in capturing the CO2. All these technologies are very costly, and nuclear, in many circumstances, will be competitive. So Canada is not saying we should use nuclear at the expense of the other solutions, but it should be part of the solution, because otherwise the amount of investments we'll need to do this energy transition will be much more complicated to find. And the intermittency of some of these sources of energy will be more difficult to cope with.
So we need nuclear energy as a baseload. And Mr. Berger?
We are at the Security Forum, so I think there is one sentence that I can say: just security has no price. And it also, in case of the nuclear, especially for not only for business but for everyone, when you can have a stable source, you've got this certainty, forecasting, stabilizing aspects. So this is those crucial aspects for for people, for business, for countries to develop. So I think, of course, we have to redefine after this crisis, which I really believe we are in the edge of. But yeah.
So we are discussing nuclear energy in Poland for 30 years, and your people have this possibility to make a decision this way or another, but you can make a decision, and I keep my fingers crossed for it, because it should happen in several weeks, as you spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, Thank you for this wonderful conversation. It was Mateusz Berger, Government Planning Potentiary for Strategic Energy Infrastructure in Poland. Minister Stefan Dion, the Prime Minister Special Envoy from Canada to EU and Europe, and Ms. Agnieszka Kaźmierczak, the Director General of Euratom Supply Agency. Thank you very much. Big applause for our panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I would like to thank you very much for coming to the first Energy and Climate track of the Warsaw Security Forum. I think it was an extremely interesting perspective combining energy, and we had excellent experts today, with the defense, which is a traditional track of Warsaw Security Forum. And starting from this year, we will be able to discuss both, and we will be able also to follow the progress. We started tomorrow with regional perspective. We have seen Lithuania, Estonia, and Romania. Then we talk about climate and security perspective. We talked about oil and gas trap, and we ended up with nuclear. We all agreed that we need to move farther beyond our actual energy mix, and we need to rebuild it in a way which will secure Europe and which will make us more resilient to future shocks, and especially which will make it independent from imported fossil fuels from Russia. This is an important conclusion, and I hope we will be able to discuss it further on during the general outlook, which will start in this precisely forum 1:10. So for the moment, I invite all of you to take an excellent lunch, a coffee, and be back here at 1:10. Thank you very much. Ja im prosiłem, żeby się wylogowali, ale rozumiem, że coś zostało. Mogę? Będziemy wdzięczni, jeśli Państwo opuszczą salę. Będziemy przygotowywać ją pod kątem kolejnej prezentacji. Także bardzo uprzejmie proszę o opuszczenie sali. I would like to kindly ask you to leave the room so that technicians can prepare it for the next session. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, First Lady, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to the Warsaw Security Forum 2022. My name is Kasia Madeira. I'm a journalist, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here in the 9th edition of this two-day transatlantic conference, where we will be discussing the global security challenges that we face right now. We are joined by over 2,000 people here in Warsaw, many more joining us remotely online. So welcome to you all. It is wonderful for all of you who have traveled far, who are joining us from your homes, your offices. A welcome to every single one of you. Please get in touch with us. Your views and some already possible. And the forum as a very warmly welcomes Olenska, the first grade. Thank you. Very ministers of foreign and European affairs, the ministers of defence, the ministers of energy, national and national governments, the NATO in even externality and the great benefit from your expertise. So wonderful. I would like to extend our very warm thanks to hosts, me, Katarzyna, and Warsaw Security Forum.
Gentlemen, Prime Minister Zelenska, Minister interfering in our nation list of Russia then what has because we allow weakness to be exploited, and this evil would have and it is thanks to the unwavering determination to name and oppose evil that today we stand a chance to win this war. With that, I would want to recognize every Ukrainian in this room and deliver words of gratitude on the hands of our guest of honor, First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska. Thank you for what you have been doing for freedom. However painful it is to say for me, war is no stranger to Poland. And it's no stranger to the city, Warsaw. The scars of the Second World War and those from the Russian occupation that would follow for the next 4 decades still run deep in Polish souls. Watching the horrific images coming from Ukraine, we for transatlantic which for years now have been supporting the Warsaw Security Forum. I am grateful to our co-organizer, the German Marshall Fund of the United States, for creating and co-creating this event with us. I applaud our strategic partners, the National Security Bureau of Poland and Minister Paweł Solok, for supporting us, and of course NATO.
Through this to the inaction. Let's change that. Let's make action. Because having witnessed the tens of thousands of people fleeing Ukraine, we need to remember.
Minister, Madam President of German Marshall Fund, Ministers, Foreign Affairs and Defense, ambassadors, and many, many friends and thinkers. It's wonderful to have you with us at this Warsaw Security Forum. We are meeting in a very dangerous moment. I don't have to tell you that this is a dark time that we are all threatened by the evil past moment. Thank you, Ukrainian friends. Ukraine has declared willingness and desire to join NATO. This is something that will certainly be a big topic of today. Beyond Frank, the imperial that in the from the corner that themselves into. So in dark times, imagine this will also be the only way to deliver that Marshall Plan, my boss, talk about brain.
Expertise.
Andrzeja Dudy, swoim oraz podległego mi Biura Bezpieczeństwa Narodowego wdzięczności za waleczność i odwagę narodu ukraińskiego. swojej niepodlegającego gości, który na sali wyznania. Środkowo-wschodniej wydaje się, a wszyscy dobrze to wie i my też jesteśmy o tym głęboko przekonani. Dopiero po pełnym zwycięstwie Ukrainy powinniśmy zastanowić się nad miejscem Rosji w architekturze bezpieczeństwa. Dziś Ukraina potrzebuje przede wszystkim uzbrojenia. Dajemy go ciągle za mało. Polska zdecydowała się znacznie nadwyrężyć swój potencjał obrony, przekazując pokaźne ilości sprzętu Ukrainie. Polska liczy też, że inne państwa zwiększą sobie wsparcie wojskowe dla Ukrainy. Zwłaszcza chodzi o broń ciężką. Liczymy na większe zaangażowanie Niemiec w tej sprawie. Zapewnienie dostaw broni dla Ukrainy wymaga zwiększenia zdolności produkcyjnych przemysłu obronnego po obu stronach Atlantyku. Przede wszystkim Unii Europejskiej. Wciąż nie przekazała ona 3 miliardów euro zatwierdzonych jeszcze w maju 9 miliardów wsparcia finansowego dla Ukrainy. Prezydent Andrzej Duda niejednokrotnie apelował o jak najszybsze uruchomienie tych środków. Po drugie, jeśli chodzi o Rosję, to sankcje. Dostrzegamy potrzebę nakładania ważne. Sankcje muszą w sposób maksymalny utrudniać rozwój gospodarczy. Dopóki Rosja jest krajem agresorem, uniemożliwiając wykorzystanie technologii. Przesłanką już od szeregu lat podejmowała działania na rzecz dywersyfikacji źródeł pozyskania gazu, miejsce udogodnieniami osiągnięcia niezależności gospodarczej czy energetycznej wobec Rosji, to przede wszystkim perspektywa członkostwa dla Ukrainy, co Polska zdecydowanie popiera. To także wspólna polityka bezpieczeństwa i obrony. Musi ona zostać dostosowana do nowych realiów. Przez lata wychodziła ona bowiem z założenia, że zasadnicze zagrożenia dla Unii pochodzić będą z kierunku południowego. Wspólna polityka bezpieczeństwa i obrony powinna umożliwić kompleksową odpowiedź na wszystkie wyzwania stojące przed Unią Europejską, zwłaszcza ze wschodu. Wydaje się, że może ona także odegrać istotną rolę w szkoleniu z przekazem, że winny tej sytuacji jest Zachód. Musimy temu przeciwdziałać. Tej polskiej branży jak i GMF.
Support Ukraine. So in that spirit, distinguished guests, please rise to welcome on stage in person the First Lady of Ukraine, Ms. Olena Zelenska.
Thank you very much. Дуже дякую. Шановні пані та панове, дуже рада бути сьогодні на польській землі і рада особисто мати можливість подякувати Польщі, право на свободу. Середмісті Дніпро, що знаходиться далеко від лінії фронту. Одночасно загинули бабуся, мама та двоє дітей. Вже наступного дня ракета вбила величезну підтримку. Ми знаємо, понятним аргументом вирішення суперечок. Не можна, щоб ядерний шантаж став нашим повсякденним життям. Я надзвичайно рада, що сьогодні в Варшаві ми маємо унікальну можливість поспілкуватися з нашими міжнародними партнерами, союзниками і друзями, які також не стоять осторонь і надають велику підтримку і допомогу в цей складний, надскладний час боротьби моєї країни. Війна все ще триває. Ми все ще потребуємо військової, фінансової та гуманітарної допомоги. Але знайте, будь ласка, що ваша підтримка Україні сьогодні – це допомога не тільки нам. Це серйозна інвестиція у безпеку і стабільність регіону, Європи, світу в цілому. Інвестиція у створення світу, в якому ми всі хотіли б жити і ростити своїх дітей. Маємо зробити все, щоб теперішні і майбутні покоління наших з вами народів ніколи не зазнали тих страждань, жахіть, які російські окупанти приносять сьогодні в мою країну. Зупинити агресора можна тільки разом. Тож давайте зробимо це заради нас. Дякую за увагу. Ще раз дякую, Польща. Dziękuję, Polsko.
Distinguished guests, we are just so happy to have the First Lady of Ukraine here in Poland. I know you said you were happy to be here. We are so thrilled to be here, and we all support the bravery of your country. But it's about rebuilding Ukraine that is very much now at the forefront of our minds, ending this war and rebuilding this nation of such brave people that we have been hearing about. Thank you so much, Olena Zelenska. Thank you. So please join me now in welcoming the President of the German Marshall Fund of the United States, Heather Conley.
Well, good afternoon, Your Excellencies, dear guests. On behalf of the German Marshall Fund of the United States, I am incredibly pleased to be with you, and we are always delighted to be in partnership with the Pulaski Foundation as co-organizers of the Warsaw Security Forum to exactly drive those new ideas, those solutions, those needed actions. Madam Zelenska, what a privilege it is to have you with us here today. Thank you for reminding us that we must be strong and brave and to stand for what is right, no matter the cost. We gather here at the Warsaw Security Forum, as many have said before me, at an exceptionally dangerous moment for the international system and for transatlantic security. And nowhere do we feel that. Dear guests, the version of was delivered on September 30th. Ironically, the anniversary date of the Munich Agreement, when the United Kingdom and France agreed to Hitler's annexation of the Sudetenland. While either historically or generations due to authoritarian. And again, they choose leaders and proactively commit unceased must act. As I say, it is a nation war against the dignity of the individual and their right of choice. It is a war that the democratic West cannot afford to lose. Among the many devastating weapons the Russian government wields to pursue its war, the one it chooses to wield with the most devastation, I believe, is fear. First and foremost, Putin needs the Russian people to be afraid of the consequences should they question his leadership or decisions. And the Kremlin wants the United States and Europe to be very afraid of Russia's potential use of nuclear weapons so that they will agree with his vision of a great historic Russia. And Putin wants the Ukrainian people to be afraid of what he has and will continue to do should they not subjugate themselves to Russian influence and rule. But the Ukrainian people are not afraid. We too must cross the line of fear, as my colleague has said. We must be brave and remain united and confident in our strength, despite threats to use unspeakable weapons of mass destruction. We must be confident in the democratic promise that there will be a better tomorrow, no matter how dark today may be. It was 75 years ago, in 1947, a U.S. Secretary of State, in a very short speech, described what a more hopeful tomorrow there would be for Europe during a very dark moment. And that was the Marshall Plan. It delivered hope to millions of Europeans. 4 years after that announcement, the 16 recipient countries had already surpassed pre-war economic growth, and Europe had begun to integrate. As president of an organization that is the living memorial to the Marshall Plan, I know we must deliver that same promise and that we will help rebuild their country with our support. We need a modern Marshall Plan for Ukraine. In 1949, 12 countries signed the Washington Treaty that created the North Atlantic Treaty Organization to, quote, reaffirm their faith in the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations and to safeguard the freedom, common heritage, and civilization of their peoples, founded on the principles of democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. This is the faith that we must keep in response to an unholy war. 30 years ago, the United States kept the faith with the so-called captive nations. We kept the faith with our NATO allies to see the Berlin Wall fall and German unity that we celebrated yesterday. And for our Central European allies and partners, this is also the faith that we have kept and will continue to keep. And for our Ukrainian friends, this is our promise to you that a better day will lie ahead. For as the Bible commands us, be not afraid. We will not be afraid. We will be successful and we will rebuild Ukraine. With great thanks and with warmly welcoming, I welcome the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, Dr. Kasia Pizarska, to the stage. Thank you all very, very much.
Gentlemen, I welcome you now to the opening panel of the Warsaw Security Forum entitled Europe at War, discussing Central and Eastern European support for Ukraine. It is my immense pleasure to invite to the scene Prime Minister of Poland, Mateusz Morawiecki. Panie Ministrze. And Prime Minister of Lithuania, Ms. Ingrida Šimonytė. Thank you very much, Prime Ministers, for agreeing to join this panel at this critical time. And let me go straight to the point. When you look at the last 6 months and what has happened since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, what are the key lessons we have learned here in this region, Central and Eastern Europe, about our security? Prime Minister, let's start with Prime Minister of Lithuania.
Thanks a lot. I was thinking about this on my flight, and I was thinking, have there been any lessons that we haven't learned before? We always knew that Russia is a real threat. We always knew that Russia doesn't need real pretexts for doing whatever it might think fit. We always knew that, it's our vital interest to have strong transatlantic community, and the transatlantic community to really understand what is Russia about. We always knew that it's our geopolitical interest to have Ukraine, Moldova, and other countries of the region within our understanding of things, so to say, within the democratic community. And we always knew that Russia will use whatever, food, energy, anything it can for geopolitical reasons, because it's never about business, it's never about economy, it's always about influence and their way of pushing other countries to play along the Russian will. And we also knew that appeasement will never bring peace. Appeasement will might bring some, temporary ceasefire, but never peace. And I think that what we are facing now in the 7th month of the war is, as a matter of fact, just the proof that we've been right along the way. And what we've learned, I think, is that we still need to push more to make some of our partners to understand this. I think quite many people have awakened to the situation because it was so brutal, so sort of, black and white, so simple to understand where you should be standing in this situation.
A sense of clarity. It gave a sense of clarity.
But still, I think we've learned that when we move too slow. When we do something, it's always too little.
Thank you very much. Panie premierze, czego się nauczyliśmy? What did we learn?
I'll follow up on what Ingrid just said. I think that the lesson has been very brutal, and we now know that Russia is not only a threat on a field, on a military field, on a battlefield, but also Russia is using all sorts of different weapons. And I think my Western European friends and partners forgive me what I'm going to say, but some kinds of threats were completely underestimated, like, for instance, the field of propaganda. Who would have thought about Russian propaganda? We know this very, very well. Lithuania and the other Central European countries on the eastern flank of NATO know it all too well what Russian propaganda means. But where our German partners appropriately informed about Russian propaganda and what it really means, how powerful it is, it was and it still is. So that's one field, apart from military. The other one, which was kind of surprise for many, it's the field of energy. Energy is now the weapon of Russia. It's not one of many aspects. It's the most critical aspect now of this war. Putin and the Kremlin, they really believe that through abusing weapon of energy, they are going to change the momentum, change the dynamics of the war. The war of diplomacy, the field of diplomacy, another field, another area. Somebody said it just 10 minutes ago, how active they are in Africa, in South America. we have underestimated their efforts and their effectiveness in reaching out to the countries in Africa and persuading them that this is all fault of the free world, of the Western world, that there might be some famine in those countries. So now we have to learn how to counteract, how to fight all those Russian threats, not only on the battlefield through the delivery of weapons to Ukraine, as what we are doing for the last couple of months. We should do more, but we are doing this. But also we have to be aware of all the other fields where the Kremlin hopes to defeat us.
Okay, so we do have a sense of purpose, sense of clarity in this conflict. But have we done enough? Are you satisfied, more satisfied, a bit satisfied with the unity that was so stark at the beginning, at least? Are we both Prime Minister satisfied? Please, Prime Minister.
Well, I'm not satisfied. I can give you one example. A couple of weeks ago, I was in Kiev and I spoke to President Zelensky, Prime Minister Shmyhal, about another aspect of the war, which is financial support for Ukraine. For Ukraine to survive, not only its soldiers have to be brave, and they are extremely brave, and I have no enough words of admiration for them. But there is another aspect where the Kremlin and Moscow believes that they can defeat Ukraine. And this is the financial field. They want Ukraine to go bankrupt and to be not able to pay salaries for soldiers, for teachers, doctors, nurses, judges, pensions for the pensioners, and so on, with the hope that with such a move, the public opinion in Ukraine will change. And well, like the quickest way to end the war is to lose it. Nobody wants to lose this war in the free world, because we know then that after such a defeat, the world would look completely differently. And this is why it's our duty to organize also financial support through the European Union. And like yesterday, the United States and the President Biden's administration said to all of us, the Europeans, that the United States is ready to provide financial support in the range of between $1 to $1.5 billion per month. And we should match this amount, and we should be efficient and effective enough to deliver this quickly. Whereas what is happening right now, we have promised this to Ukraine in June, on the June's European Council, and so far only half of the promised €9 billion has been delivered to Ukraine. So we have to be acting quickly, decisively, and we have to be aware of other fields, battlefields, which Putin is creating.
Prime Minister Smyla, please.
Well, maybe I will start from something a little bit more optimistic, because I think the transatlantic unity was one of the blows, I would say, to Putin, and it was something he never expected from the beginning, because what he was expecting was something similar to 2014, that we will be very worried, gravely worried, strongly condemning, but not doing really much. And both United States, United Kingdom, European Union started to move quickly. But at some point, two bad things happened. I think part of our community started to sort of be a little bit afraid of their own reaction. And on the other side, part of our community became a little bit impatient. Because, you know, we live in a world where, you know, a story changes a story, and there are new things that happen every day. And at some point people were saying, oh, it's again this war. Why something else is not happening? I mean, we're bored of this. We want to move further. And even now, when you have this energy crisis Prime Minister was talking about, there are quite many people who completely disentangle what is happening now on the ground with what happened on 24th of February and even much before that. So I think this is a problem, and we need to sort of get to grip each and every time. It's a problem that you need Bucha, you need Irpin, you need something sadistic as this to sort of like wake up to the reality and move again. For me, I mean, we were starting to supply weapons to Ukraine even before the invasion. We were one of a couple of countries, and we always thought this is right. So now we see that Ukrainian army is very effective in fight, and actually, the first idea that, you know, 3 days or 3 weeks or something, I mean, this is just incomprehensible at current juncture. So what we need to push more, and we need to act quick.
Okay, so let's move on the ground, because we're really, I think a lot of us were surprised, but also almost, you know, enthusiastic by the counteroffensive that we've seen throughout the Donbas region and also the Kherson region. But of course, that has rose a lot of fears of a potential reaction of Vladimir Putin. So I'll be very straight here. What do you think is the likelihood that Russia will use tactical nuclear weapons? And what does that mean for our region, if that really happens? Panie Premierze.
Well, first of all, Putin wants us to believe that he is going to use the tactical nuclear weapon, because this is another tool of blackmail to Ukraine and to the free world. And it's a chicken game. He wants us to actually surrender as quickly as possible, because he sees that the only way for Russia to win this war is to escalate it and to create an impression on us, on the European Union in particular, that he is not going, that Russia is not going to make any step back. Whereas the reality is different. We, the Central European countries, know the history very, very well, and Russia is making step back only when it sees that there is a counter power staying in front of, standing in front of Russia. And this is why they are so fierce at us and the others who support with military support, with weapon delivery, and all sorts of other support for Ukraine, because they want us to be dealing with our own matters. This is why all politicians in Europe, and there is difference between different countries, including my country, all politicians which try to, as Ingrid said, actually try to make a differentiation between the current situation on the energy market, and with inflation, for instance. Inflation is soaring through the roof all over Europe, and war. They are not only, you know, cheating ourselves, but they are also playing to the music of the Kremlin. There has to be a linkage between all what is going on in Europe now with energy, inflation, and this war in Ukraine. Everybody who is pretending that there is this link is maybe vague or non-existent is part of Putin's propaganda, either being aware of being part of Putin's propaganda or unaware.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Well, I don't think there is much to add. You know, there is the word in Russian, that's not a very nice word, but I think very accurately describes the way of action of Kremlin regime. And this word is gopnik. And this is somebody who just jumps out in a dark street and says, do you have a cigarette? And can can I use your mobile phone? I want to call. And every time when somebody comes who is stronger, then the guy would say, oh, sorry, it's a mistake, I go away. So this is the action, actually, that he usually pursues. He wants...
So you're not afraid that he actually will use nuclear weapons?
I think that, you know, if you are just afraid, then you must sit frozen and sort of tremble and do nothing about it.
But if he does, then what do we do?
I mean, we were in the same debate before 24th of February. Can he actually invade Ukraine? And he did. There was a debate about can he cut Europe off the gas? And he did. So I see no much value in sitting and debating whatever happens in his crazy mind. I just know that the only way to react to this is to show a stronger counterpower, because otherwise we will just be sitting and trembling somewhere and waiting whatever he does next.
Absolutely. Both of you mentioned energy. What do you make of the sabotage attacks on Nord Stream last week? What is the reading in Poland, in Warsaw, and in Vilnius?
Well, like yesterday, there was this proposal made by Russia that potentially they could pump the gas through Nord Stream 2. This is this is for me a final confirmation, or you know, a very important evidence that this was an act of sabotage, most likely done by the Russians or with Russian influence. Of course, we have to wait till the final evidence and proofs are gathered by appropriate services, but yesterday's proposal is telling me that this was in the interest of Russia. Now they want to create a following situation. Look, you Europeans, either you agree on opening Nord Stream 2, which you wanted to be never opened, or there is no gas, no Russian gas for Europe. This is why we have to be strong. This is why we have to be decisive, because the indecision and delays are the parents of failure, and we have to be acting quick in conjunction through the transatlantic community, the European Union, with the United States, and this is the recipe for our success.
Yes, Prime Minister.
Well, same here. I don't want to sort of delve into my own interpretations who did this act of sabotage, but of course we know the narrative behind that. And throughout the period after invasion, there were debates about this, you know, paying in rubles or you will not get gas or something else, and then why don't you open the Nord Stream 2? But I don't know if you've noticed, after this sabotage, there was some movement in the market, but not of the magnitude you might imagine should have happened.
Yes,
yeah.
to
So it means that actually quite many players have already incalculated this into their equations, and quite many people know that the stocks in Europe are quite at a high level, and the pattern of supply has changed immensely. And I remember ourselves being in a debate, should we introduce this sanctions on gas? So it looks like Russia on that side have introduced the sanctions on gas itself. And I don't think this will change a lot, because countries are doing a lot at a very high price, and this is a price of neglecting the situation as it is throughout recent 10-15 years, where Russia was trying to hook European economy on its cheap gas. So now we are paying this extra costs that were not paid throughout the season. We've learned that from our own mistakes in the past. So we've created the alternative supply. We have an LNG terminal that's operational from 2014. And unexpectedly, it became regional, because we also have to share with our neighbors and to sort of help our neighbors to withstand this current situation. But, and of course, people cannot change their past, but it's important that we move fast, quickly, because we will never be able to come back to business as usual.
And my final question, because we have 1 minute left, would be, what has the war changed in the position of our region, of our countries? Have we proven, do we know, are we able to defend ourselves? Has the center of gravity in terms of military preparation moved here to Central Europe? What have we learned? Let's start with Madam Prime Minister.
I don't know if you remember this ultimatum of Putin of December, when he said that NATO is moving closer to Russia. But as a matter of fact, every time NATO did something, it was after Russia did something first. So it's good and bad, of course. The war is bad. What's happening is huge suffering and evil thing. But on the other side, it also has some sobering effects, because the agreements on strengthening of eastern NATO flank actually happened because of this invasion. And I hope now it's our duty to do what's for us, to increase our defense spending, to strengthen our defense capacities, but also for our NATO partners to mean it, to have substantial presence in the eastern flank to actually deter by denial.
Thank you. Panie premierze, ostatnie.
On top of what Ingrid has just said, I would also add that many people realize that Russia has to change much more deeply than so far after transformation started more than 30 years ago for it to be treated as a normal democratic state. Russia, and not Putin, Russia has recreated the worst demons of 20th century: colonialism, imperialism, nationalism, all which we thought that maybe are now in the dark past. They are now again on the surface, and they are being used by the Kremlin as the weapon of propaganda within the Russian society. And unfortunately, this ideology of Russian mir, Ruski mir, as they call it, is a very vibrant ideology in Russia. So it is not very optimistic what I'm saying, but this is for me not a Putin's war, as some would like it to be, in the West in particular. It is a war of Russia and its ideology and its total baggage of history. And we knew it always, but we know it more than ever today, that Russia has to change much more deeply for it not to be a threat for its neighbors into the future.
Thank you very much, Prime Ministers. I think the conclusion is that it might get much worse before it gets better, but at least we know what we're dealing with, and the unity is also there. Let's give a great round of applause to Prime Minister Morawiecki, Prime Minister Simonide.
Huge thanks to Professor Pisarska and her esteemed panel, who the Prime Minister of Poland, Mateusz Morawiecki, the Prime Minister of Lithuania, Ingrida Šimonytė, they're just touching upon things that we absolutely must not forget. There must not be fatigue when it comes to this war in Ukraine, because as the First Lady of Ukraine herself has said, Olena Zelenska, while we worry about the cost of living crisis, while we count our pennies, Ukraine is counting their bodies. So what to do? What is the future of this country? What is our response? With that in mind, please welcome me Join me in welcoming onto the stage Matthew Kanichnig, the Chief Europe Correspondent of Politico, and his panel, who will be discussing United We Stand, Divided We Fall.
European security at the moment, the transatlantic relationship, which is how strong is the resolve of the Western alliance going to be in the months and possibly years to come in the face of Russia's aggression. And to discuss this issue with me, I'm very happy to introduce a quite distinguished panel, beginning with the German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, the Europe Minister of our host country, Poland, Konrad Szymanski, the Foreign Minister of Czechia, Jan Lipavsky, and finally, the Foreign Minister of Croatia, Gordon Grilic Radman. And Minister Baerbock, I would like to start with you, if I may. You've spent the last 24 hours in Poland, and here, as you've done since the beginning of the war, really, you've spoken very convincingly and very eloquently about the necessity of helping Ukraine defend itself against Russia. You said yesterday on the occasion of Germany's National Day, to mark the reunification, Eastern Europe's security is Germany's security. You can count on that. And yet there are, I think, not just in Eastern Europe, but in other corners of Europe, of the EU, there's concern about Germany's resistance, particularly in the public. And there were large demonstrations just yesterday, in fact, in parts of Germany, particularly in the east. I think there were 10,000 people in the town of Gera alone protesting the support for Ukraine, people waving Russian flags and so forth, and demanding an end of the sanctions. Why do you think there is still such a disconnect in your country when it comes to supporting Ukraine as compared to, let's say, Poland or other countries in the region?
Well, good afternoon from my side, and thanks for having this conference. I think this is just the right moment because we are facing a winter where it is crystal clear that Russia is using another element to its hybrid warfare, and this is dividing societies and dividing Europe. And that's why it's so important that we make crystal clear today and also in the upcoming days that we stand united with united with 450 million Europeans who support
the Western Balkans. Once, so 30 years ago, we are now lived in one country, and actually we know the mentality, we know the situation there. Slovenia and Croatia fulfill all the foreign policy goals, and what remains the stability and institutional functionality of Western Balkans. But first of all, there are European values, the rule of law, the human rights and democratization of society. It's very, very important. And it's up to the countries to fill all the criteria. And of course, when it comes to Russian aggression on Ukraine, Croatia was among the first country who just realized and to show the solidarity. Our Prime Minister visited many times Ukraine as well. And we knew that something could happen because we had the same 32 years ago, the situation when from Yugoslavia broke down. And so we want our allies and our partners, however, and we'd like also to help with our assistance and our experience also here, also in Ukraine, however. But our message to Brussels is, and to our neighbors, please, if you just would like to be on the right track of history, you have to show with your concrete activities. Namely, there's not possibility in this very important, dangerous and challenging time to have on two chairs. So whether you are pro-European or we are democratic states, or you are not pro-European, that means you are on the side of the autocracy and so on. And it is the message. If there are countries from Western Balkans aspire to be a member of the European Union, firstly they have to follow the common foreign and security policy. It's just a red line. Otherwise, so we cannot accept actually the further negotiation or further actually, in fact, the countries should decide on whether are they pro-European or not. Of course, it's not just so like that. We should just to encourage these countries, raise actually the international law, raise actually the peace, what is actually European policy, and just to encourage them and to choose the right side.
Thank you, sir. One of the lessons I think a lot of people have taken from the past year or so, Minister Baerbock, is that the role of the United States in Europe is, or continues to be, much more central, I think, than a lot of Europeans were willing to admit. If you look at the aid, we were just talking about the military aid, the United States has given more than 20 times as much as your country, for example. They just decided a few days ago to give an additional $12 billion in aid. What do you think this means for Europe's security going forward? How reliant do you think Europe should be on the United States for its security, not just in terms of the United States obviously being the pillar of NATO, but this runs much deeper, because whenever there's a crisis, we were just discussing the former Yugoslavia, the United States came in and led those efforts to create a kind of peace there. And here again in Ukraine, the United States is really bearing the brunt of the burden.
Well, first of all, I liked your picture about the glass which is half full. And I think it's hard to be in politics if you are not believing, or you're not willing to believe, that you can make a difference yourself to the positive side. At least this is a reason why I'm in politics. And that's why I think even in the hardest times we are facing the hardest economic crisis within my country since the end of the Second World War. We have an attack on our European peace order. But we shouldn't regret, I believe, that now the US and the EU are closer together than maybe ever before, but I think it's a positive sign that the transatlantic partnership, the transatlantic trust, the relationship between the EU and the US, the relationship between the EU and NATO is stronger than ever. And this is our strongest weapon also in fighting Russia. And this is why I think we shouldn't now look at it from the side, well, this is not a good sign. This is a very good sign. And it has changed also European policy. If you look at the NATO strategic concept, if you look at the new EU defense concept, you can see that the understanding how we see EU and NATO also as partners, also those members which are not even NATO member, is a step forwards also to a stronger European defense alliance. And therefore, I think it's a good sign. But on the other hand, this is also a wake-up call, and there I agree. It's also, or it has been a wake-up call for one of the biggest countries within the European Union, that we have to invest more in our own security. This is why we did not only change course with regard to weapons delivery, but this is why we are saying openly as a new government, we have to fulfill our NATO targets. And this is why we have to look how we can combine our defense capabilities, because if we are frank, and again, I think this is not only a bad part that we as social welfare states invested in the past also a lot in social welfare states and not like Russia invested many things also in on a military capacity, but that we have to look closer at pooling and sharing. So now, while also Germany is investing way more in our own defense capabilities with regard to the 100 billion we just set up for our support, I think the next step also to be more capable of defending ourselves as Europeans without only relying on our US partner. We are looking, for example, now at the new facilities with regard to EU mission for Ukraine. We can use this instrument now together with the maintenance hub as a next step towards a common European defense union. So I think within all this crisis, we can look, and we have to look, and this is what I'm working on, how we can build the European Union defense and security capabilities even stronger out of this common situation, but not against the US, but together with our partners over the Atlantic.
Minister Szymanski, there's been a lot of talk in Europe, even predating the Ukraine crisis, about what the French have called strategic autonomy. I think most people are familiar with that concept. That has died down a little bit now, but with the Germans spending 100 billion on their special fund and talking about taking a leadership role and so forth, and the Zeitenwende, this transformation that they've been advertising. Do you think Poland and the region are going to start looking to Germany for leadership? Chancellor Scholz recently said that Germany needs to take a leadership role on matters military and foreign policy.
I think the war proves clearly that we as Europeans should do more on our security. Not to build an appropriate parallelism with the United States and the rest of our alliance, which is NATO, not to build absolutely artificial tensions across the Atlantic, but to contribute even more to collective security of the West. And here, of course, there were plenty of definitions of this autonomy, some of them quite toxic, some of them quite provocative, but in the end, I think we can meet with all EU member states, including France, that yes, we should do more on security. This is nothing controversial. But the reaction, our reaction, I mean, European reaction to war will define our reality, the real importance, the real gravity of Europe in international relations for decades, for generations. And if anybody would like to see Europe as a more powerful factor, then we should do more on our security
should do more in military assistance to Ukraine, because this is number one. We should do more in our international role across the globe. And of course, the scale and gravity of the challenges we face needs a reconciliation, revitalization of the whole West. So we are pretty sure that nothing changed. America will play a significant, indispensable role in our security, and we can do more to be even more visible, to be a real factor. It depends on us. If we really want to prove that we are here, let's do more on military assistance, let's do more on reconstruction of Ukraine. Then the world will understand that yes, Europe is a factor. And this is the way to be more visible, more important actor at the international stage. Not declarations about the future of NATO, quite toxic declarations we heard a couple of months before the war. We need actions.
But I think some people would argue, in order to be a factor and to remain a factor, Minister Lubavsky, you need leadership. And who would you say is now leading Europe on these questions?
That's a very good question. There's a formal and informal leadership. And yes, this is not aligned in this sense, since the formal leadership sits in Brussels, but we need the political leadership of those countries which really can change situation on the ground. And I would say that part of this political leadership now sits also here now in Warsaw, but generally in Eastern Europe, which was for a long time calling for measures against Russia influence. And now we see that those bad scenarios fulfilled. So I would say in certain manner that the Central and Eastern Europe has some kind of political leadership in this very specific agenda of the horrendous Putin war. But of course, there is a calling for some kind of visions. And what we have to understand is that we European ministers, we meet all the time. We meet every month at least once, maybe even more often. There is a very intensive exchange of ideas between the EU states. We have a NATO ministerial, so we meet quite often with Canada, with the USA, with the US. So the leadership, we don't need a leadership in the sense of the one leader who would be dictating what the policies are, but whoever comes with a good idea, then it's quite easily seeded into the other states and it can flourish. So, of course, for the big changes, you need a strong leader, but on the other side, we have these mechanisms of multilateralism here in Europe, which are working quite in a good way for us.
I agree. I don't think anybody has ever accused Europe of not having enough meetings, to be honest. But I would like to go to the audience for a couple of questions. We have a couple of minutes left. There's a microphone in the middle. If you have a question, speak now, or forever hold your peace. Here in the third row, please. Is there? I was told there was a microphone in the middle. Oh, here it is, by the spotlight right there. And if you could say your name and affiliation, please.
Hello, my name is Aleksander Sławiński from Gazeta Wyborcza newspaper. I have a question to Minister Baerbock, a question related with this criticism towards Germany. Because what do you think, to what extent this criticism from the international community, especially in Central Eastern Europe, but also different parts of the world, how does it actually impact the thinking of, let's say, average person, of the society? Do people think that if they are criticized, they should change their mind about the Russia, or instead they think that if they are criticized, that they make their position more solid, and they think that if we are criticized, then we should keep with our perspective, because there's like this mechanism that when you're criticized, you start being contrarian, let's say. So that's my question about German society.
It's a very great question, and I think everybody who's been abroad, if you're at home, the most critical person to your own society, but if you're abroad and people telling you, well, you in your country are like this and that, suddenly you turn to the most patriotic person on earth. At least this has happened to me when I was 16 years old, being at school in the US and being asked whether we have refrigerators in Europe. But on a serious note, because this is a serious question, as I said before, anyhow, for democracies, a critical public and critical friends are most importantly, because if you are just confirmed with your own position, nothing is going to move. So I think it has been very important also for political decision making within Germany that even in those years where, as I said before, Germany did not listen carefully enough to the right assessment of many partners with regard to Russia, that our friends didn't stop in sticking the finger in the wound. But I would like to underline that now, while we have changed our course and we have made crystal clear, not only for the German government, but within all the papers, and I would just support, we are meeting often, but I think as productive as within the last half years, maybe we haven't been for a long time. We have defined a new Russia strategy also from the European Union with a big push and support also from Germany, and I think this is due to the critical tone which have come also to my country, and we have underlined that we will achieve security only from and not with Vladimir Putin's Russia those days. And this was an important shift in German policy. So coming back to the heart of your question, which is very difficult, I said, speak open and frankly, we are just between friends. The last podium we had together, I had a fake news shitstorm afterwards. So you have to choose every word you are saying. But I would like to say, if you change your course and then you're on the right track, then it's really hard to see the arguments when you haven't changed your course. And I think many people, and I see that in my own family, I see this with my own friends who are saying, yes, we have been wrong with Russia in the past, but now we are understanding what we have to do together, and we can only succeed together with our European friends. So this is what I would like to leave. Now at this moment where we stand united as never before, also because Germany is on board towards Russia, we have to stay united, and we shouldn't give every inch of possibility that at this moment the European societies can be divided from outside.
Thank you very much, Minister Baerbock. I see we're a few minutes over already. Some of the ministers have other appointments, so I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there today. No shitstorm, I'm afraid, but thank you very much to the ministers for joining us today. Thank you.
Big thanks to Matthew there, Matthew Karnichnik and his panel. In Matthew's words, no shitstorm. Thank you very much for that. But we had a very frank and a very honest discussion about mistakes made and lessons learned. So thank you very much to that panel. Now, before our next conversation, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a bit of intel to tell you. And obviously, get your selfies in now, because if you haven't taken a photo, it has not happened. So, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I want to bring you a little bit of an insight from a yearly public opinion study, which is done by the German Marshall Fund of the United States in collaboration with the Bertelsmann Foundation of North America. Now, this survey is called the Transatlantic Trends. It's a comprehensive public opinion study which provides insight, among other things, in public opinion on global order, on transatlantic relations, and also strategic challenges like China and, of course, Ukraine. So, what we found from this year's Transatlantic Trends study, 2022, a rather, well, a cooperation, a consensus, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. A consensus on the core issues for transatlantic cooperation, namely NATO and also the US's involvement and European security. So let's just have a little look at what this actually means. So according to the report, in the eyes of the respondents who were asked the question, the world looks very unipolar. You can see the US is by far seen as the most influential actor when it comes to leading the way. 64%. But just compare this in 5 years' time, how the respondents felt when it comes to the United States' leading the way in terms of its sphere of influence. If we have a look at the slide that shows us the projections for 5 years' time, well, as you see, a whopping decrease in the sphere of influence for the United States, a massive decrease. So I want you to bear that in mind when we go into our next panel, down by 27%. This is how respondents feel the US's sphere of influence will be in the next 5 years or so. And it's China that gains, also Russia actually, but China is the predominant gainer in terms of spheres of influence. So it is really worth bearing that in mind, how the respondents of this survey, this yearly public opinion survey, feel about what is going to happen in the next 5 years' time. Don't have nightmares, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, for our next panel, with all of this in mind, please welcome back on stage Michał Baranowski, the co-chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, for his panel, Late or Just in Time. Over to you, sir.
Well, fantastic. Welcome, everyone. I think I was introduced, but Michał Baranowski. I have really fantastic panel to discuss the alliance that keeps us safe. And we are going to discuss here how safe we are, what we need to do to get there and be even more safe. And the right title is NATO late or just in time. I'm not going to go into the details introducing our panelists, but it's wonderful to have Baiba Braze with us, Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy, Minister of Defense of Estonia, Hanno Pevkur, and Anna Wieslander from Atlantic Council, Head of Stockholm Office, Northern Europe Director as well, and a long-time friend. Minister, I would like to start with you, actually, because you are, frankly, the closest to the action. How are we doing specifically in terms of the speed of the adaptation of the alliance? The alliance is changing. The Madrid summit not only introduced the new strategic concept, there were also a number of decisions in terms of strengthening the eastern flank and the alliance as a whole, but at the same time, we are having our Russian adversaries adjusting as well. How are we doing with this speed of adjustments? Are our front line and front door, as you say, safe enough to our NATO's house?
Well, thank you for having me in this panel. So definitely is one of the most interesting panels in terms that are we ready enough, or are we there where we want to be? Well, yes, I've used that metaphor many times, that like the closest countries to Russia are the front doors, or the main door to NATO. And when we don't have this door closed, all the other doors are open anyway in the house. So when we take the normal house, then we all understand that, you close the front door or the main entrance to the house, and all the other doors inside of the house are anyway open. Normally we don't close those doors. So inside of the NATO we have the same principle, that it should be closed. Today it is closed. Now is the question then, when there is an intruder, when someone wants to intrude to your house, are we ready to kick him out from the first moment, from the first meter, from the first inch? So this is the core value of Article 5. And then when we take NATO, then we know that there are different plans. We are not late yet, I would say. But we have to speed up. And to speed up, and also when we take the Madrid summit conclusions, then from our point of view, the first and foremost, the regional plans have to be there as soon as possible, because the situation has changed, and this is for sure that the regional plans are like the must thing to have. The second point is that every country close to Russia has to invest a lot more. So we are doing that, so increasing to 2.8% next year, 3.1% in 24, and also in total volumes it will be increased a lot. But also we have to understand from the allies to deliver the decisions made in Madrid. For instance, we agreed with Brits that they will allocate a brigade, so we don't have time until the next year, or until the end of the next year. We need to start training together with these units. We need to start planning together with these units. So to conclude your question, we are not late yet, but we have to speed up.
Great. Well, we'll come back to this in more specifics, because I really want to drill down to the level of forces and the kind of forces we need to have in Estonia, in the Baltic states, in Poland, and throughout the eastern flank, or as the Polish general, chief of Polish defense, General Andrzejczak, talks about the eastern front. What we actually will need to be secure. But let me turn to Assistant Secretary Braze and have your view from inside of the alliance. Post-Madrid, you are a NATO official, so I'm not going to ask you to criticize NATO, but if you could give us a sense of what you are relaxed about and what you are worried about in terms of the speed of the adaptation and implementation of Madrid's decisions as we are coming close to the winter.
Dziękuję, panie Michale. Dziękuję Polska, dziękuję Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation. Wspaniale jest być znowu w Warszawie.
Bardzo dziękujemy. So the rest of the panel will do in Polish.
But going back to your question, and I think the very sort of premise of saying late or in time is slightly off with regards to NATO. NATO, throughout the years, throughout the very foundation, has been adapting to this necessary level of the threats to be able to respond to the threats. And that is what we are doing at 30 and soon at 32 as we speak now. It's the only political military alliance of its kind. And when I say that, it actually means something. So it's not just about words in the strategic concept. It's not just about the concept of deterrence and defense for the Euro-Atlantic area. It's about our military, our political leaders, our forces on the ground, literally implementing changes as we speak. And there will never be the time when we say, okay, this is perfect, this is ready. Because adaptation is constant. So, and we all know indeed that forces in the Baltics are being built up. There are very clear decisions that the leaders have made, that the military leaders are implementing. The way we train, the readiness of the forces, control command, everything is changing. And why? Because the threats to the Euro-Atlantic security have increased. There are no direct military threats to NATO members, but the overall situation obviously is completely different. So on the basis of that, we have political unity, we have military unity, and we are implementing very practical changes. So, for example, when you see NATO exercising, when we announce, for example, there is an exercise, Neptune Strike, where the command of a aircraft carrier is given to Supreme Allied Commander Europe, so-called transfer of authority, TOAD. It's a huge change. It had never been done in NATO before. So the whole US carrier strike group comes under the command of Secure. Plus, there are other forces exercising with them. The way they built up this interoperability, the communications, the way they exercise, it's completely new. It had not been done before. So we can speak through all the domains. So changes are taking place as we speak. So if it's in time, it's difficult to say, but NATO is responding to the real-time situations that we have in Euro-Atlantic security currently.
Thank you very much. We'll come back also to the types of threats we face, because you know the issue of nuclear tactical weapons being used has been raised already, and it's certainly the most worrying and dangerous weapon that is in the Russian arsenal. But before we do that, I actually want to go across the Baltic Sea to our friends in Sweden. Anna, the last time Sweden was part of an alliance, formal alliance, I understand was during Napoleonic Wars just over 200 years ago. What happened? Why are you joining us? And more importantly, maybe this is pretty clear, but you know, what is Sweden hoping to get from the alliance, and what is it bringing to the alliance in terms of your Swedish and Finnish capabilities? Over to you.
Thank you so much, and it's lovely to be back here at the Warsaw Security Forum. Also to be in Warsaw, which is really at the front line of this major war in Europe, so it feels very important to be here. And Sweden and Finland, we did the same assessment, two things really that shifted this, as you say, many years of, for Sweden, hundreds of years of military non-alignment, and for Finland also many years. And it was one, of course, the level of the threat, the fact that Russia full-scale invaded another country, a neighbor, that really shook us. In combination with the so-called treaties on security guarantees that Russia proposed in December, which also kind of gave a feeling that we are really entering a very dangerous phase here if this is what Russia wants, as was described in these draft treaties. And I think what both Sweden and Finland will bring to NATO. So, of course, this is why we felt that being a close partner to NATO, the position that we have had since 2014, it was not enough for our security. We needed that those formal guarantees, and that's why we have applied for joining NATO. But what would we bring? I think it's important, both politically. I think it's worth underlining that we are, you know, solid democracy, stable economies, EU members since 1995. I think that kind of will help solidify a Western core, a Western platform, which is really needed now as we are also looking globally at the fight between democracy, autocracy, for instance, it's in line with the treaty of NATO, and it's part of defending the rule-based order. So I think that Sweden and Finland will help with that, and in practical terms help bridge also between NATO and the EU, all the initiatives that we see there. Militarily, we are interoperable as many allies, I would argue, since we have been working closely with NATO since the mid-90s. And we have advanced military, not huge. Of course, we are not super big countries, but Finland, for instance, a very strong army, heavy brigades, kept its conscription. Sweden has a strong jet fighter fleet and also submarines. For instance, we both come with good knowledge on Russia, since that's a neighbor which we also can bring in, and data collection intel on those terms. So I think we can contribute in several ways to the alliance security.
Thank you. Yes, and as you pointed out, you are very capable when in maritime domain, and of course the Baltic Sea with Swedish and Finnish accession will become a NATO lake. And as we were talking about right before the panel, a lake that is getting quite a bit of activity right now with the sabotage of the pipeline. So your capabilities, underwater capabilities, I think are very important for the alliance indeed, and we can explore this as well. And I would ask the audience, the participants, to think also of the questions. We'll definitely turn to the conversation with us all in the room. But before we do that, I wanted to focus for us for a second on Ukraine and what the war in Ukraine means for the alliance. And Minister, maybe I can ask you first. Given Estonia's per capita, I think you are on the very top, contribution to Ukraine military. Help us think through Tallinn's perspective of not only why the fight in Ukraine is key for Estonia's or Polish, being here, security. What can we do specifically to address it? And if I can then add to this a little bit too, I mean, we need to be talking, we need to discuss, even though it's maybe a bit of a tricky subject, Ukraine's request to join NATO. So Estonian government, along with 8 others from the flank, has come out publicly. So if you could give us a perspective on the both military and political support for Ukraine in the NATO context that you would foresee that is necessary in the coming months and years too.
Yes, so I'm probably not very original here, as we have heard in the opening speeches, very great thoughts about that. And I totally in the same line with these thoughts, and definitely I'm more than happy to multiply that once again, that we are not fighting in Ukraine for Ukraine. We are fighting for the free world, and we are fighting for the rule-based world. And as I mentioned or said that many times to different journalists, that at the moment we are fighting democracy versus aggressor, who is just or who thinks that he can take away someone's freedom, freedom of choice, freedom of your own independence, and the freedom of decide yourself and your future. So, and this is something we cannot tolerate, and we cannot allow to continue and to happen. So this is why it's not important only for Ukraine and Ukrainians, but all the Western world and democratic world. On military point of view, definitely we all understand that every tank or howitzer which is destroyed there in Ukraine decreases also the capabilities of Russia towards NATO. So, and this is obvious reason why we have to help Ukraine, and this was one of the understandings what have been or what has been in Estonian society for a very long time, that even before the large-scale invasion or escalation of the war since 2014 happened on 24th of February. That even before that we sent already some aid to Ukraine, and the first javelins helping to keep Kiev were exactly because of that. That, you know, when you take the price of the one javelin comparing to the price of the tank, so we all understand that this is exactly what we have to do. That we have to give help to Ukraine, that they can freedom their own country, they can, from the military point of view, weaken Russian military. And when we take all the numbers of the tanks, thousands of tanks or howitzers or other equipment, military equipment, then we all understand that Russia is capable of restoring all that, but it takes time. Now is the question of estimation, that how long it takes. Is it like 6 months, 2 years, 6 years? My estimation is that it happens rather sooner than later. And this is why we also in NATO and in all over the alliance, we have to speed up our production. I was very happy to hear that also the companies present here said that they are ready to, or they have already increased the production. And this is exactly what we need. We need to fill the stocks, we need to increase the production, but what we need to give also to the industry is the confirmation and certainty that yes, the contracts are there and the offer, and we will buy new stuff, because otherwise private companies will not increase their production just that someone will say that maybe we will buy something more. No, we have to put the orders in place, and then we will get also the results. But we have to fill the stocks, and we have to be ready for different also asymmetrical attacks. Probably we don't have much time to discuss and to go very deeply with the Nord Stream case, but what was mentioned by our Swedish colleagues and friends, and we discussed backstage that when we have air policing in Baltic states, then maybe we should also have sub-policing in Baltic Sea.
Absolutely, you heard it here, sub-policing, and the idea is that we'll just to explore that a little bit, well, this is where Sweden will come in with their great submarine capabilities to help us be sure that we know what's going on, not only above, but also below water. Assistant Secretary, I wanted to ask you about the nuclear issue. NATO is a nuclear alliance. We are now being threatened by Putin with nuclear weapons, whether it's tactical or maybe even beyond. What should be our response? How are these threats being received in Brussels?
Indeed, we all have heard this irresponsible nuclear saber-rattling, and indeed that is something that nobody is happy with. And we take it seriously. At the same time, I have to remind every time and again audiences, and including Russian audiences, we still engage with Russian audiences via our social media channels and elsewhere, that Russia herself in January signed the P5 statement of the UN Security Council saying that the nuclear war cannot be won and it should not be fought. That was Russian own policy statement. Nothing has changed. So in that respect, of course, we take it serious. It's irresponsible to talk like that, but we also know that we will be ready, and we are ready for all scenarios. And I'm not going to speculate what type of scenarios and so on and so forth these questions are asked, but it's just not done. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the audience, and I want to, and by the way, the microphone should be somewhere in the back, so either go there or catch my hand to, oh, there we go, somewhere there. Oh, there we go. There's the microphone. But before we do that, Anna, I wanted to ask you about your other aspect of expertise. Besides being a Swedish defense and security analyst, you are also a transatlantic expert, transatlantic relations expert. And of course, the health of NATO depends on the health of the transatlantic relationship, on America's engagement in Europe, and there is some trade-off, potentially, between what's going on in the European theater and what's going on in the Asian theater. But I wanted to, so the topic that I would like for you to address is, when you talk with your colleagues in DC, to what extent, and when you look also at political developments inside Washington, how relaxed or concerned are you about America staying the course, not only under this administration, but not only after the midterms election, but also after 2024 presidential election? That's one big factor. And the other factor is, of course, China and Taiwan. How are we doing transatlantically to manage this engagement of the US and also burden sharing in this time of really global volatility? As the title of the panel suggests, we are in the global great power competition. So looking at the other side of the Atlantic, how relaxed or concerned are you?
Well, there are a few observations you can make there, I think. I think no one is really relaxed when you talk about the presidential elections of 2024. No one can rule out the return of another Trump administration or something similar, which would mean, a big strain on the transatlantic relation as it was, a lot of political turbulence, and the shadow of, to be frank, also NATO's future. We know that now, that was on the table. But at least the question of burden sharing perhaps getting even more acute again, even though now Europe is increasing defense spending, but will it be enough? So those are questions that we have to live with, I think, until we know better, and we need to be aware of that, and I think it's an important signal to European countries that we cannot relax and lean back. We have seen a lot of US engagement, US leadership now, during the Russian build-up and the invasion. The US is leading on support, both economically, military and humanitarian, to Ukraine, for instance. So once again, Europe is leaning on the US, but we cannot be satisfied with that. We really have to do our homework. And that's also a long-term strategic question as you raise, because I think when you talk around in Washington, you have, yes, it's about Russia and China, but you still will find those who say, no, it's not about Russia long-term, it's only about China. Possibly it's about Russia because Russia will align with China. That will make Russia long-term interesting still, but there is this very strong tendency that the strategic challenge, the one who can really challenge the US as its number one position, is China. And so that will not go away. So even though if you have a benevolent US after 2024, resources could be strained for us. And we need to be a better first responder. We need to be stronger deterrence capability here in order to secure our part of the world. That's really important. Now, the Taiwan issue, I think we need to follow closely. We do not know there where the timetable will be. What I've heard more recently is that people think it might come sooner than later, because China is also looking at, perhaps China is peaking its power earlier than it had estimated before, which also changes its timetable when it comes to Taiwan. So we need to be engaged in that as well, and I think it's symptomatic. I was at NATO the other day, and someone said, well, if Sweden and Finland were closest partners before, perhaps it's Australia and Japan next. So that's also a shifting way of looking at things as we are connecting our security.
Absolutely. Some in Washington, D.C. are talking about one theater.
both putting Europe and Asia from their perspective into in one space. Let me go to questions, and if you can just briefly introduce yourself, direct a question to a specific person if you can, and we'll take as many as we can. Right. Sir.
So my name is Jakub Knop. I'm from University of Warsaw. So first I'd like to thank to all the participants for their fascinating remarks. And I'd like to quote one of my favorite political leaders in Europe, Prime Minister of Estonia, Kaja Kallas, who in an interview for Financial Times said that in the event of Russian invasion, Estonia will be wiped off the map. And I think that she meant that it is time to employ a posture of deterrence by denial, and that this is the only way forward for the countries on the eastern flank of NATO. And so I'd like to know what are your thoughts on how could NATO contribute into creating such a posture and basically deny Russian entrance to the Baltic states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I can sharpen it, what would be the force that you think could provide deterrence by denial in Estonia and Baltic countries? But before you answer, please, let's take a second question as well, because we are short on time.
Hi, good afternoon. Alessandro Marrone. I'm the head of Defense Program, Istituto Affari Internazionali, IAI, Rome. Thank you to our panelists. Last year, NATO and the EU were working on a new joint declaration. Then the war arrived, there's been the NATO strategic concept and the EU strategic compass. So my question is, what's the status and perspective of a NATO-EU joint declaration? It would be tremendously helpful to consolidate the Western Bloc today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. And is there a third question? Yes, great.
Hello, my name is Iverson. I'm from Hong Kong, a columnist at the Estonian newspaper Post Dimas. I have a question regarding the Chinese espionage within NATO countries. A year ago in Estonia, there was a maritime researcher who was charged for working for the Chinese Communist Party, and he was jailed, and he got security clearance from the NATO. So my question to the panel is how to ensure that the NATO operations can prevent and to deter the Chinese infiltration within the EU countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And perhaps the last question, or maybe the last two questions. Yeah, I see you, sir. Barely, but I can.
Denis Kolesnik, consultant from Paris, and actually I have a quick question to Anne Wieslander. What will NORDEFCO become when your country and your colleagues from Finland will become NATO members? And maybe a short question to Madam Assistant Secretary Babraje. It's actually about Ukraine's application to NATO, and as a person who worked a decade ago at the NATO liaison office in Kiev, Ukraine applied for NATO in 2008 and right now. And actually we continue to hear more or less the same approach towards Ukraine. I mean, especially this reluctance or reticence, as we say, can be observed in Paris, where I live, and in Western Europe as well. But will we be able to finally provide a solution for Ukraine and finally secure this country and secure the continent from further Russian invasions, maybe? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your brilliant contributions. My name is Emmanuel Zingeris. I'm last 3 decades in Lithuanian Parliament in Foreign Affairs Committee. My question will be related to our direct neighborhood to Belarus and to the footnote that from the 20th of February, Russian army continued to be there, and after 24th it was heavily used against Ukraine. And now Belarus is overbooked with Russian army and Kaliningrad. And now we have a 100-kilometer gap. I will not call that, dear Michal, corridor, my goodness. But it's no corridors between Poland and Lithuania. But the gap of 100 kilometers in Suwalki should be fortified, not looking of the new possibilities of aeroplanes to cover that. So how to say, what we should say about future demilitarization, possible demilitarization of Belarus and Kaliningrad region? Thank you.
Thank you.
And no changes, any border, no changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a last question there? Okay, absolutely. Yes. We'll do that, and then we'll have to pick and choose.
Aleksandra Krzysztoszek, Euractiv Poland. I have a question to the Assistant Secretary General. there are going to be the election of a new Secretary General of NATO next year. Do you expect any change in NATO policy, not only towards Ukraine, but also towards other areas of NATO activity relating to the change in power in the alliance? Thank you very much.
Super, thank you very much. So we are a little bit over time, but I think we'll definitely do the round of answers. So, Assistant Secretary, let's go with you. And if you have any closing thoughts as well, let's put it right now, because we'll finish right after your contributions.
With regard to next Secretary General, we have Secretary General, and he's going very strong, as we all know, so we stick at that. On Ukraine's membership, quite clearly, as you rightly said, Ukraine submitted application for the second time. And for now, we are led by Article 10 of the Washington Treaty, NATO's founding treaty, which says that every European country that contributes to the security of Euro-Atlantic space and where allies agree to admit can become a member. So allies will have to look at these parameters, and we will see. No doubt about Ukraine that she is contributing to Euro-Atlantic security. And as Minister said, as we all know, it's not only Ukrainians are fighting for us and self-defending themselves with, of course, our all allies and world's help. They're also standing up for the UN Charter. I would like to note that this is the basic instrument of international law where more than 190 countries have legally ratified it, committed to it, which provides for territorial integrity, sovereignty, for the right to self-defend. It's crucial, and Ukrainians are doing that with arms in their hands. They are standing up for concrete articles of the UN Charter. And it's really something unique in the history of the UN. And on NATO-EU joint declaration, indeed, the time of the war is not the time for joint declarations and drafting sessions and so on and so forth. So we are united in actions, and we work with our EU colleagues. Once the time comes for another political declaration or some other verbalizing of the common principles, common commitments, common everything, it will be there. And posthumous question on Chinese spying and infiltration. I think we have an intel track also here in the Warsaw Security Forum where the intelligence specialists are discussing these issues. But there is no doubt about the fact that Chinese activities within NATO countries are ongoing, be it on cyber, be it in influence activities through information space, where China has clearly become a hostile actor together with Russia. As you rightly pointed out, various infiltration activities, those are ongoing. So it's our internal allied societal resilience, understanding the risks, the responsibility of the governments, the responsibility of civil military intelligence services that work within NATO on daily basis. We have 70 military services working together on daily basis at NATO, sharing information, sharing threats, understanding each other. That these concerns, this information is shared, that they are identified, and so on and so forth. So I would also like to say that going forwards, on support to Ukraine till the end of the sacred war, till the victory of Ukraine, the discussion on defense spending, new defense investment pledge, whatever summit decisions we need to make, the enhanced forward presence, the unity of all allies is going to continue to be crucial. We are united and we need to stay united. And with this, I'll also thank Poland for its contributions to the transatlantic security, but also to Ukraine, to Ukrainian people here in Poland and elsewhere.
Thank you very much. The clock started blinking in various colors, which probably means that we have a little bit less time than I hoped. Minister and then Anna.
Yes, I tried to keep it short. So I will address just two questions. First, espionage, and then the fourth, what we need to have this deterrence by denial. First, regarding the espionage, the message is very clear and simple and short. So don't play with us. So we will capture anyone who is trying to find any secrets from us, and our services are good, and we will send you out. We will or send you back, however you want it. But you will not then, or you will end up in the prison. So clear message. So don't play with us. Second, the deterrence by denial. Well, for sure we know what to do. This is not a question. So we have Admiral Bauer sitting here, who is leading the military committee of Chief of Defense and of NATO, and there is a clear understanding what we need to do. And now is the question that can we speed up all these processes? I mentioned already the regional plans. We have to deliver also the Madrid summit conclusions, but to be very concrete, when we have a clear understanding that what the regional plans say, then we can start to exercise those plans and to execute these plans. We need pre-positioning in close neighborhood of Russia, and we need a clear understanding that if there is a trespassing of the border or any threat to our territory, of NATO's territory, we will fight back from the first meter, from the first inch, and we will not wait. Because when we take the last comment, when we take Ukraine, we see that basically Russia has strategically lost this war already. And because what they wanted to have is they wanted to weaken NATO. They failed. NATO is stronger than ever. And NATO is more united than ever. And additionally, we will have two very strong countries soon in NATO, Finland and Sweden. And Russia has to face the truth that they have 1,324 more kilometers to deal with NATO. So, yes, we are ready. Yes, we know what to do, what we have to do. Now we just need to speed up all these processes.
Just do it, right? Nike. Anna, for last minute for you to close us.
Oh, thank you. Well, I agree very much with what the Defense Minister just said on deterrence by denial, and that Sweden and Finland joining NATO, we really have a good opportunity here to take some major steps on that. You mentioned the subwater environment, but we also have the airspace, we have air and missile defense, we have the Patriot systems, we have a lot of things that we can contribute with, fill the gaps and connect the dots if we look at the Baltic Sea as one area that we need to defend together. And then there was a question on NORDEFCO, that's the Nordic Defence Cooperation, Regional Defence Cooperation. And I think this is, Sweden and Finland joining NATO will really take away the last hurdles, I think, to explore that defence cooperation further. For instance, when it comes to joint procurement or security of supply, which has been some issues before. And this could work as a framework for regional development within NATO, within the larger framework. So I really think this has a bright future ahead.
Thank you very much, Anna, also for being concise. So, you know, we have Ukraine that is protecting us, that is the shield of Europe for the moment. They provide us time, and I would focus on what Minister has been doing. We now know what we need to be doing, what to do. We actually have to deliver on this. Really, between now and Vilnius, it's the similar situation as it was between the Wales and Warsaw Summit. So there we have work cut out for us. Please join me in thanking our excellent panel. And we'll be back with the president. Thank you.
Michał Baranowski for that fascinating session, focusing in on NATO. A new dawn. Too late, just in time. We're going to keep the focus on NATO, but we're going to just slightly flip it this time round, because we'll be looking at NATO's first-to-fight nations, those Baltic states. We heard about Ukraine being the shield, so to speak. There are countries that obviously have a border with Russia, and we will be speaking to, I am thrilled to say, our next guest in this high-level conversation on the Baltic states, NATO's first-to-fight nations. Please join me in welcoming to the stage His Excellency Egils Levits, the President of the Republic of Latvia. Welcome, welcome. So we've been listening to NATO, the New Dawn. We've been hearing how, as Michał there described, Ukraine as a shield. But we know, obviously, your country, the Baltic states, share a border with Russia. I just wonder, your concerns since this invasion?
Nowadays, geography plays a role, but much more relative as maybe 100 years ago. Because the distance for rockets from Kaliningrad to Berlin is the same as from Kaliningrad to Riga. It's rather in the mindset of the people and not as a military argument. So I would say that as Latvians, as representative of Baltic states, we are concerned on the security situation in Europe, very concerned, and we are committed to European Western values, and we are member of the system of collective defense, collective security. This means NATO. And NATO is defending all members in the same way. There is, I would say, would be absolutely different situation when we would not have NATO as a defense organization, which was established already 1949. And I think NATO is a basis for defense of democratic states in Europe, in North Atlantic.
Are you happy, though? Are you convinced that should anything, God forbid, happen, that Article 5, that collective responsibility, that's strong? You feel shielded, do you?
Of course, Article 5 is a basis of NATO. Without Article 5, there would be no need for NATO. Although this is a basis of the collective system of security, and collective system can work only when all member states are committed to the system. And I am absolutely sure that all member states are committed to NATO. And I participated in June this year in NATO summit. We have adopted a new strategy because the old one was not more realistic. The old one was adopted 2010 by different situation. Now we have adopted our NATO strategy to the new reality. And the basis of the new strategy is defense, deterrence through credible defense. And therefore we should invest in credible defense in order to keep Russia within its own borders. This is the task. Now we have not chosen that, but this is the right reaction to the situation.
For the first time, the strategic concept mentioned Russia as a direct threat. It mentioned China as well for the first time. But concretely, what has NATO done for Latvia since the escalation of the war? Because, of course, we've been talking about the war having been ongoing. It's not the 24th of February when this all kicked off.
Of course, Latvians are committed to the European values, to our democracy. We know the price of freedom. We are committed to Article 5, to the common security system, like other members of NATO. So, because I would like to stress again, collective security can work only when all member states are committed to that. And I'm sure, as democratic states, we are sharing the same values as United States, as Poland, as United Kingdom, as Portugal. And I would say for this, this is a reason why we are in NATO, and we are very happy that we are in NATO.
So you're, Mr. President, you're happy that you're in NATO.
Yeah.
Arguably, it's complicated for Ukraine. That's putting it mildly.
Yeah, I admit
understatement.
that it's more complicated, yes.
Just to pick on something that someone from the audience in the previous panel said, should Ukraine be part of NATO? Should you be just gunning for that and getting Ukraine within the shield of NATO?
NATO is a defense union for defense, and NATO is not aggressive organization, but only defense. It's absolutely clear. No one in Berlin, no one in Riga, no one in Paris are thinking how to conquer Moscow or Kaliningrad or someone. I think this is absolutely ridiculous. So it's very clear. It's a defense organization, and this is a basis for this collective security system. And of course, concerning Ukraine, Ukraine wants also to be member of this defense union, because Ukraine knows that it is a guarantor of peace. We in Latvia and other states are committed to the declaration of 2008 summit, that it is open for new members, also for Ukraine. And in due time, we are not only ready, we want to have Ukraine in our system. Ukrainian army, Ukrainian society is only society in Europe now, and only army now, which has the experience of defending the country. And it is a very strong motivated military in Ukraine, strong motivated society as a whole to defend democracy. And it would be an advantage for NATO to have such strong member. We should think about how to include in due time. I will stress that when all member states are ready to that. But of course, we see Ukraine as a strong future member of NATO.
Future member. Future member.
It's not possible tomorrow.
Not for now.
Yes, future member.
Just looking within Latvia itself, you have a Russian-speaking minority. I wonder if you can just tell us what the situation is on the ground within Latvia, because it's a complicated situation for this specific group of people.
It's not more complicated as in several other states, but I would say that big majority of the Russian minority is absolutely loyal to Latvian state. There is a minority within the minority, I repeat, minority within the minority, which have still some sentimental feelings towards Russia. And we see that these feelings are, after the Russian war against Ukraine, are decreasing, because I repeat again, as a big majority of Russian minority want to live in Europe, not in a repressive, backwards-oriented Russia.
What happens with those Russians who are trying to leave Russia right now, the people that don't want to fight for Russia? What should happen?
Yes. So we see that this is not only a war of Putin. He alone is not committing all the crimes in Ukraine. He needs help for that. There is a lot of people which are from ideology committed to this ideology of imperialism, colonialism, and racism of the 19th century. He is not alone. And we see that with such mindset of big part, I would say maybe, or it seems unfortunately, majority of the Russian population. Of course, it is ideological war. And ideological war, and this ideology is shared by a big part, maybe majority of the Russian population. It is possible within a short time to ideologize a big part of population through specific instruments. We saw that in Germany in end of the 90s or end of the at the beginning of the 30s. Yeah. Only a small part of Germans were Nazis. 5, 6, 7 years later, the big majority were Nazis. And this process is very similar to ideologization of Russians by this backwarded ideology. So we don't want this people by us, but there are enough countries in Europe which want to give them possibility to flee, because I would say this people don't want, they are supporting this ideology, but they don't want to fight themselves. They want that the neighbors are fighting, but not themselves. And therefore, I would say for Latvia, it is better that we don't have much of this Russian citizens. They can easily go to western part of Europe.
So are you effectively saying that you are closing your borders? Just remind us what the position is with
this. Yes, we are not more giving tourist visa for Russian citizens. Only in specific circumstances we are giving visas. It's not only our position, it's a position of at least 4 countries, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and Finland is very close to our position.
But just in terms of, and I'm going to push this a little bit, but just in terms of if you have this, whatever reasons they're not willing to fight, they're not willing to fight. That means they are not in Russia and they're not getting conscripted and they are not fighting. Is it just not better to have them out of that country?
Maybe it's better for other Western European countries, not for us.
They don't share a border with Russia, though. They're crossing your border.
Of course, if some Western European countries want to have this, we can organize a transfer to these countries.
Diplomatically put. You've been to Kiev many times. You've been to Kiev. Yeah. And I know you feel strongly about the possibility, the process of holding people to account. Just talk us through what you hope the international community will do to support future war crimes processes while this war is ongoing, because it's important to look at that right now.
Yes, I was in Kiev one month ago. I have a very good conversation with President Zelensky, with Prime Minister Shmyhal, with other personalities. The Ukrainians are very motivated to defend the country. It's absolutely different to Russians. They are not motivated to fight, and therefore there is now maybe if I guess so, more or less equal situation on the front. And the Ukrainians are able to go further to liberate some parts of the territory. But concerning Russian war crimes, I would say that impunity is an invitation to crimes, also in all societies, but also in international community. Impunity is an invitation to crimes, and therefore it is for principal reasons it is necessary to establish an institution which would examine the responsibility of the Russian state for the gravest violation of international laws since the Second World War, and also individual war crimes. Concerning individual war crimes, the International Criminal Court in Hague is already started investigations. You know that justice is working normally slow, but in next year or in due time there would be court proceedings against the Russian war criminals in Hague. And also for state responsibility is also a very important question, and I assume that there would be and should be a special tribunal on the Russian war of aggression, because till now the International Court of Justice has not directly jurisdiction on this issue, but it is a gap in international law, and the international law is the basis for international peace order, and therefore it is responsibility of the international community to defend international law. And I think this is to organize an institution which would examine Russian, I would say, the responsibility of the Russian state, then it is necessary in order to not to allow or not to give a reason for further crimes. For principal reasons, it is not important that the persons are sitting in the court accused, but for principal reasons that the international community is committed to international law. And if we are not doing so, that means it would lead to destruction of international law, and it would also end in a armed chaos in the world.
And just while we're looking at the future, I just want to throw forward a little bit further into the future then. As a final point, as a final thought, what do you do about Russia? How do you eventually, what kind of policies do you bring in to get this country back into the fold? Because you're not going to change the geography of where Latvia is. You will always share that border with Russia.
Yes, of course. I said already, from Kaliningrad, rocket has the same distance as to Berlin. We are doing all together with all European allies, with all NATO allies. We are sharing the common policy, because only together, not Latvian, not German, not Spanish policy can change the situation. Only NATO, European Union, also transatlantic or Western policy, if we want, can guarantee the peace in Europe.
On that note, Your Excellency, thank you so much. Egis Levits, the President of the Republic of Latvia, thank you so much for your frankness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, you have 20 minutes in which to grab some coffees, grab some food in the next room, and we'll see you in 20 minutes' time back in here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. That was great. Sorry, Steph. survey. Now, this one is focusing on managing relations with Russia and also with China. And once we get that slide up on screen, it will show you that when it comes to the respondents, in most EU member states, well, it turns out they prefer working through the EU, through the European Union, rather than working through NATO. And these figures, what they represent, what they mean is when it comes to managing relations with either, say, Russia, only 9% of the respondents chose to do it through the United States, and only 11% wanted to manage relations with China through the United States. So it builds on that previous key finding that we brought to you about the slide, the projected slide in influence when it comes to the US sphere of influence. All of this we're showing you in order to guide you through the next conversation. So just have that in the back of your mind, especially when you're formulating your questions, because these are key findings from the Transatlantic Trends study. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming onto the stage for his panel, which will be discussing gazing at each other or facing the same direction. Bear that in mind. Please welcome on stage Christopher Huygsen, the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, who will lead this ministerial panel discussion.
Good afternoon, everybody. Wonderful to be here. Before I start the panel, let me thank the organizers. Let me thank Katarina Pisarska from the Warsaw Security Forum. She has been a Munich young leader, and we are very happy to have this relationship between the Munich Security Conference and the Warsaw Security Forum. I'm very impressed by what you have put up here, Katarina. Thank you for this. Now, we are under strict time restrictions. The clock is working, so no introductions. We go right into the subject. Senator, you have been in Parliament, in Congress for 15 years, I believe. Have you seen a more happy and a more homogeneous NATO during this period?
Well, let me thank the hosts for convening this panel. Looking forward to it. Listen, I think it's always been fashionable to write the obituary of the Transatlantic Alliance. It seems like we're constantly in crisis, but we constantly find a way to remember the reasons for our genesis. And obviously, this is an existential threat to the alliance, and it is, I think, so important to show the world that we are able to step up and meet this challenge. And so, in the United States, I don't think we've ever seen the kind of support for NATO as we do today. We obviously are coming off of a bit of a hangover with a president who found political gain to be had in coming after the alliance. That opportunity doesn't exist any longer because there are Ukrainian flags flying all over the United States and great support for this deep integration with our European partners. But even before the Ukraine crisis, I think we had rallied around the notion that if we didn't find a way to cooperate more deeply, both on a security basis and an economic basis, China was going to own the rules of the road, the operating system for the world economy. And so, I think so much of our focus today is on supporting Ukraine, and I'm glad that we have found ways to do that. I think we also have discovered that if we aren't working together in a seamless web, we are also gifting the future world order to the Chinese. So for multiple reasons, this is an alliance that is as strong as ever before, and you see broad support for it, probably more substantial than ever before in the United States Congress.
Thank you. Thank you for this Madame le Député, Ms. Poussirev, you are a member of the party of the President, La République En Marche, or Renaissance. The President at some stage described the NATO as brain dead. I think he has changed that. How happy are you right now with NATO and the alliance? And if I can add the second part of this, European sovereignty, where do we stand there, and how do you see this as pursued?
Yes. I would say that NATO has changed since this sentence was pronounced by French President Macron. I think at that time there was a kind of ambiguity that has been lifted, and we have seen it recently when NATO gave this very swift response to the war in Ukraine. And we have been all united, and without first the bravery of the Ukrainian soldiers, of course, the resistance of the Ukrainian people, but without NATO, without, I would say, the strong political sanctions which were put on Russia, maybe Putin would have found his way to Ukraine. So we can only be very positive that NATO has strengthened its posture, and this is what we were waiting for, I must say, because as you know, France is cooperating actively to NATO. We have more than 1,500 people, soldiers involved either in NATO response force or being a framework nation in Romania. We are doing air policing in Poland. We are part of the enhanced presence in the Baltic states. So I think our commitment is total, and we value the cooperation we have within NATO, and we think this is really the answer. And we always thought, anyway, NATO is the cornerstone of the collective security, of our collective security. And just to answer the second question, it's certainly not the time to oppose long-term plan. We can have to build up our strength in Europe, our sovereignty. It's not the time to oppose this long-term plan with the response to the present situation and what we have to the support we have to provide to Ukrainian forces. And it's not only a military support, of course, political support, but we should not oppose European sovereignty and NATO. We have to look for a better articulation. We have to look for instance, increased maritime presence, coordinated maritime presence. And I could go on like that very long time, but I think that's enough for now.
Okay, well, maybe we come back to this. Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for attending here today. I know you are under a lot of time pressure there. Now, you have a new Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister, when I followed the news, was just changing her policy on taxes. And how about the defense area? As Secretary of Defense, do you count on continuing the course that you led during the last years under Prime Minister Johnson, or do you expect changes there?
Well, I mean, I think that first and foremost, the Prime Minister is wedded to the pledge of 3% of GDP by 2030 and 2.5% of GDP in 2026. And in doing so, we first of all joined the 16 countries that have pledged to increase their defense spending since Ukraine was invaded. A timely declaration by many of those countries. You know, for us, we were already at 2%. We'd had an extra £24 billion in the lead up before Ukraine was invaded. But, you know, I think we should all be asking ourselves the question of how can we not, you know, we can't afford not to be funding at higher levels than even 2% by 2030. And I think the trajectory we need to be on is to recognize that both, in a sense, locally, e.g. within Europe, Russia is a much more dangerous adversary than I think we all thought it might be. It is proactive, not only in waging a war in Europe and disregarding human rights and international laws. We've also seen threats. We've obviously seen the mysterious, so far, explosions around the gas pipeline and other measures taking place wider field. Wagner Group aggressively in West Africa, pushing legitimate UN, or trying to push out legitimate UN missions, and indeed the EU and missions out of places like Mali. And then on the other side of the world in the Pacific, a China ever growing in not only establishing itself, but a desire to challenge. President Xi himself talks about challenging the concepts of democracy and indeed those values that we hold so dear. So I don't see under my government, and my government has approximately two and a bit years left to run before the next election, and I don't see that changing under my government. In fact, this Prime Minister came to win the election as Prime Minister because of those pledges were part of it. That's why, for example, I supported her as well as I thought she was the best candidate. So, no, we're planning on increasing, investing in defence, and it's about time after 30 years. Many of our nations in Europe, we went from taking a peace dividend in 1991 to all our treasuries basically becoming corporate raiders and carrying on taking out of a defence budget. Well, you pay for that in the end, and I think all of us will discover, well, I know because I speak to my colleagues around Europe, that all of us know that under the bonnet, the hollowing out that we've all experienced in our defence budgets for the last 20-odd years, where on the surface our militaries can boast numbers, but below that bonnet we have not enough infrastructure, not enough spare parts, not enough personnel, not enough modern weaponry, not enough weapon stocks. That's all coming home to roost, and we're going to have to deal with that, and that is going to cost money.
Yes, thank you very much, Secretary. And you were very kind not to point out, for instance, my country, Germany, which certainly thought that the peace dividend and fell back in defense spending, but now trying to make up. But I see that there is a lot of alignment. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned Africa. And while we are sitting here, and this is my impression from all the discussions, that we are very united, that NATO, we are very united supporting Ukraine. Russia, back there in Africa, is advancing. Russia has basically taking over with its Wagner troop parts of Mali, now the latest coup d'etat in Burkina Faso. There's also apparently Russians behind this. Are we doing enough to counter this? And maybe, Madam Deputy, can I ask you first on this? This is an area where France was very active, and now, without much notice, Russia is gaining ground there. Are we doing enough to counter this?
At least France tried to have, to give support to countries when they called France to act, and it was a request from Mali in 2013, and we were there to try to support the government in place, to provide more security, to bring back the law order in some villages. And the situation completely changed because of what, as you mentioned, because of Russian interference. And it has been the case previously in Republic Central Africa, and now it's regarding Burkina Faso. And so we have been very impacted by the Wagner behavior, which is beyond what is acceptable. And there was a lot done by them on the information side. This is where we should have been, I think, personally think, we should have been more active in the informational war that has been taken place in Africa. As for France, we did the best we could. We are redeploying our system over there, and we will still be involved in fighting against terrorism, together with our allies, of course, and we thank Great Britain for the support they had provided to Barkhane with the Chinook helicopters. So we still have to talk about Africa, and France is still very active in Mediterranean region, in Middle East as well, and this is something I wanted to stress. We are keeping an eye on what is happening elsewhere, and I would say globally.
Yes, I would like to pick up there, Senator. When you are at the UN and when you have discussions there, it is totally different when you have it at NATO or here at Warsaw. There is a lot of talk about double standards, and there's a lot of equidistance. Are we doing enough? Is the US, do you think that you are doing enough also in Africa or Latin America? Is it to win over the government there? Because I'm afraid one of these days, in the UN General Assembly, the Chinese will get a majority there, and with their thinking. So while we have this wonderful alliance, outside the world is going into different directions. Do you have that on your radar screen? Yeah.
Well, of course we do, and for the United States and frankly our European partners, for us all to be a credible voice supporting democracy and human rights around the world, we need to be willing to both talk the talk and walk the walk. And listen, unfortunately, administration after administration, the United States sort of exposes itself with some pretty clearly hypocritical behavior. And so, I have counseled this administration, all friends, to be more consistent in their policy towards the Middle East. If we're going to be serious about democracy, if we're going to be serious about human rights, then we, frankly, have to have some tougher conversations and draw some more difficult lines with countries that have, engaged in some pretty serious repressive behavior. In Africa, I think we are viewing the consequence of the United States continuing to look at the continent through a security-only lens. We have spent 5 times as much money padding the budgets of security agencies as we do trying to midwife economic development. As we do trying to fight corruption and build good governance, and we end up funding security forces that are corrupt, that are abusing their own people, giving opportunities to Russians and the Chinese to come in and fill the vacuum. And so, while I agree that this is a moment where we have to understand the need to bolster our conventional defensive capabilities, it's also a reminder that we simply don't have the economic development and pro-democracy tools that we need to have in places like Africa, and a reminder that if we want to be a credible fulcrum to organize the world community around the protection of democracy and human rights, we have to occasionally draw some tough lines with some of our autocratic allies.
Mr. Secretary, do you also see Africa as a challenge for British foreign policy, British development policy? Is this something that you have also on your radar screen, again, seeing that we are here united, but there are people who look at this conflict differently. They only see that the price of energy goes up and food crisis, and they say, well, it is the old East-West conflict, and we just want to, we just want these big guys to solve it, but we are suffering. How do we respond enough to that?
I think that's more of I'm afraid, a German population response. If you look at polls in France and Britain and large parts of Europe, the population overwhelmingly supports the efforts that people are doing in Ukraine, whether that's military aid or non-military aid. And yes, and the polls even show they are prepared to pay the prices on their fuel bills, difficult as that is, because I think they see that it won't go away on its own. They know that in the end, Putin is going to carry on using energy as a weapon. But I think Africa is interesting because it is effectively the perfect stage, really, for all the sort of threats that we face. I often used to say to people, you don't have to go to the Pacific to compete with China. You only have to go to Africa. if you overlay the map of Russian Wagner interests, Russian military arms sales, Russian dirty money with Chinese mineral interests, with extremist extremism in Africa, and you lay it on a map, it's quite a worrying map, because you see whole countries who are subject to all three competitions, and that doesn't bode well for many of those countries. And I used to often talk with Florence Parly, my counterpart, a lot, because we were doing our bit in security in Mali, as you rightly said, but we used to both agree the Algeria agreement had been put in place and brokered by the French. This is also a challenge for the UN. Africa, where was the nation building to accompany the effort that we were doing? The UN had its obligations in the Algeria agreement about education and de-radicalizing people. And if the nation building doesn't happen in parallel with the security, you're absolutely right, you'll just go backwards. And, I think that the French took the right decision, that it was just becoming a tragic loss of life for French soldiers and other European soldiers. And for what? Because I think the 2 military coups happened, etc. So I think it's a challenge for us all. I think all of us know in today's 21st century, security is not just about hard power. It is about nation building. It is about making sure, it is about poverty. It is about migration challenges. And we have to invest in countries. So using the dollar, using the euro and the pound to actually invest alongside our security is the long-term challenge. But when you invest with the dollar, pound or euro, that's when you bump up against the yen or the ruble, because it's doing it at a discount, often without any concerns about the human rights of the country or who they're putting their yen in or ruble in the back pocket. And we all have, quite rightly, corruption laws and issues. So we have to find a way of not only helping some of those countries, but demonstrating why it is the better route. And we're not always that good at doing that. We need to get better at it. We need to be, take ourselves into, be more competitive, but better at how we are going to make sure that when a country, let's say in East Africa, a British company is competing with a Chinese company, that the Chinese company isn't building the swimming pool of the guy who's making the contract and everything else. But we need to find a way to be better at it.
Yeah, we cannot dwell on this, but I think this is a very important point. When China, everything is in one hand. They build the presidential palace, they do the financing, and they build personnel, and we don't have a system that matches it. So, but this is not for we have not talked about one country, or only briefly, and this is China. When the U.S. administration started, also for us here, China was the one big challenge. Now Putin has gotten all the attention, but in the back there looms China. The president will kind of change the Chinese constitution by getting a third term, and the country is more authoritarian. Are we ready for this competition? How do you, Mr. Senator, how do you see this playing out right now? To a certain degree, Xi took distance from Putin in the SCO summit by expressing some concerns, but basically he's pursuing his goal there, and Russia and China and the UN have been working hand in hand. How concerned are you with China after the Congress, after Xi is prolonged, and I said on Taiwan, and where do you see also a role for, or do you see a role for your NATO allies there?
Well, I think the first thing is to not become China's hype men, right? I mean, China's, 10 feet tall, not 30 feet tall. I mean, their zero COVID has been a disaster. Their economic growth rate this year appears to be cataclysmic compared to what their expectations were. Their wolf warrior diplomacy has boomeranged on them and frankly convinced many countries in Europe and around the world that they would be better off being more skeptical about unconditional economic and political alliance with China. So, this is a moment in which I think we have to be realistic about the opportunities that frankly come with great power competition, not just the downsides. I mean, listen, I think the future of relations with China run through our ability to build seamless cooperation between the United States and Europe. And so I am gladdened by our increasing discussions around trade and technology. If we're going to have an industrial policy in the United States, which I think we are on our way towards, boy, it makes no sense to do that unilaterally. We should be building a common industrial policy with Europe. It doesn't make sense for Europe to move out way ahead of us on technology regulation. Better for us to set the standard together. So I think China delights when we are setting different standards, when we are creating parallel industrial policies. I think they know they're in for a much rougher ride when we're acting together. And frankly, to this question we were discussing before about how you present an offer to countries that right now are allured by the free money with no strings attached from China, creating a seamless market between the United States and Europe, right? Creating an easy plug-in to the transatlantic economy for countries in China, countries in Africa as a alternative to an economic alliance with China is the future as well. So to me, let's be realistic about the threat that's presented by China, and let's understand that the closer we are cooperating in all matters between the United States and Europe, the more easily we can manage China's rise.
No, thank you very much. Also, this call for cooperation. It's hard to see from here, but questions. Would like to take questions from the audience. Who is? Yes, there are a few there. Please go ahead. And there should be a mic for you, and maybe you introduce yourself and tell us to whom you direct your question. Yeah.
In the meantime, I would just like to take the opportunity to talk about the farm initiative, in fact, because it's a response. I don't know if you're familiar with the farm initiative, is to make sure that African countries and other countries will be provided with food. And this was initiated under the French EU presidency. And I think this is an answer also to to what China could, the influence that China could gain into this crisis if we let them the only one to support these developing countries.
Yeah, and there is, of course, a global gateway program of the European Union where we have to put beef on. So yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Jakub Graca. I'm an analyst of international relations for the Institute of New Europe in Warsaw. I have one question to Senator Murphy. Based on building on what you have said about countries that are making it easier for China and Russia to have access to the free world, I would like to point at Hungary, because Hungary is a very specific country that is part of NATO, part of the European Union. But on the other hand, Hungary, would you agree that agree or rather say that Hungary is fully on board when it comes to support for Ukraine and when it comes to our common stance on Russia? Because I, for one, don't think so. Looking at what Hungary is doing, it's not about Hungary as the country, but it's about the government of Viktor Orban. Because they are, in my opinion, they are to a large extent undermining our common stance on Russia and Ukraine. And what can we do to help Hungary divert to the right path? And because I have an impression that Hungary is getting away with what the government of Viktor Orban is getting away with everything. The US. The last time when the US did something on that matter was during Barack Obama's term. And these were limited sanctions when it comes to, during Trump's administration, nothing was done. And now, during Biden's, also the US is silent on Hungary. So if you could please delve into this and elaborate on that, I would be grateful.
Well, I mean, listen, there's no doubt that often Hungary has a very different agenda than the rest of the NATO alliance, but we are also a big, diverse alliance, and we are constantly going to have robust discussions inside about our priorities. I think to the extent that you don't see the Biden administration speaking out at the level that you may wish is because right now, this administration rightly wants to stay in line, wants to stay coordinated with our NATO allies. And if there is a decision to be made about the future of the alliance, who's in or who's out, that's got to be a decision that is made collectively. Because there's nothing that Putin wants more than for this alliance to splinter, than for this alliance to turn inward and have all of its focus be on who's playing by the rules and who isn't. That's not to say that we shouldn't have tough conversations with Hungary or other members of the alliance who start to stray from our values or start to stray from the strategic direction. But I just think we have to be careful about playing Putin's game. And we have to be careful as the United States about getting out front of our allies who frankly live right next door to Hungary, who have to deal with them and integrate their economies with Hungary in a way that we don't. I think it's not good for us and not good for the alliance for us to be getting far too out front rhetorically from our partners.
Thank you for this. Next question. Yes, please. I think you have to go to the microphone, I assume, which is over there. And maybe the next one who asks a question, yes, further, a bit further, and then to the right.
I was really hoping that you'd get the Hungary question, so,
What I can say on Hungary is, throughout this whole process, Hungary hasn't once blocked any efforts by NATO or the alliance to tackle what's going on in Ukraine. And what you often find amongst defense ministers is actually beneath the posturing and the foreign policy that all the foreign policy ministers clearly do in NATO and things like that, the defense ministers are sort of workmanlike and get on with it. And I went to visit Hungary not so long ago, and, they've absolutely been in lockstep with the 30 in NATO. And that says a lot, right? I mean, that's actions rather than words. Yes, I know there are issues around Hungary and its relationships with minorities and its relationships into the European Commission and stuff, and I fully understand that. But, when as far as Russia concerns, yeah, they're not front of the line, they're not number one hawk in town. But, the great thing about an alliance, and it is a strength, is that we can all go at different speeds, and we have on Ukraine. We've all got there, but I think, we don't all have to turn up on day one exactly thinking the same thing and exactly doing the same thing at the same time, except in an Article 5 incident if Russia were to invade us as a member. So I think, I would judge Hungary on its actions when it comes to Ukraine. Yes, it's not front and center, but it hasn't stopped, and NATO can be used to do all sorts of things. If you want to play individual sort of vetoes, it hasn't done any of that.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Thank you. Dominic Nichols from the Telegraph of London. For all panel members, please, in terms of reinvigorating the NATO alliance, which world leader has done more, Vladimir Putin or Donald Trump? And if the alliance is reinvigorated and needs to look east, do you think it's time that partners such as Australia are promoted from observer status to actual members? Thank you.
This was directed to anybody. Madame la Députée.
Well, no comment on Donald Trump. No, definitely the alliance is revigorated. And the strength of an alliance is that it has the ability to deter and to be credible. So now it's a transatlantic alliance. I'm sure we have other challenges in the Indo-Pacific, but it's not about maybe extending NATO mission to Indo-Pacific. As the senator said, it's more about how United States and other European nations can cooperate more effectively in this area, especially at sea, and I'm including, of course, Great Britain, and with the support of our Australian friends. And it's such a wide area that we have so many challenges that we should maybe articulate our Navy forces a bit more, I would say, tightly. And we have to step up our efforts in the field of Navy forces, because, as it was previously said, China has its own challenges, but it's approximately building one French Navy every 4 years. So in 2035, they will be very, very big. And so I suppose we have to prepare, get ready for any event in this area.
Mr. Secretary?
Well, brief, because I noticed the clock's ticking down. First of all, two things. It's been entirely a consistent policy of the United States under Barack Obama, under Donald Trump, and in Joe Biden that, asking Europe to pay more towards its security. I think that's an incredibly valid suggestion. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and fundamentally, for decades, to some extent, the United States carried a large part of the burden. And I think that pressure, maybe articulated by some presidents in a more subtle way, maybe we say, but nevertheless was continuous. And I think that's been actually quite energizing for Europe, and many of us have known, and there are some incredibly brave countries in Europe who've taken big political risks by putting more, prioritizing defense over domestic. And I think then along came the pantomime villain, President Putin, who absolutely was the most energizing thing, I think, for all of NATO in making sure that he just reminded us that there really is somebody out there who really, really wants to not only challenge us, but wants to inflict violence and sub-threshold. A president who clearly was engaged, or his government, in authorizing the use of nerve agent on the streets of Britain to assassinate someone and murder a British citizen is absolutely, in a sense, a gift to NATO. If NATO ever wondered what it was there for, well, you have the embodiment of it, and that's why I think it's been energized, and it was already starting to reform, but it knows exactly where the line between good and bad is. And, we are in it, we're in the good side, I believe it, and we are now coming together, and all of us are reforming our militaries and getting that wake-up call that US presidents, to be fair, they were always on, Sacco and others would always remind us about our readiness wasn't good enough. It wasn't, we had troops on paper, but were we really ready? And we're all going to be ready soon, because that's the lesson we've all learned.
I'll take the bait on the Trump bit for 30 seconds. I think what's interesting is that in real time, to give you a little bit of a sense of what's happening in American politics today, President Trump is market testing his old messages of criticism and hostility to the transatlantic alliance. Some of his allies are sort of putting out messages of skepticism about continuing to fund Ukraine, but they're not landing. One of his chief allies put out a statement yesterday or the day before criticizing the $12 billion supplemental appropriation that Congress made, and within about 30 seconds the post was removed because Americans see in a brand new way the value of this alliance. And these attacks, which I think were successful in the past on the value of staying true to the alliance, I just don't think work the way that they might have 6 years ago. And so, yes, I think in many ways Vladimir Putin and his attack on Ukraine has renewed Americans' vigor for the alliance, and I think has diminished the impact politically of candidates who might think that they can score points by trying to argue for America's resources to come back home. So certainly an opportunity here to grow American support for the alliance, support that will hold the test of time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senator. We are 2 minutes over time, and I don't want to bring any problems to our partners, Warsaw Security Forum. So let's end on this very positive note. Senator, I think that was maybe the most important message, at least I took from here, that this commitment, the US, that also from the polls you conduct, that this is something durable. For us, Europeans here, we must not fall back to what we did before into complacency. We have to do our homework. We have to commit to the 2%, and we have to see to it that NATO, the alliance, functions, and within NATO, also the European Security Cooperation works within NATO. So thank you all very much. That has been very pleasant to be here in this board, and we were 3 minutes late. I hope we'll be forgiven. Thank you.
Warm thanks to Christopher Huygsen and his esteemed panel, really focusing in on that relationship, reviving that transatlantic alliance in times of war. And as we heard Ben Wallace say, if NATO ever wondered what it was for, well, this is the time for it to re-energize and rehab that focus with what we're watching in Ukraine. I want to bring you up to date with the final of our transatlantic trends slides, these findings from this survey of global public opinion when it comes to the war in Ukraine. And when we were talking about NATO kind of realigning itself, what we're finding here is a very sharp focus in terms of the respondents to the transatlantic survey, in terms of the percentage of people that want to see Russia prosecuted for war crimes, incredibly high. We saw earlier how the US's influence, its sphere of influence was dipping somewhat, but here very much Russia, war crimes persecution, 74%. And also, fascinatingly, as we talk about whether Ukraine should join NATO, and the reasons why potentially at the moment is complicated and it can't, look at this, the Transatlantic Trends Survey very much saying the respondents, 46% do want to see NATO troops being sent to Ukraine. So just have that in the back of your minds when we listen to our next panel. And this is a panel that is in partnership with the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung from Germany. This is shaping the long-term response to Russia's imperialism. Bear all this in mind when we're listening to our next panel. The Empire Strikes Back. Please join me in welcoming the moderator of this panel, TVN24 Business i Świat anchor Monika Tomasik.
Hello everyone, my name is Monika Tomasik and I have a great privilege to welcome you to the panel titled Empire Strikes Back, Shaping the Long-Term Response to Russia's Imperialism. Of course, there is a clear reference to Star Wars, except we don't want a sequel anymore. So this is having in mind some recent events and also events in the past, like war in Chechnya, war in Georgia, annexation of Crimea, shooting of aircraft of Malaysian Airlines, and annexation of further parts of Ukraine, territories of Ukraine, illegal annexation, there has to be the end for this harmful policy. So this is the question for our panel, how to put the end to this, policy, to this harmful policy. And let me introduce my guests. So I'm honored to introduce Hanna Hopko, the head of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, former member of the head of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Verkhovna Rada, member of the International Advisory Council, Warsaw Security Forum, and International Center for Ukraine Victory. Hello, good to have you here. Thank you. Mr. Linas Linkevičius, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, member of the International Advisory Council, Warsaw Security Forum. Good to have you, sir. Mr. Norbert Röttgen, member of the Bundestag, CDU, former Federal Minister, member of the International Advisory Council, Warsaw Security Forum. Hello, good to have you. And on his right, Vladimir Milov, member of Democratic Opposition of Russia, associate of Alexei Navalny, former Deputy Energy Minister of the Russian Federation. Good to have you, sir. Okay, but let me start with the first question based on current situation. We are just after the illegal annexation of 4 Ukrainian territories and also the damage of Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipeline. Also, there are many threats from Putin of using the nuclear weapon. So, the first question to Mrs. Hopko, is this the game changer, the annexation of Ukrainian territories?
So, thank you for having me today in this important discussion. And I would say that Russia's unlawful attempt to annex Ukrainian territories in 4 oblasts has no legal consequences. And actually, I'm very optimistic that the Ukrainian armed forces will continue successfully liberating Ukrainian temporary occupied territories, and every inch of Ukrainian territory will be free from Russian occupiers. And I think the real game changer, or how to say, the strong position of Ukraine is recent address by the President of Ukraine to the indigenous peoples of Russia. And I would like to repeat his call, his appeal: fight to avoid death, defend your freedom in the streets and squares. So actually, I do hope that indigenous people in the territory of Russian Federation, in Siberia, in Caucasus, in Kalmykia, in Buryatia, in Yakutia, will not fall of the trap of partial mobilization and will not die in Ukrainian land. So I think this call on behalf of Ukrainian president is a really strong voice to avoid like a new death, and actually the game changer, this is not the game changer, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Milov, what do you think? Is the annexation the sign of strength or rather the sign of panic? What is your assessment?
This is an absolute sign of weakness and panic, and I think you should look at this in a systemic context, because it was not just the annexation that was announced hastily by Putin, but he threw out the whole package. Once again, he elevated the nuclear threats. Second, he has done what he really hesitated to do for a long, long time. There's been rumors that he would announce mobilization of the population on the 9th of May and subsequently, but he hesitated because public opinion matters for him. And the public opinion reaction was strongly negative. But he threw all these wild cards simultaneously on the table, because what is a real game changer is the Ukrainian counteroffensive, because the Ukrainian army currently is not only well equipped and trained, but also motivated to recapture the illegally occupied territories. And Russian army doesn't have neither the motivation to fight and hold the ground, nor proper supplies, logistics, everything is in disarray. So what we saw in the Ukrainian offensive in Kharkiv region, what we're seeing right now in the south of Ukraine, is that once Ukrainian army starts advancing, Russian soldiers, lacking the motivation, lacking supplies, they just run. He sees that. I think it's not a surprise that he announced all this package, so to say, including the hastily illegal managed referendums on illegal annexation immediately after successful Kharkiv counteroffensive. I think there's a clear connection in that.
And what do you think about this Zelensky address to the Russian people? Are they going to hear it just in case of the situation with mobilization? There is no big support for this mobilization. Russian people are fleeing Russia. They don't want to fight, in this war?
It is a complicated topic because obviously Ukraine is under an absolutely barbaric illegal attack by Russia. So, you know, answering these questions, I have to show some restraint, but the point is the messaging of Ukrainian government and President Zelensky to Russians in the beginning of the war was much better and much more consistent than now, because we see that, you know, some hints about collective guilt and some other issues which really many people in Russia who are against Putin, against the war, they don't receive this message very well because they hope for a better understanding of the situation that they find themselves in. So, well, obviously President Zelensky is very much watched and very popular in Russia, but I would suggest that the understanding of what is really happening on the ground in my country is a little bit more enhanced, both in the West and in Ukraine.
Okay, Mr. Rutgen, I would like to ask you, what about the damage of the Nord Stream pipelines? Is it a game changer for Germany?
No, certainly not. I have to admit that I cannot detect the sense in this destruction of the Russian gas infrastructure in the Baltic Sea, but certainly it has not. It's not in any way close to be a game changer, because the energy policy has been clear so far. There is no gas transport via Nord Stream 1. Nord Stream 2 has never become operational. I fought against this project for years, but now there is a consensus achieved in our country that Nord Stream 2 will never become operational. So it's the destruction of an infrastructure which has never been in use or was not in use any longer. So no, the facts haven't changed by that.
Okay, and the policy will change towards Russia or towards helping Ukraine?
The policy will change when?
With more equipment giving to Ukraine?
Yeah, I think this is what we have learned all together, and have to learn, that the political changes and opportunities are a consequence and result of the military development. This is what we are seeing. And the military development, of course, and the huge and unexpected success of the counteroffensive, both in the east and the south, they are, of course, only possible because of the military support. Yes, and there could be more military support in order to accelerate the military success. This is what is an issue in our domestic debate. The opposition, I would say a majority of the Bundestag, of our national parliament, advocating for doing more, delivering more, effectively delivering everything we can, our industry and our national army. This is not the view of the government, particularly not of the Chancellor. There's also a debate within our government, but the Chancellor, of course, has the most powerful word in resisting the delivery of main battle tanks and other tanks. And I think this is the crucial point in the development to the military support of Ukraine, which will lead to the opportunity to achieve political solutions.
Mr. Linkevičius, how significant is the threat of using the nuclear weapon by Vladimir Putin? I'm asking you this question firstly because Baltic states, Poland, we are in the front line.
No, it is significant as everything, but we should understand that part of tactics of Kremlin is bluffing and really raising these issues where everybody is scared. And they will use that until everybody will be really scared and will listen. If not, they will invent something else. But that will be continued, and this is the case. When they feel this space where they can fill in with their rhetoric, with their propaganda, they will always do that. If they will feel that something is already settled and is irreversible, they will de-dramatize. Due to the time, I will not mention, but some points, for instance. I remember our membership in NATO, it was big noise. But I remember my discussion with, at that time, Defense Minister Sergei Ivanov in 2002, when he asked me whether we will be members of NATO next year. I told, no, next year we will be candidates. If is everything okay, we'll be members in 2004. And he said, it's okay, it's no problem. And there's no problem was not reflected in their media. Or now Sweden and Finland, if you remember this, of course everybody remembers the speech of Putin on the eve of 24th of February, when he told that no more expansion of NATO and so on and so forth, and NATO should come back to 97 borders, and it was drama, right? And then suddenly he realized that Sweden and Finland probably will be, it's not so easy, but nevertheless it's irreversible. And then they said, it's okay, it's up to them, it's not a big problem. It's exactly the same going on now. They will use any opportunity when they feel that they really can split us, divide, and make some conflict. But if they feel that we are united, if it's irreversible, they will stop and invent another item for the bluffing, which is also the case. So nuclear, I don't know, probably military people can say more, but this tactical nuclear weapon will change nothing in the military field, basically. But will be huge, painful consequences politically. It's enough already for Kremlin. They're already losing their associates, their friends, believers, already losing, eyes. And if they will really manage to do that, they will achieve nothing, but they will definitely cut themselves from anything which was considered as kind of possible alliance in the future. So really, I cannot say that I can really say that 100% they will not do that. Of course, nobody will tell that. Probability is very low, but any threats should be taken seriously, but it shouldn't change our attitude, it shouldn't change our stance, and we shouldn't hesitate in supporting Ukraine. It cannot be any pause, otherwise it will be really defeat. It will be defeat, and for them it will be really temporary victory, some pause to regain power and continue with the war. And one more point, now they're pretending that they are really ready to negotiate for the peace, which looks very, very attractive to many, but in fact they are trying to seize these territories which they captured illegally. They would like to have this pause to regain power and to continue with the war, which has nothing to do with any peace. So I'm telling obvious things which should be understandable, but unfortunately for some it's still attractive. So let's make a deal, we'll have a peace, and that's this songs were already known from the history. And I doubt it will happen, but nevertheless we have to talk about that to prevent not to be fooled in the future.
Elon Musk made it attractive the last 24 hours, so probably yes. Mr. Milov, can you add something to this discussion? Do you think it can be the next step? Unfortunately, the using, the next and the last.
Well, first, as February 24th taught us, we've got to be prepared, even for a small possibility. Many people did not believe, including myself, actually, because I was widely commenting that the status of Russian army is so poor that it will be insane to invade. But Putin did it, so we got to have a response plan to every opportunity. However, I would agree with Minister Linkevičius that the military advantages from using a tactical nuclear weapon are negligible. However, there will be a lot of other negative consequences, not only the international reaction, but if you remember Chernobyl in 1986, all adjacent Russian areas have a risk of being contaminated, and these are, for once, the most important agricultural producing regions. Krasnodar and Rostov, which are being shut down in terms of airspace right now, are the biggest agricultural producers, as well as Belgorod and Bryansk. So Putin will shoot himself, not even in the food, but maybe in some other vital organs, you know. I think, and if we're talking about like a strategic all-out war, I would recommend to read, it's very easy to Google in Russian, Dmitry Rogozin, Russia will lose a war to America in 6 hours. 9 years ago, in 2013, Rogozin was a deputy prime minister. He given a lecture explaining how 90% of Russia's strategic potential will be destroyed just in a few hours, and Putin and Russian top officials are very much aware of that weakness. So I think it's just a bluff, but we got to be prepared.
Okay, let's move to the next point. Starting, I would like to quote the Russian author, Sergei Medvedev, who wrote in his book, The Return of the Russian Leviathan, a memory. He shared a memory. He was raised in Moscow, and there was a story about the child that is going to the toy store and asking for a globe of Soviet Union. So my question and my point is, having that on mind, is the war in Ukraine Putin's war or Russia's war? How should we see people who are fleeing Russia now because they don't want to go to the military? Should we invite them or rather have some security concerns? Mr. Rudkin.
I would say that this war certainly started as Putin's war. I think more or less nobody had a great appetite of waging war against Ukraine within the society, and I would say even across the military elite of the country. And I think at the center of this war, why it started, is very much Putin's obsession to establish again a Russian empire in Europe and with power beyond Europe. I think his ambition, his determination and obsession, his obsessive ambition has been to rewrite history and to rectify the outcome of the Cold War. I think he wants to implement this historic will and restore Russia as it has been before, and I think this is what has motivated him. Over the course of the war, I think the Russian propaganda has been, again, quite successful in embroiling a lot of people in this war effort, particularly because of the fact that so far in the first months, this war was observed by Russian TV observers, but it was not waged by Russians, but by ethnic minorities. So they were more or less the TV viewers of this war and not the participants, not the soldiers. And with the partial mobilization, he has changed this, for example. This also has turned out to be extremely counterproductive because now Russians have become scared to get embroiled in this war. And of course, the atrocities which have been committed, this has spread this originally Putin war to a kind of Russian war. We have to be clear about that. However, we have to wait and see and have to be very cautious and very observant to this development. If the current situation were to continue and we were to see first what we are already seeing, a gradual collapse and perhaps then a sudden collapse of the Russian army, I think there will be a desire for a scapegoat. And this will very much then perhaps turn again from a Russian war into a Putin war and the likes of him. So this is perhaps a development we are going to see. The military the military weakness seems to continue on the Russian side, and then we will, when we have to start and have to already have in our minds what is our idea of a future relationship. And regarding the future relationship with Russia, and we do not know which Russia will evolve out of a possible military catastrophe in the Russian eyes. I think we have to take this question, is it a Putin war or a Russia war, have to take in mind this question. And of course, the Russian society, Russia as a nation, will not disintegrate. Perhaps the Russian state may disintegrate. This may be a political outcome, a historic outcome out of this war, but we have to take in mind that there is a future with Russia as a society. And for this reason, I think we have to outline and stress the authorship and the responsibility of Putin and the collective elite of this country.
Hannah.
So first, I want to react that saying that it's barbaric act. We have to tell the truth. What's happening in Ukraine? Russia is committing a genocide. Russia should be designated as a state sponsor of terrorism. First. And I would like to see that the representatives of Russian opposition or others also join us in condemning and recognizing that this is a genocide. This will be fair. Second, I also would like to react on the weapons we are receiving from Germany, because modern NATO standard Leopard tanks are not in Ukraine. And what I heard in Berlin, that we want to help Ukraine to win, but Russia not to lose. I never seen a half-pregnant woman. I'm sorry. So this is really important. If you really want to help Ukraine to win, please give us modern weapons and help Ukrainian fighters actually to guarantee that every inch of Ukrainian territory are free. Because in the liberated recently territories, what we've seen in Izum, it's even worse than what we've seen in Bucha, in Mariupol. And for Ukraine, it's not about territories. It's about saving lives of people, which are every hour facing atrocities, facing rapes, kids, and others. So we have to stop Russians killing Ukrainians. And actually, what really, because this is my probably 8 times at the Warsaw Security Forum. I remember how we started. Only peaceful settlement, only political diplomatic way. We will not provide Ukraine with javelins and others. And so what? Now we are discussing about genocide. And now we're also hearing that Ukraine will receive the weapons at the level which is enough for negotiations, which will strengthen Ukrainian position to negotiate. We don't need to negotiate. Russia has to capitulate, and international tribunal and also reparations is like post-war Germany. It's the only way to democratize. And I don't want to hear about another conditions for negotiations. It's not a time for negotiations. 95% of Ukrainians believe that we are winning, and defeat of Russia, totalitarian regime, is in the interest of the whole world. It's in the interest of the Indo-Pacific region, whereas another authoritarian regime just waiting when to attack another society or countries and others. So I think it's really important to learn the lessons that we need weapons at the scale or the level that we will liberate Ukrainian territories according to the internationally recognized borders, which includes also Crimea. And answering on your also questions, when I mentioned President Zelensky's speech or address, it was not an address to Russian people. It was the address to indigenous peoples living in the territory of Russian Federation, which is now a prison of nations. And our president, when he was addressing, he was staying in the center of Kiev, where Imam Shamil, the hero of Dagestan and the entire Caucasus, lived in 1860s. As you can see, Ukraine knows how to honor the heroes of Dagestan. And what are the heroes in current Russia? It's a cult of Stalin. In the Red Square, you could see whom you could see, Lenin and Stalin. So Russian society are honoring people who are responsible for genocide, which happened last century. So let's not talk about Putin, because in Ukraine, when Yanukovych was attempted to turn Ukraine into the dictatorship, so we stopped him and he left country. So we didn't allow Yanukovych to turn Ukraine to authoritarianism. Russian society allowed Kremlin to turn to totalitarian regime. So, and by the way, one of the famous leaders of Putin is Peter the Great. Peter the Great, who renamed Moscovia into Russia, stealing the name of Rus, Kiev Rus. And I do believe that everyone who visited Kiev, you've seen St. Sophia Cathedral, one of the most beautiful and ancient. When St. Sophia Cathedral was built, Russia didn't exist. So from Peter the Great, Soviet Union, and now Russia, it's not about regime change. It's about the imperialistic nature of Russian statehood. So this is the key questions. We have to prepare a strategy, and I'm really thankful to some brave experts and generals like Ben Hodges, who already mentioning that we have to call in for starting to prepare for the collapse of Russia for a number of reasons and to reduce the geopolitical consequences on these processes. So don't be afraid. Let me quote President Biden, and actually I'm very thankful to Western supply, but without fighting spirit of Ukrainian army, which is key, and we will win this time. And actually, those who are delaying with weapons will be guilty for many deaths, which we could prevent. Thank you.
Hannah, thank you. Hannah, thank you. You've made a clear point, and maybe my question is to Vladimir Milov. Because Hannah was talking about it. After the collapse of Soviet Union, there was no decommunization process in Russia, no punishment for Soviet crimes. Maybe this is this is why Russians are so susceptible to propaganda, and they don't see the connection between great Russia and great crime.
This is actually part of the problem, indeed, that there was no decommunization. But let's not oversimplify. I'm going to suggest you to go back 20 years ago. 20 years ago, over 70% of Russians had positive attitude of the United States of America. 20 years ago, a majority of Russians, according to opinion polls, wanted to apply for a membership of the European Union. 20 years ago, Vladimir Putin, and this is a direct quote, I recently made a video about that for my YouTube channel, which has now 250,000 views. Vladimir Putin was speaking in Rome when they signed a joint Rome Declaration with NATO, speaking about the joint security space between Vancouver and Vladivostok, that is a direct quote from Putin, overwhelmingly supported by the majority of the Russian population, which is true, which it was at the time being. Now, I agree that, listen, Russians will have now to go a long way, a long, hard way to actually prove that this is Putin's war and not their war. I agree with that. The ball is on our court. This is for the Russians to prove. But I know Russia very well. I'm 50 years old. I traveled like 80% of the Russian regions. I literally talked and shook hands with tens of thousands of people. I think I know something about my country, and my country doesn't support this. If you go around the streets of like any major city, you would see that the anti-war graffiti is present very heavily. You can spot it. But these Z Nazi symbols on cars and elsewhere, they're just bare minimum, mostly inflicted by the administrations and so on. There is no bottom-up movement for support of Putin's imperialist policies and his war. Why did Putin announce the mandatory mobilization in the first place in September? Because he was trying to lure people in to go voluntarily recruit for a significant money and go to fight. But he failed. Nobody went. So I think it's complicated. Yes, I agree that Russia will have to prove that it's not as imperialistic country as the world sees it right now. But I know that the good signs are there. And our mission, the mission of myself and the colleagues from the opposition, is that we are talking to Russians. We have millions and millions in daily audiences, and it matters. Public opinion is shifting. Russians are getting out of this propaganda and disinformation bubble that Putin tried to lock themselves in. It's not an easy process, sometimes can be ugly, but there's no other way to go, because if Russia does not become a democratic state which adheres to the rule of law and international order, rule-based order, it will always come back and attack somebody. It's the only way to go to try to make it a modern democratic country. Is it possible? I don't know. No guarantees. But we should keep trying, and it's the only way.
Thank you. And Mr. Rotkin, do you see the need of Russian Nuremberg? Russian Nuremberg.
Nuremberg. Look, if I take what you told about your compatriots, about your country, that it is essential to build a democratic Russia obeying by the rule of law, then we have to bear the responsibility as the European neighbors of Russia. How could we contribute to this development in Russia, while being absolutely clear about that this is not what we can essentially influence, but it's completely up to the Russian people to decide upon their fate. And I think they would not like us to interfere in their internal development. But however, if you look back into history, and I hate the historic parallels, but if you have a look at on the German history, the international treatment with German guilt in the First World War was not a recipe for building peace. So, and I would be very cautious in organizing. So, there are conflicts, let me put it that way. Of course, there are huge atrocities. Hannah has outlined it. And this is not in the first place a matter of sentiment, but of realities. People have been killed. They have been slaughtered. They have been raped, and all the injustices that happened. But we have to bear in mind that there is perhaps even a dilemma, a terrible conflict between justice and peace. And we have not yet started to think about that. Perhaps, rightly so, it might be a little bit premature. But I think it's not far away that we have to start about thinking, discussing, preparing for such conflicts as one between justice, by establishing international courts, and what could be our contribution to a peaceful coexistence and to a development within Russia which cannot be based on defying and lying about the past. But you have to win over the future by developing a democratic, rules-based Russia. I think this is the absolute core of the future peace of Europe.
Mr. Rinkevičius, would you like to add something to this, or rather tell us if you see the place for or lessons that Russia can take from the former Soviet Union parts, from countries?
Not coming to my mind, not lessons what Russia should take, but what lessons we have to learn, which was unlearned. It was the endless process of appeasement, so-called dialogue which led nowhere, covering non-willingness to act and even non-ability to influence the situation. And when Kasia Pisarska quoted Einstein during her speech, you remember that the world is dangerous not because of these bad people, but because of those people which are not preventing those bad people from acting. And this is exactly the case. We have to change our mindset. And we have to understand that it's not just we're discussing what Russia will do, what Putin will do. Let's discuss what we should do. We cannot give up, you know. We cannot tolerate what is happening, basically. We have to learn unlearned lessons, which started not on February 24, and even not during annexation of Crimea, even earlier. Occupation of 20% of Georgia. Nothing happened. Chechnya, anything. And you know, this is something where we're listening from the outset, that we were always handful of those which were not agreeing and trying to convince our colleagues, let's be consistent. Why Russia should respect our decisions, which we are not respecting ourselves, our decisions. That was the case. If we look at the situation of occupation of Georgia, for instance, right? So what I'm coming to mind, this is really unlearned lessons of the West, and there's not enough to acknowledge, but it's also important not to repeat. Not to repeat. And here it's a moment of truth. It's really, really very important now situation, and if we'll, I hope we will succeed. I hope we will continue with the sustainable support for Ukraine. Financial, military, diplomatic, political, sustainable. It's very important. Not to give up, not to make any pause. And also very important to understand one day that when we are saying and claiming each other that, look, Ukraine must win. Of course must win. We all wish Ukraine to win. But there we should realize that Russia must lose. Otherwise, it's not possible. And those who still hesitate and afraid that Russia will lose too badly, or something like that, this explains sometimes resistance to support Ukraine sufficiently. This is really a decisive moment. We have to understand that Kremlin will not change unless painfully lose.
Mr. Rudgan, what do you think about this point?
No, I agree with that. I think I do not want to explain the reluctance and hesitance to be clear on that. And I do not want to be partisan either. But the German Chancellor says Ukraine must not lose. Ukraine must not lose and Russia must not win. But he doesn't say the two other sentences, which is Ukraine must win. And this means that Russia must lose on the Ukrainian battlefield. This is a clarity we have to deliver. And this clarity is required in order to draw the proper consequences out of this. There is no way to compromise on that. If there is, and we absolutely agree on this, there is a brutal, illegal war waged against a neighborhood country for pure reasons of power grabbing and the obsession to establish an empire. And this is completely illegal and has to be rejected. And this is the only way to do that and to achieve a political solution at the end of the day, which we alluded to, which is the re-establishment of the European peace order, which was violated and left by Russia not in 2022, but in 2014. This has a military precondition, and this is that Ukraine wins this war, which has been aggressively, illegally fought against Ukraine, and for this reason, Russia has to win. This is a clarity which can't be avoided and must not be avoided. I completely agree with that.
Okay, we are run out of time, so I think that we have time for our last question, and I would like to ask this question firstly to Mr. Milov. What is the situation of Russian opposition? So what next after Putin?
I think we should make a clear connection that many people are very disappointed, to say the very least, that there are no major protests in Russia. But we should make a clear connection. We now know why the organized opposition was destroyed last year in 2021. We now more or less understand that this was done as a pretext to make sure that there's no organized anti-war movement when Putin attacks Ukraine. So opposition has a hard time because it cannot operate on the ground. FSB, Russian Security Service, immediately cracks down on, even some small-scale, relatively vegetarian protest activity in the regions. However, we are effectively, because of the information technology and social media, we are pretty effectively operating from abroad. And as a matter of fact, if you want to talk about Russian opinion polling data, one of the major features since the beginning of the war is that trust and viewership of the state-run media has collapsed to unprecedented lows. By all major pollsters, it's about 25–30% now. Complete trust in state television. It's about halved since February. And we are competing for audience with them, broadcasting from abroad, doing a job which Voice of America and Radio Liberty did in the 70s and 80s. So we try to wake society up. It's a painful process because of extreme repression, but eventually you will see Russians coming to the streets and protesting.
Hanna, would you like to add something in the end?
So as an optimist, of course, I would like to share my dreams. And one day in the Red Square in Moscow, there will be two memorials. One for genocide organized by Stalin, and second organized by Russian Federation. And this will happen because together with International Tribunal compensations, and I would refer to the World War II, when post-war Germany paid a lot, not I would refer to World War I. So, and now we are seeing Germany as a member of NATO, EU and others. So this is important also, all this punishment, not just for Kremlin totalitarian regime, but also Russian society should also pay reparations. But also in 1991, the Soviet Union disintegration was a defeat of communism, but not the defeat of colonialism, not the defeat of imperialism. So I think we have to learn the lessons from the Soviet Union collapse, and now by developing a strategy on Russia also, which includes different scenarios. And this goes to my second dream. Since I'm on the sanctions, Russian sanctions, but I believe that one day I will visit Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, Udmurtia, because I have lots of people who are fighting with regimes, who are with Ukraine, not with Russia in the genocide against us. And all these people in exile in different EU countries, in US, and I do believe that next year at the Warsaw Security Forum, besides opposition voices, we will hear also the voices of indigenous people. Like Chechnya, after Soviet Union collapse, they proclaimed independence, and in return they received genocide. And I do believe that we will also condemn this genocide and will help, and I'm also very thankful to people from Chechnya who are now fighting with Ukrainian armed forces, not Kadyrov's guys. And you know, when I saw Putin signing something, it's like this farce, just a week ago, I was thinking about that one day in Kiev, there will be ceremony of signing agreement, bilateral agreement with independent states after prison of nation empire will be disintegrating.
Well, at least I wish your dreams will come true. Thank you for your time. Hanna Hop, Kolina Slinkevicius, Vladimir Milov, Norbert Rudgen. Thank you.
Esteemed guests, our big thanks to Monika Tomasic and her panel. Strong words, a strong panel, a strong call to action. Our final panel of the day, of our first day of this conference, will also be incredibly strong, because we are now moving to recognizing the role of women in the evolving security landscape. Now, this is a panel that will be led by Hannah Neumann. She is the member of the European Parliament, and she is also a founder of the She-Curity initiative. Hannah will tell us a little bit more about that at the beginning of her panel. This is a session in partnership with the Heinrich Böll Stiftung organization. So please, a big round of applause for our next panel.
Good afternoon. My name is Hannah. Oh, I have my panelists coming in already. That's amazing. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya from Belarus. Some would say the president of Belarus. Catherine Ashton, former High Representative of the European Union, the first High Representative and the first woman in that position. And we're still missing Ola Stefan. Ah, there you are. Ola Stefanushina from Ukraine. Vice Prime Minister, I think that's the official title, for European and transatlantic cooperation. My name is Hannah Neumann. I'm a member of the European Parliament, working as all of these women on foreign and security policy, me with a focus on the Middle East. So you can imagine we share something. Quite often we are the only women in the room. So when I started my work in Parliament, I said, that's something we have to change. And I started a discussion about gender equality in foreign and security policy. And I was often met with people saying to me, but that's just ideology. I said, okay, you think it's ideology, I can tell you. Quite often I'm the only woman in the room, and I know another woman who's the only woman in the room, and I know another woman who's the only woman in the room. So we may need more data and facts on the issue. So I said, okay, let's just see how many women we have in diplomacy, how many women we have in national parliaments, how many women we have in the military. And I thought the data is out there. Well, I can tell you it's not. And that's when I started, together with a lot of other partners, and Warsaw Security Forum is now also partner, the She-Curity initiatives. You can see this security, we put an H in it, and then we own it as women, where we collect all this data about women in the embassies, in the military, and so on. And let me just share with you 4 key findings that maybe set the stage also for the discussion that we're having now. The first one, 22 years after Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, we have very little data on what did we actually achieve in these 22 years. We know so little about how many women we have in this field. The second one is, the higher the level gets, be it in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, be it in the military, the fewer women we have, and this is only slowly changing over time. Third fact, things are moving very slowly. Everyone agrees on a rhetorical level that we need more women, that women make peace deals last longer, involvement of women makes societies more peaceful, but still we are moving incredibly slow. And number 4, and we painfully see that often today, the moment we have an acute crisis, women disappear from the front lines. And that's why I'm so happy to have this panel here today with 3 women that actually break exactly this pattern. And that's something that we want to discuss about in the next 35 to 40 minutes. So Olha, you are from Ukraine. You are clearly at the forefront, one, of the war against Russia. I guess we can describe the Kremlin as the epicenter of toxic masculinity at the moment. If you see all these marches and these men and how they are trying to symbolize power, which apparently they have to a far lesser degree than they thought. What did the outbreak of the war do to the role of women in Ukraine, but especially women in leadership positions in foreign and security policy?
Well, thank you so much. Indeed, it's a very interesting angle of discussion. And before this full-scale war, I was in charge of Euro-Atlantic integration and gender policy. And we've been doing a lot to integrate the gender component into the security and defense sector, as well as address various loopholes in the government policies related to gender. So a part of the positive part of this mandate, I've also been subjected to many critical moments. So by the time the full-scale war started, I also had a very strong element of resilience towards anything which might destabilize me as a leader, as a politician of the country in war. But 3:30 in the morning on 24th of February, there's been a few minutes to make all of the decisions which has led us to where we are. So, there's been a few minutes to decide that, okay, there is a full-scale war. It has started. My house has been bombed. My family has not been safe. The martial law is to be introduced very soon. So I made a decision, okay, I step in. So, and this was the moment where, starting from that moment, there were no limits at all. There were no limits in anything related to somebody I have to outreach to get more military support, to inform of the current situation, to hold any negotiations, or even file the application for EU membership on the fourth day of war. So there were no limits, and basically there were no time for any reflections, whether they took place or not, on the elements, whether somebody is ready to hear you, are you mandated enough to raise some issues. So the tone and the energy with which we were pushing for everything didn't really give any leverage for hesitation. So these were the time when there were no red lines, no limits to reach anything which will allow us to succeed on the front line, to survive, and to help my country and armed forces to be more effective. But the feminine element of this war is of particular importance because most of the women had to safeguard their families. They were fleeing out of the country. They were not ready to go on a far front. And a very separate part of what I've been doing over the first weeks of war was tasking women who were outreaching me, asking what I can do, how can I be useful. And this was a very, very important element because dozens and hundreds of women were mobilized to be volunteers, mobilized to advocate for political support, and we were just a real front. And by the way, 15,000 of Ukrainian women has started to take part as active fighters in the armed forces of Ukraine. So everything we've been building before the war has made us just stronger.
You mentioned many women entered the military, but I can say from my perspective, I also see many Ukrainian women actually traveling abroad to do the negotiations, the hard stuff about arms deliveries, about NATO accession. So this is a picture that's also new to us, but it's good to see that, well, as you described it, there's this moment you have to make the decision, you go, and that changes your life. I guess, Svetlana, you can relate to that one. Huh? There was a moment in your life when your husband was put into prison and you decided to take over the campaign. You have been faced with vicious comments also regarding your gender. I remember Lukashenko saying, well, but she's just a housewife, she can't be president, and then you won the elections. Can you relate to these experiences, and what does it mean, how does it change you being at the forefront, but at the same time being a role model for many women back in Belarus, but also those in exile?
So, first of all, what I understood from my experience is that women are much stronger than they might seem. Because when I had to make this decision, to support my husband, it was a very difficult decision. I was rather scared because I knew about the regime, I knew about the methods of fighting, but it was important for me to show that I have strength to counter to this regime, to counter with the violence in Belarus, and I continue to fight. It's difficult. My everyday life is full of pain, is full of fear. Fear for those who are detained, who are being tortured in prisons. I fear for those who are in Belarus because I know that they live in the country where tyranny, where terror prevails, but you realize your role, you know that people gave you mandate to represent wonderful Belarusian people, and I'm honored to be one of those who decided to fight with this regime at last in 27 years, and but I realize that I'm not alone. There are a lot of wonderful women around me, a lot of women sacrificed with their freedom in Belarus and now are jailed, like Masha Kolesnikova or Tonya Konovalova, who paid their price for their fight. And our task, our obligation is to, first of all, to release all of them, because they are suffering for us as well. But of course our main aim is to bring our country to democratic changes where women and men will be free to be vocal about the situation, you know, to express their thoughts without any fear. And of course I understand the responsibility in front of my children, in front of our future generation. We want them to live in the country not being scared by the government, but to, you know, to be free to travel, to express their opinion, and this is what I can do. Until I can do this, I will do this.
And it seems to be often the thinking about our children that make us do these steps that don't come natural, but we feel like now is the moment we have to do that. Catherine, you have been working on so many conflicts around the world. I'm so happy to have these two colleagues here with me who are fighting at the front line, not just for women's rights, but for democracy and freedom and the future of their countries. Yet we don't see too many women in these leadership roles. Are women an untapped resource, something we miss out on when we try to make peace and work for democracy?
I just want to say how honored I am, Svetlana and Ola, to be sitting alongside you. Not just as women, but also as leaders. I have some idea of the pressure that you are under every day, and your countries are really fortunate to have you. So thank you, and should we thank them for everything they do. In my experience, there are women who come forward and who are part of the fights for democracy, for freedom, for human rights. I saw that so often in my time as High Representative in Belarus, in Ukraine, in the Middle East, in the countries affected by the Arab Spring and beyond. But too often, the women who were prepared to be on the front line were then told to go home. I can remember talking to women in Egypt who said, "We have been here for weeks. We have fought alongside our brothers, our husbands, our fathers, our sons, our cousins, to get the kind of future we want. And now they tell us, you've done. It's time to go home." We still do not build into our thinking about negotiation and the future of nations the fact that women bring a perspective that is at least as valuable as any man's perspective, but also that the best team to negotiate or to put forward ideas for the future of a country and to build a nation are men and women working together. And until we really address that, Hannah, we will not have resolved this conflict at the heart of what we try and do. We can pass UN resolutions, we can say it's true, but we will still find ourselves dominated in most of the situations that I've experienced of negotiation by a world that is essentially designed by only half the population. And so these women are to be credited, but our job at this conference is to make sure that as they build the future of their countries, that they're at the forefront of building the future of their countries and that they remain in that position in the future.
Thank you, Catherine. And I think, and maybe that's something that has changed over the last 5 to 10 years, we have an agreement in this room that, yes, it is important to continue to have women at the forefront, that there should be women in decisive positions at the negotiation table, yet we still fail to often do that in practice. One example that has been very emotional for me was the situation in Afghanistan, where we have these incredibly educated, well-networked, smart, outspoken women, and already the negotiation between Trump and the Taliban ignored them. Then they were even more ignored in the peace talks that collapsed, and now they are completely absent, in exile, reduced to their role as being a refugee and not tapped on as the incredible resource they are. So what is it that we do wrong? And maybe that question goes directly to you, Ola, and to you, Svetlana. What is the kind of support that you think in your context, Ukraine and then Belarus, would be needed to make sure that women can continue to play this role at the forefront in shaping the future of these countries? Maybe Ola, you, and then to you, Svetlana.
Well, it's really complicated to shape it this way, because at this stage you have me speaking to you, and earlier the First Lady of Ukraine has been here and will soon join us again. And we see that basically at this stage Ukraine being in a full-scale war serves as an example of woman empowerment by itself.
So what can we learn from that then for other contexts?
So I think this is exactly something which Catherine said, that we should recognize that sometimes men fear to recognize that woman has an equal rights, and sometimes it's happening in a way that men in politics act as if you are having a mandate and doing something, like as if they allow you to do something that you think is important. So I think that basically recognition of equality and knowing that the women are the drivers, and they are not allowed to be the drivers. They do it in the equal way. And basically, I think the second lesson to be learned is the preparedness. We're talking about the war happening in my country and unbelievable atrocities brought by the multiple war crimes committed on my soil. But also, the whole Europe is now suffering through a energy and gas crisis and many other elements which test our resilience. So the same with the gender policy. We should be resilient to anything which can undermine this equality, and we should keep on sustaining and build the policy and close the loopholes which are blocking women from access to politics, to equal payment, to be heard, so that their voices to be heard. In Ukraine, this has not been the case. We have a lot of things to be done. We have been investing for almost 8 years in gender policy and security and defense sector, and now we see that women have equal access to the profession, and they are treated by ordinary soldiers on the battlefield in the equal way.
And that's clearly something that is a change, at least in how I perceive it from the outside. It's not, now we need to solve the war and then we can talk about women's issues again. But it's really women claiming to have their role in how to deal with this war, in diplomacy, externally, but also domestically. Svetlana, what would be the experience that you want to share as a lessons learned from your struggle and the struggle of other women, especially the democratic opposition in Belarus?
You know, for sure, Belarusian regime in 2020 underestimated the role of women in the society. They didn't expect that our women would go on the front line of this fight with dictatorship. And maybe we underestimated the cruelty of the regime because we couldn't imagine that, you know, this so-called brave men, KGB, OMON, will hit women, will detain women, will torture women in jails. But many, many days in a row, Belarusian women in white, beautiful dresses went out to show that our revolution is peaceful. We want changes in our country through peaceful means. And actually, since 2020, Belarusian women are continuing their fight in media, in human rights defending centers. A lot of women are still being detained in Belarus. And actually, in future Belarus, there will be no questions about the role of women. We proved already that we worth respect, that we can rule not only our families, but also the countries, the movements, you know, the organizations. And now, of course, we need support not only as women, but as democratic movement. We need Belarus to be on agenda. We need to not to overlook Belarus in this difficult situation. Actually, our women also supporting Ukrainian path, Ukrainian cause as much as we can in our situation. You know, I have to say that when there were millions of Ukrainian refugees fleeing the war, Belarusian women worked a lot as volunteers because we know what it is, you know, to grab your child, one bag and flee the country without anything. We understand this pain, and Belarusian people created several shelters for Ukrainian refugees. So it's we have to support each other, not only women, but as nations. But actually there will be, I'm sure, more and more very important roles in the future of both our countries and the future of the world led by women.
And often it's that pragmatic solidarity amongst women, or sisterhood, I think, is a term that is growing, that sometimes also helps to solve long-standing issues and conflicts. Svetlana, I was told, because our panel started a bit later, that you have to leave a bit earlier, and I was told to be very precise on making sure that you leave on time. So I think if you want to make a final remark or final statement before we let you leave, the woman that clearly showed Lukashenko not to underestimate women, go for it.
Thank you so much. No, actually, I'm really grateful for this opportunity to tell a little more about Belarus, about leadership of Belarusian women in our fight and in our fight for democratic changes, and also for our support to Ukraine. I really want all the democratic countries to stay united, to keep consistent policy towards our region, to support Ukraine as much as you can, but also to create multiple points of pressure on the regime in our country and to support civil society. I have to say that the fates of Ukraine and fate of Belarus are intertwined, and without free Ukraine, there will be no free Belarus. But also without free Belarus, there will be constant threat to Ukraine, to Poland, Lithuania, to all our neighbors. And Belarus is the part of crisis in our region, and this crisis has to be solved in complex. So we are not asking you fighting instead of us. We are asking for your support to give us energy to fight ourselves. So I'm really calling for your unity, for your assistance, for your support of our Belarusian cause, and of course to Ukrainians, because we are important. And now we are on the front line of fight between dictatorship and democracy, and it's moral obligation of every country to support us in this difficult period of our history. Thank you.
Thank you for these very clear words, and yes, you are free to go. Thank you for being with us here on stage today, Svetlana. I think Svetlana just described in a very good way how it's often women who are at the forefront of the fight against dictatorship. Yet when we have peace negotiations, ceasefire negotiations, we usually put the people around the table who hold territory with weapons, who happen to be men, and we leave out the people that for sometimes decades tried to fight for peaceful, constructive, non-violent solutions. How on earth can we break that pattern?
Well, I think we are breaking the pattern, and I think that's a very positive point in our development, that as women have moved into these important roles, not just in terms of their own communities, where we've always found women on the front line in any conflict, but have also taken leadership roles. So they are refusing to be denied the opportunity to be part of the solution, and to do it in solidarity with other women in other communities. And that matters hugely, because women have often been isolated, have been told, as I've said before, to go home, have not been recognized. When they can work together, there is a greater chance for them to be able to put forward not just the case for women, but also the case for their communities and for their country. I could take you to a very dusty part of Mogadishu in Somalia and show you a group of women who for 15 to 20 years have been fighting Al-Shabaab and have been working together to try and build their communities, take their children away from becoming child soldiers, and have worked out how to, if you like, have their own form of government. These women are now at the forefront in Somalia of trying to help the building of their nation. I can take you to places all over the world where you see women increasingly active and engaged and refusing to be told that they should simply go back to their homes. And I can also see a recognition in the international community that one of the ways to ensure success in any negotiation, mediation, any attempt to build a future is to make sure that interwoven within the agreement is a recognition that it's women and men working together that build societies. The different perspectives, the different experiences, the knowledge, the understanding, the depth of the work that has been done, I would argue particularly by women, is something that can build that future more successfully. So I think we are at the beginning of that change, and it's thanks to women like the women I'm sitting next to, including you, Hannah, for your work, that the differences are really being made, and I can see that.
Thank you, Catherine. And now we were up here on stage being 4 women discussing about how women can have a bigger role in foreign and security policy. I'm happy that we have at least some men in the audience. Sometimes when we have this kind of discussion, we don't even have men in the audience. So thank you for being here. But I mean, it's one world and it's one peace. So Olha, from your experience, what kind of role can and should men play in making sure that, well, women sit on the table, women feel comfortable, women speak up, and that we reach the kind of change also on the decision-making tables that we need to build a sustainable peace? Or even reach a situation where we can discuss about this?
You know, it's already been confirmed by all the UN states that women plays and could play a very specific role in issues related to a peaceful settlement of various conflicts. And based on this understanding, there's been multiple elements of the policies enshrined. And I want to have all of us a very simple parallel. One of the most fascinating things the whole world discovered about Ukraine when the full-scale war started, a part of our magnificent armed forces and a management of our defense by President Zelensky and Chief of Command, is the resilience of our administration. From the first bomb shelled on our land, we remained fully operational. The government, the parliament, all the local institutions, we've been investing in this resilience for years. Since 2014, when the Crimea has been annexed and the war started in Donbass. So we have building preparedness for anything. And I think when we're talking about the equality and equal access to things, it's also building the resilience. It's not about personalities, whether like men are better than women or women are better than men. There's been a time in our history when there's been a significant inequality, and we should, on each of every nation, build this resilience and close these loopholes of inequality in our procedures, legislation, and not put like women's versus men. It's some part of our history which needs to be corrected. And it's not always easily seen that, for example, until the last year, Ukrainian women in the armed forces didn't have the feminine shoes. You know, this is something that men in the command wouldn't think that is important. You know, and now it has been changed and it's not a case anymore. So building resilience by sustainable policies is the only way to move through. But also, I'm particularly proud that now Ukraine is leaded as an example of the woman power. I see here Oля Ayvazovska, Hanna Gopko, Dasha Gaidai, Olena Trigub. These women has been caught in the middle of the war in the various places, in the various situations, but they've been preparing Ukraine for the membership in EU under the bombshells, mobilizing hundreds of people, advocating and nearly squeezing the necks of the US Congress to provide Ukraine with the military support, and everything has been there. So there is no for an answer for Ukraine, for Ukrainian women. When something depends on us, we do it for 100%, without any cliche, without anything that might stop us. And I think this is the best example of empowerment, but also all of the things we managed to do right now. And particularly my physical presence here is possible because we remained resilient, because we laid a very strong background to be where we are.
And I'm very glad that we had some time at the end of this day to just listen and acknowledge these amazing experiences coming from Belarus, coming from Ukraine, coming from other parts of the world, shared by you, Catherine, of women running the show over and over look, because it still doesn't fit into the usual stereotypes. But they are there. They are changing the course of history. Both of you do. I'm very glad I was allowed to sit next to you. And political decisions get better the more diverse the people are who make them. Not because women or men are better, not because colored or white people are better, but because if we bring the diversity to the table, the political decisions get better. It's something that has been acknowledged a lot already in the private sector. It's time that we acknowledge that broadly, especially when we discuss about the future of societies and about war and peace. So thank you both of you for sharing this panel with me, and I hope you enjoyed it. And there will be an award ceremony, I was told, in a few seconds. So please stay here to pay your tribute to the awardees, and thank you for being with us for the last 40 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, First and foremost, thank you for staying with us throughout the entire program of tonight's Global Outlook. As you have seen from the panel that just has concluded, women are really at the heart of the Warsaw Security Forum. And I'm extremely excited to say that our annual Night of Freedom ceremony will be no different. I would like to, with this, officially open the Night of Freedom ceremony, the 2022 Night of Freedom ceremony, and yield the floor to the president of the Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation and my dear husband, Zbigniew Pisarski.
Thank you, Katarzyna. I think it's a lot about couples, even during this ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, honorable guests, good evening and welcome to the 2022 Warsaw Security Forum award ceremony to recognize this year's Night of Freedom. But before we'll start, in honor of Ukrainian brothers and sisters who are literally in the fight of their lives every moment of every day since February 24th particularly, I ask you all to stand up and join me in recognizing a moment of silence for those who lost their life fighting the Russian invaders, defending not only their freedom and their independence, but also ours. A moment of silence. Thank you. Please sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to represent Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation, a Polish think tank dedicated to foreign policy and security. Our work has never been so important, meaningful like these days. Memories of General Kazimierz Pulaski are extremely relevant today as well. Our patron, legendary Polish General Kazimierz Pulaski, was a fighter for freedom and democracy. And in 1768, he made a name for himself by forming a rebellion against the Russian influence into the Polish government. So resisting Russia is part of Pulaski Foundation DNA. The people of Ukraine are now fighting the Russian army on their own soil, defending not only their freedom and their independence, but also ours. Ukrainian people fight for whole Europe and whole free world. General Pulaski was devoted, above all, to three universal values: freedom, justice, and democracy. The preservation of our hard-won freedom requires constant vigilance, effort, and unfortunately, occasional sacrifice. But General Pulaski knew it too well. He sacrificed his life in a battle, defending our friends from the United States. This is why it is important that we recognize those who remind us that freedom and democracy are not given for granted, and that even today, people have to sacrifice their life for defending them. These exceptional individuals we recognize each year as the Night of Freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, the Night of Freedom Award will be awarded to 44 million of freedom fighters, the people of Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to inform you that the award on behalf of the people of Ukraine will be received tonight by the First Lady of Ukraine, Madame Olena Zelenska. Madame Zelenska, please join me. Ladies and gentlemen, laudation speech will be delivered by the Prime Minister of Lithuania, Madame Ingrida Šimonytė. Madam Prime Minister, please join me here on the stage. The floor is yours.
Dear Madam Olena Zelenska, dear hosts and guests of this ceremony, друзі, брати і сестри українці. I was 14 in August 1989, when 2 million Lithuanians, Latvians, and Estonians joined hands in a human chain, the Baltic Way, to show the world that our nations would not rest until we regained freedom. Only half a year passed, and Lithuania restored its independence. 14 people sacrificed their lives for our freedom in January 1991. But the power of free people managed to stop Russian tanks. Lithuania restored and defended its independence at what now seems to be a relatively modest toll. As a teenager, I couldn't possibly comprehend all political, economic, social implications of those events, but I could grasp the magnitude of the moment. And I learned one thing very clearly. A country is only as strong as the resolve of its people to fight for their freedom and to defend their homeland. Many years have passed, but this conviction only grew stronger. And today, I can say with full certainty, Ukraine is invincible. Everyone who has eyes could have seen it during the Orange Revolution, when the people of Ukraine chose real democracy over silent obedience. They did not hesitate to demonstrate that no one ever would steal an election from them. Everyone who has eyes should have seen it during the Revolution of Dignity, when the people of Ukraine chose independence and European future over the return to the unloving arms of a Russian stepmother. Neither the winter frost nor bullets fired by their own authorities scared them away from claiming their right to decide the fate of their own country. Everyone who has eyes must have seen it when tens and thousands of men and women in Ukraine volunteered to defend their country against Russia's undeclared coward war in Donbass in 2014. Since 2014, this war turned Ukrainian people into a nation where hundreds of thousands fight and millions help, as President Zelensky aptly said. An army of 44 million who know what they fight for. Yet, a dictator in an isolated bunker and his paper generals refused to open their eyes and see. Their people could have looked and listened, but failed to really see and comprehend. And therefore, on the 24th of February, we woke up to a nightmare turned reality. All the civilized world grasped with outrage, but also with fear. of a war our generation had hoped we would never witness in real life, unfolding before our eyes against an independent, sovereign Ukraine, and soon possibly knocking at our own doors, of a dreadful thought that the dark times of brutal, vulturous dictators redrawing the state borders by sheer military force are back to our continent. Many have feared that Kyiv would indeed fall. If not in 3 days, then in a couple of weeks. Many have feared that people of Ukraine might not persevere, even with all our heartfelt support and all the help we could give. But the army of 44 million did not fear. Ukraine has shown to the whole world how the second mightiest army in the world chokes on the bravery and courage of freedom-loving people. Whoever chose to be blind can now see with full clarity that the people of Ukraine will be standing for every inch of their territory and for the right of each and every child of Ukraine to be raised in free and independent homeland. That Ukraine will win this war in the end, or else it will not be the end. Gradually, our fear paled against the admiration of the bravery and courage of the people of Ukraine, because it takes courage to take up arms and fight for your country, to give up safety abroad and return in millions to join brothers and sisters in arms in full and conscious readiness to sacrifice their life for their country. It takes courage to remain in the cities and villages, to provide medical care for the people in bomb shelters, to rescue victims from wreckage, to extinguish fire, to demine and repair destroyed bridges, roads, and houses, to deliver food and teach children under falling Russian missiles. It takes courage to fulfill everyday tasks such as farming, planting, and harvesting, risking being blown on a landmine every minute. It takes courage to keep the state functioning and reforms ongoing, even speeding them up to fast forward Ukraine for the path towards EU and NATO membership. It takes courage to stay as a walking target and lead the fight, refusing the offer for a ride and asking for weapons and ammunition instead, as your husband, Madame Zelenska, did. As did all the leadership of Ukraine. And it also takes courage to leave home to bring your children and elderly to safety, to travel thousands of kilometers, often under shelling, and to start a new, if temporary, life in a foreign country, submitting to the goodwill of complete strangers. Ukrainian bravery has lightened up the cities around the world in blue and yellow, reminding that it is thanks to Ukrainians that our people can still enjoy justice, security, human rights, and freedoms, that they can plan for the future. Ukrainian bravery is changing the world, making every country and every person decide on which side of the history they want to be. Ukrainian bravery makes our continent safer by giving push for political decisions long delayed due to lack of political will or ambition, such as cutting off energy dependence on Russia, increasing defense spending, or moving forward with the EU enlargement. I only pray that we in the West maintain a fraction of this courage to keep our unity and not tremble under Russia's constant bullying, energy blackmail, and nuclear saber rattling. Because it is our duty not to lose perspective at the sight of an energy bill or a prospect of falling support ratings, and keep helping Ukraine win this crucial war. I saw the power of Lithuanian people with my own eyes at the dawn of our independence, and I'm certain that people of Lithuania and my government, as well as any government they might choose in the future, will stand by the people of Ukraine until your victory and ours and beyond. Every victim of Russian aggression will be mourned. Everyone who have killed and tortured people of Ukraine in unspeakable ways will face not only God's tribunal, but also justice by an international tribunal. Every inch of Ukraine will be rebuilt better by the people of Ukraine and with the help of all governments of the civilized world and the people of goodwill around the globe. Until then, I'm honored and humbled to have the chance today applaud the bravery and courage of the people of Ukraine. I think it is only fitting and symbolic that you, Madame Zelenska, are receiving it on behalf of your nation. Because even though you might have not chosen this role, today you embody every woman of Ukraine who puts fear aside and does her own part in helping Ukraine win. And you carry this task with patience and grace I truly admire. This award might be one of the many the invincible people of Ukraine will rightfully receive. But the biggest award of all, I have no doubt, will be the one of their own making, the victory of good over evil, the victory of Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
The Knight of Freedom Award comes in the form of the exact replica of the General Kazimir Pulaski saber.
Thank you. 2 words. Шановні засновники, організатори та члени капітули нагороди Лицаря Свободи. Пані та панове, моя промова буде дуже короткою. Я хочу сказати, що отримати цю нагороду – велика честь для мого народу, народу України. А для мене сьогодні велика честь тримати її в руках. Відчуття, що ти тримаєш відображення лицарського духу самої Польщі. Ви знаєте, ви надаєте нам духовну зброю кожного дня. Є один старий польський девіз, який знають всі українці, знали його задовго до війни. А зараз ці слова відображають цю сутність нашого братерства. За нашу і вашу свободу. Дякуємо, що ви з нами зараз. Знаємо, що ви будете з нами до кінця, а саме до нашої і вашої перемоги. Дякуємо.
Thank you so much, Madam Zelenska. Thank you also to all our Ukrainian friends here in the room for your fight, for your struggles, and for your conviction for democracy and freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude our today's programming, but this is not the end. We invite you all for a reception with wonderful music, which will be provided to us by our guest country, Germany. So I'm looking forward to seeing you just in a moment in the Chicago room, just next door, for an evening of live music, some food, and of course, German beer. See you there.